taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
Lashes divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try to stop, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try to stop, never find another me. for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try to stop, never find. So all is nothing. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try to stop, never find another me. It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you.
Because the kill went to Keras.
Driver has all. Oh my god, that man's not wasting any time. Picks himself up a kill.
Look at the HP difference here. I mean, Driver just annihilates him. And it feels like kind of greedy from Lakai. Maybe also an itemization problem. I feel like the Mercs rush isn't that good against Gragas. So yeah, they're level 4, but that creep just dies.
Yeah.
It feels like they're going aggressive just at the wrong time. And maybe could have found it slightly quicker. And even with the missed auto attack here, the flash auto on the ward, they still managed to get the kill, right? Which really says that this wasn't that close. And just kind of showing a bit more strength in the bot lane. Cleanse did come out of time. Did he end up dying? Oh my god!
Highway!
What a monster!
That's nasty!
Yeah.
Page still pretty low on mana, does have the blue buff, but if you are able to fight a fight soon, it might be good as Godtone will be looking.
Yeah, they have to force.
Yeah, IC8 and Taco's done up on the side, but those aren't the targets you want as Rally are getting burst to the side. It is 665 having to use that ult to get out, but a massive Magnet Storm finds 3. It is going to find 3 kills immediately afterwards as Taco trying to do what he can. He takes down the AD carry in a 3-man knockup, but it's ultimately going to be a 4-kill to 1 exchange.
And this team fight's very crucial.
Lakai Dominus popped, and it's going to be the paranoia used as a disengage tool. But importantly, this dragon is going to go down. It is BYG who find it. It's going to be their 5-man pop blossom again. It's going to be Konue finding his first reset as Pretender dives on in. He doesn't have the damage. 2 found, but another 5-man pop blossom.
Other cooldowns used just then, though, which might allow West Point their way in. Feels like PSG have a rock-solid position, though.
Yeah, look how hard it is to push past the Braum, the Ashe, even the Nico. Is Cassante finding himself a knock-up there, and 6-5 taking down a half, but it's Rallia who's going to commit this Dominus to look for something. Hostile takeover will only land onto Braum as the Glacial Fissure and the Pop Blossom finds 5! It's looking like it's going to be a win here in the team fight, at least for PSG, as a double kill already found here for Varco. Very low health bars on the remaining 3 from West Point, but what a Pop Blossom.
It was 5 man. I don't think I've seen a 5-man Nico in a long time, and 4.5k damage done there. It's very hard again to kind of see this as a threat in the fight. Flash Protobelt finds 5. And even the disruption, let alone the damage, is really hard to deal with.
这个 ID 的由来其实是我大学的时候跟一群就是好朋友，然后一起养了一只柯基，然后那个时候刚好要取就是当选手的时候，然后要取 ID， 然后我想不到 ID， 我就选了这个。我比较喜欢狗，因为猫的话我比较会过敏。对，
这是我刚打职业的时候不知道取什么名字，然后那时候有一个公司的人，他很喜欢那个什么《玩具总动员》，然后他就帮我取了一个叫无敌的名字。我觉得巴斯光年比较帅，但巴斯光年 ID 不知道叫什么。
我一开始打职业 ID 叫 Poki， 但我后面觉得佩佩罗更好吃，所以我就叫佩佩罗。
大家好，我是 JPURU8，那个中文注音的那个文家的意思。
那你有想过这样主播在领会很难念吗？
没有想过，因为围着立凯太多了，所以就不想一样。
现在的 ID 由来就是以前玩了一款游戏，然后想不到 ID 的时候就去 Google， 然后就出现了一排名字，就选了一个最装的名字。那时候觉得很帅，但是后来会变成空月，是因为有一次去唱歌被店员认出来，然后他就问我是不是残破空月，我就把它改成空月。这是真的。
大家好，我是 BYG 的辅助 Carrots。我的 ID 由来是我们那时候想要改名，然后在 FAK 的时候我们这跟一些越南的队伍团练嘛，然后就发现他们的 ID 由来是取亮在系列神的一些名字，然后我们就去翻一下有 K 开头的一些英文名字，然后就刚好挑到 Carrots 这名字，就是一个战争女神，然后跟20的一个意思。
因为我刚打英雄联盟的时候 ，ID 叫里面局构词嘛，然后它前端跟尾端是 REST， 我想说职业比赛如果取那么长不太好，就变 REST 了。
现在的 ID 由来就是因为我自己是6月9号生嘛，是双子座，然后就想说简洁有力就取个双子，然后就用星座的英文 ID 这样。
那双子座最处得来的星座是哪一个？
应该是同风系的吧，就是风象的，水瓶、天秤这种。像我之前跟东山配，东山也是天秤的，所以就跟他很合。
我印象比较深刻的 ID 应该是 Piglet， 因为那时候SKT 的 AD 是 Piglet， 然后那时候他们不是赢了吗？然后赢了乌兹那个时候，然后我那个时候的 ID 就叫 Piglet。对，
年轻一点的知道吗？有取过中二的 ID 吗？
我感觉 Piglet 已经最中二了。
我国小的时候有取一个蛮中二的 ID， 叫那个魔龙狂笑。因为小时候就觉得龙很帅，然后又魔，就听起来很酷，
就满命桃吧，因为桃很可爱啊。本来来打职业 ID 也想叫桃，可是我怕被网友骂，所以我就改名叫佩佩罗。
天行魂是我爸取的。
你自己喜欢这个 ID 吗？
我觉得有点屁。
有一个比较羞耻的，就是我要练女角，但是我又不想取什么煞气什么的，我好像就叫鲜奶宝宝。但是蛮久的，我现在不会再装女的，
Creative Self 吧，就是以前那个 SKT T1 的 AD 的时候，他的一个韩服 ID， 然后我就直接翻过来在台服使用，他就是我的偶像。那时候，
我觉得我之前台服 ID 就算蛮有趣的吧，就我叫做等星屋等，然后第一个等是一个星星的星，然后一个歌。然后新屋是我自己翻字典翻到的，我就翻字典翻2页，然后看到第一个字，我就把它放在中间。
那另外有一个你在职业选手生涯当中很著名的 ID， 就是你在韩服的 ID。
没错，就我之前有取过新垣结衣嘛，因为我跟我女朋友都很喜欢新垣结衣，然后我就在韩服有一段时间都一直取她的 ID， 或是用 Gaki QQ。
我觉得最帅的选手 ID 应该是 Viper 吧，对，因为就是他那个字母，然后这样签名起来的时候，你就会觉得那个字母很好看。对，
最帅的，我觉得应该是嘎痛吧，因为很少有 ID 这么霸气。
我觉得那个憨三妈妈哪一队的往 G2， 现在 G2 的 AD， 他 AD 很酷，他会画画。
那个 CFO 的顺，因为听起来很顺。
我觉得取得很好的就那个吧，有2个，我觉得有一个叫什么梅利欧大师，之前那个在看世界赛，然后还有一个就小花生，就觉得取得很好，就看起来就感觉很气质的感觉。
第一个会想到 Y4K 吧，就听起来拽拽的。
之前的那个朋友吧，就他叫做 Bono， 就是他的 ID 就是一只很可爱的小动物。
如果可以的话，肯定是要改好的。
我之前本来刚打职业想改名，就是想改控马，但是这个感觉只有懂那个控马台语的人才会懂，所以后来就是没有改了。本来是真的想改控马，然后又刚好胖胖的，就很适合，怕那个外国人不知道那个控马是什么。我真的觉得这个名字很好，看谁要把它拿去用吧。
Creative Self 吧，都在他使用之前，然后直接把这个名字直接取样掉，因为我觉得很有创意，跟我很喜欢。
如果现在要改名的话，我直接想到就取我的本名，直接叫世杰，再直接比赛场上打。
改名的话，可以的话，我还是想用 Gaki 看看，只是想说比较偏向女性化，我怕大家幻想破灭，而且也不要跟大家抢国民老婆。
现役啊，火龙吗？卡纳比？还有人比6个字多吗？雀巢也差不多是6个字吧，有7个字吧？
应该是 Mission 吗？7个。奎斯卡塔，
东山吧，想不到。
Mission
是吗？
还是 Stay True？
空月，我觉得是空月。
应该是那个吧，最新的那个 DWT 的上路 ，JPU 什么的，6个英文字我忘了。我7个好，那应该是我最长吧？那我想不到，公布吧。
Pretender 还有吗？
最长的应该是 FAK 的中路吧 ，Pretender 是吗
？Pretender Kenny Chen
Kenny Chen 是吗？
最短的应该阿志吧，4个字。
阿志4个不够少啊，665 WP 的辅助吧 ，CHA 是我家打野吗 ？WSL
很好。
那个 AD，FAK 的，对，3个5队友嘛，那个 WSL， 那个我今天打的上路，那个 LJW，NNM
吧，3个字。突然叫我想，我真的想不出来。阿志几个字？4个字。
好问题，116。
填对。
MNM 3个字。
有高手吗？高手。NNN。我刚对手是谁？那个 ID 很难记 ，L 什么？对不起，我不是故意的，我没有印象。他叫什么 ？LJW。
最短的 ID 惨的那个 WSL， 脑中一片空白，不太妙。
可以，我都记住了。这个其实我都知道，但是刚想不起来。
大家好，我是 CFO 的辅助 Stay True。就是其实这个 ID 原本是 STAYTRUE， 就是意思就是保持初心吧，叫自己打职业不要忘记初心，不要为了什么东西而改变。为什么会换成1吗？因为我觉得有那个1蛮帅的吧，就希望自己是第1，对吧？
以这个交换来说，损失，中上路 ，Driver 一个出手，闪现交出把力凯给 solo kill， 好像是直接1闪然后 R 吧，然后一套就直接是 Q 放在底下，炸到残血的情况下，扛着塔喝了一口酒，直接R 闪吗？他看起来是有那么一点1闪 R 的感觉，像是瞬间。闪还是闪，他就是那个速度是快到他有喝酒啊，所以他R闪看起来确定，他那个9头同时先出来。IC8看起来想往前压个位置做一波进攻，没想到率先出手是凯威，一整套伤害灌在IC8身上，根本撑不住哦。后续 MN A 了一个眼睛，但完全不影响，可能在浪头啦。辅助回家，地波要出装备的，后面。闪现刷，知道你的近况。 的天哪，心太没了！真的很难被碰到，但他们的优势其实还是在哦。这个时候，龙还有6秒钟，马上就要出城，
直接拉开吧。
绿猪在打一个，但还是把勾到墙壁啦。没有办法再打，这边塔口对上665一个火不连击，被破镜者给直接规避到，但这边的位置，泰德被逼走，自己也受到一个10分钟，又击到4个人，泰德被秒杀，自己也被秒杀，双 C 倒地，倒下3名成员，嘎动举了一个拳头，只能往后走。塔口一个人还想力挽狂澜，但是 Q 3只有3个人，还是要回到温泉这边，4个人倒地 ，HPS 只剩下嘎痛存活。
Roku 也做得很好，只是第一时间有挡住他。
这边立凯位置不错哦，这边是先关了一个灯，可是 Holo 是被赶出了一个龙坑外面，是想要先集火掉这个鳄鱼，可是鳄鱼按了一个1加上一个闪电走了，这波1万直线哦，又大5个，这波画面跟上一把完全一模一样，这边 Pretender 在后面一个人也顶不住5个人的伤害，最后又被收掉了。美口是吸收了一个眼的精华，他现在也是变成了一根针眼。看一下对面会不会踩进来给机会，但这边665是被绑到了，血量被掉的比较低。美口这边再变成一个布拉姆，鳄鱼开启了一个大招，这边鳄鱼收购被布拉姆的盾给挡掉了，这个外线直接大5个，而且这边俊家也冲进去，先瞄准的是一个 Preach 的臭羽暴风，虽然是造了起来，但是这边他们的前排反而是都被融化了，主力还有2段的飞仙，还想要继续往前操作吗？去到的是一个屋顶，但自己还是只能按飞仙撤离。这一波 Maple 大5个非常漂亮。
哇，感觉刚刚看到那波团的内子老师会生气。
太建设了，
太建设了，不能这样子大5个，太有建设性了。
不能每一波都想着要大5个啊。往前走，
这边太关键了，一个闪现加上大带5个，
哇，好漂亮哦这波。
冷气调小一点。
弄怕了，然后我觉得好热哦。
我细皮嫩肉啊，再小一点啊，我也觉得要。那冷气要小一点。
我觉得好热哦。
调温度高一点。
一点点就好。
好，可以。我这个对吧，很好发挥哦。
没有，我跟你讲啦，我跟你老实讲啦，上路一定不会出现啦，中路可能会被助到爆线啦。你们下路对我想吗？不差有锐空一爆就救不回来的。
对啊，取舍就这样子啊。我们那边拿爆凯就是取舍就这样。
没鸡巴，你选个猫啊，躺着啦，不然我怕又要崩线了。
我在靠，
可以吗？你可以吗？
可以，瑞空没到，我会靠，瑞空没到，我会靠，瑞空没到，
我可以挡了不打，
你们可以打，
好。
没有，
那个悟空超惨。
好，
被也快打死了。
啥仔？
他们有进化。瑞空刚开始哦，
我慢到。
应该跟不到，我排眼把顶。
呀！瑞空，
瑞空会到，我会断蕊啊。
闪现了，大哥，哇，能不闪啊？哇，反塔你卡了。
速推吧，
有料哦。
我这边可以看菜芽哦。
对。
菜了。
猴在后面，猴子在后面。
那个傻炮。猴子没血，猴子没血了。
龙吧。
猴子可能在我们家了，看要自己找一下。
他刚回去，刚走到这边了，懒得找他，这是吗？
直接拉出来。
他没有打。
猴子开我，打猴子。AD 没大。AD没大。
慢打。
没死。他们 all in 我了，他们没招的。
我要打。
太阳没大，我得 real。
帮！
太阳没大哦。
可以。可以干嘛？我加速。
AD 没闪。
他没有可以。
我会看他。
别管他，别管他
你们吃掉掉。
在地吗？
没有。
我看到。
你们吃掉掉。你们可以打，他没闪的。
TP 哦，
没事，帮子琪 cover 子琪，帮子琪。还行。
我可以
杀他，他没有，他没队友了。
外面有一个。
哎，他没带，统神要抬住，统神抬住，帮统神。
没了，要走了，
赖下，没播了。
哎，等我了，打不死，我打了慢服，走吧，
要拉。
他们一直往下走，
我们不可以逼。
我踩车啊，我踩车。
可以，我们先吃，没有，我来扛，我要开了，打，
那你看，哎，打吧，我想去打了吧？
刚刚蹲的，
哎，还有
我血量不健康，我
看你，
哎，看我吗？
哎，没，先可以
看我吗？我打他了，他别进化，慢慢打。
我想追，
来吧，
可以，
他还没进化哦。哎，
我快没魔了，
在我这。
你要走，我们都没大了。
我们都没大，要等一下。
该回补就回补。
不是，刚刚就要蹲的，他们第一秒就踩了，还吃，就直接蹲，他们就爆了。
没有，就等他们再快一点，然后再开就好了。
再开。好，不是，没事。
好，最后打完。
AD 没进化。
能开就开，不用。
10秒，8秒大。
推下。
不要追了，下路。我会乱打，他们回不了家，他们回不了家，他们会被我赚。你们一波。
你乱一下，你撑久点。
他菜雅回不去了，我死了，菜雅正在蕊哦，菜雅跟勒布朗正在蕊哦，菜雅勒布朗正在蕊哦，要回去了。好了，招全油。
好，该停。哎，我不会死，接。好，下一题。我接掉。
太激互夺啊，打得那么激烈。不是，你们刚刚巴龙，就是他们第一秒就踩了，你们还在吃？
没有，就是他们在过去点草，你再开。他们再过来一点就可以开了。他们很急。
那个位置我们还开不到啊，碰不到人啊。
没事啊，打掉了。
你们蹲着就碰得到啊，你们蹲着就碰得到了。
F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more. Ashes divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to day number 2 of the week here at the PCS, of course brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I will be your host yet again, Vestian, and alongside me, my trusted pal, Shock.
Look, glad to be back on the PCS again. Yesterday we had a pretty crazy set of matches in terms of the standings, and we'll get a look at the games that we have today up in a bit, but it feels like we might be having more of a breather, or alternatively, maybe we'll get a bunch of upsets, so not too sure what to expect just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I do kind of hope for some upsets because so far it's been kind of the top 4 have only lost to other members of the top 4, and then I guess it's been like, what, 5th and 6th have been able to take some games off each other, and then for the most part it's sort of just been like that. There's very much a stagnation in the bracket, but I'm hoping to see some of these bottom teams, maybe West Point, looking perhaps the best out of them, although you could make the argument for Hellpigs as well. But especially I think those two teams looks like they could possibly upset an upper sort of bracket team, and you have to hope so.
Definitely think it's possible, and I think those two teams especially, they're starting to get a better idea of what works for them, and hopefully we'll just see more of that, because I think if you manage to get one of those games where you've got stuff you're very comfortable on, and maybe that top team is trying out something a bit different, you can sometimes sneak away a win, as we'll take a look at yesterday's results. So you can see the important ones here really being PSG taking out Beyond, meaning they have sole possession of that first place, and Frank with their win have 6th place currently over West Point, and finally it was J Team taking out DCG, which I don't believe impacted it did tie them up actually at 2nd, along with, what was it, Beyond and CFO.
Yeah, so J Team are going to be 3-way tied there for the 2nd spot, with PSG pulling ahead by just the 1 win, so certainly in reaching distance for any of those teams, perhaps, especially if they can take a game off of PSG. I feel like that would be a huge one to try and fight for that 1st place. But looking at the standings even, it does look like you are fairly sure that these will be sort of the standings. Maybe Frank could make a run to pass DCG, and as well, one of those 2nd place teams could perhaps pass PSG, in particular if they're able to take a game off PSG. At this stage, it doesn't really feel like J-Team, CFO or Beyond are likely to lose against anyone weaker, but you never really know.
I think you're right, and I think surprising to me about this is actually that DCG are on a 3-loss streak. You know, they started the split off very strong, but have really kind of struggled to take out those top teams, and I think that DCG, at least for now, probably has the most potential to upset one of those top 4 teams, but I also think if you put DCG in a best of 5 against any of them, there's no chance they would win, right? They just make too many mistakes, but I think in a best of 1, it's still very possible. Unfortunately, we won't see any of those big matchups today, but we're excited to see when they come back. A big match up we do have today, though, is game number 4, CFO taking on Frank. And this, I think, could be a chance for Frank to really cement themselves as a top team once again, if they do manage to beat CFO.
Yeah, I mean,
we've said it so many times already, but the fact that the second place team, who consistently bet out CFO last split, is now looking so rough. I feel like this game, more than any other game they're going to have, is really where they have to win to prove themselves as a strong team yet again.
Definitely. And for the rest of the day, it feels like, at least on paper, there's a lot of one-sided matchups. So mainly just going to be looking to see, will we see any more, meta developments? Maybe we'll see a lot more Rumble today after its success from yesterday. And maybe we'll see something new from these underdog teams trying to just, upset those stronger teams. I wouldn't be surprised to see Duish team pull out something very, out of left field in game number 1 here.
Yeah, talking about Duish team, there they are on your screen. And yesterday, they looked like they were going to get their first win against Impunity. It was truly so close. Zaltu on the Nico, finding a lot of good angles, at least in the early stages of the game. But then perhaps, as the mid-game approached and the late game, some of his teleport flanks were not so good. And the angles he was finding as well had a few opportunities, you have to think, but wasn't able to really succeed. And after that, it was eventually Impunity taking up the win with a pretty big performance from Shera. But following that game, you want to see them have a strong early game again. Of course, it will be a lot harder against PSG Talon, but they have to just keep trying to be strong in this early stage, because at least they look like they had a chance. And I think it's the first time really in the split that they did look promising for a win.
For sure. And I would like to see them honestly just run back a very similar comp, even though, I don't know, it's hard to say. Do you want to play something really off-meta up against PSG and try sneak in that way, or do you just want to kind of get more practice on what you're comfortable on? Because, PSG's roster, as you see on your screen there, they're pretty strong, and I think that it's very unlikely that Duish team pick up the win either way. And to be honest, Duish team have been, for the most part, this split playing those kind of wildcard compositions, and it's never really found any success. So maybe just try and get some more repetitions on those comps that you want to be playing going forward, and then maybe they'll be able to get themselves more practice, more stage games especially, and be able to take out one of those other lower tier teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming in from the side of PSG here, knowing that they are against the weakest team in the region, what do you want to see from them? Do you want to see them just play their normal traditional way? Maybe try something new? I mean, maybe putting Aze on the Rumble or something like that?
I think it definitely is an opportunity to try out some new picks. Obviously, you can't get too cocky, right? Like, it's still a win that's going to matter a lot, because at the end of the season, and I mean, even now, after the first round robin has been completed, it is only one win that separates them from second place. So you can't afford to take it too lightly. But I think you can afford to try something maybe a little different. And wow, the goal difference at 14. Zhaltu down at 1158. He also has the most unique champions played out of every mid laner, which I think is, I don't know, would we call it
we've come to expect at this point.
Yeah, it's hard to say, because I think you would generally say that having a bigger champion pool is better, but I think if you spread yourself too thin, it definitely kind of means that you don't really have something you're super fearful of. You think of stuff like the Hellpigs mid laner Adiogs. Sure, he might not play a ton of champions, but he looks very good on, say, the Victor and Azir. And when I look at Zhaltu, there isn't anything so far that really kind of screams out at me and says, okay, this is a champ that we cannot give to Zhaltu.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to say as well, if you notice, it was 9 unique champions played, and so far, they've played 10 games. Sure. The only double up he has is Cassante in 2 games, which, I don't know, that's a crazy stat line to have played almost a unique champ every single game, 10 games in. As we are obviously now into this champion select. Things looking fairly normal so far. Nico is a question mark. Do you want to ban it, get it away from Zhaltu? That did look like his strongest pick so far.
Ooh, Azir ban as well.
Should be Nico.
Yeah, I think it would make sense to take away the Nico. There are still other power picks up. I mean, the Sedge being banned with the Maokai available could be a little worrying.
Yeah, you might want to take out the Maokai. I think you just want to take out the Nico. Like, what can really lane against it? People tend to... Oh, Jace is the ban. Okay, so Nico could just be first picked again from Duish team. Again, they played it for the first time yesterday. It was by far their closest game. Although Zhaltu, we saw the stat line, might just want to play a new champ.
Yeah, I think it is a little surprising, I guess, to leave the Maokai up with the Sedge ban, but there are a lot of other OPs up. In fact, Kai'Sa potentially going to be given over to PSG.
You could just get Nico Kai'Sa here, would be pretty crazy, you feel.
Yeah, I feel like giving over Kaiser is a weird choice for sure. I mean, maybe just didn't want to give over that strong Maokai pick, but...
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, how this draft phase went is a little crazy. It seems, at least just looking at it now, that PSG's done really well here because they ensured the 3 kind of biggest picks in the Kaiser, the Maokai, as well as the Nico, have remained open, and Duish team only able to get the 1.
Yeah.
And yeah, it should just be the Nico lock-in here. It will be. And now, what can you lane up against? Like, well, what mid laner can you pick? Obviously, Xiao2 seems to just pick whatever he wants, but is there really a mid lane champion that can stand up to this Nico?
That is tough, because I feel like you would prefer to play an AD mid with Maokai. But I don't think there's any AD mids left available that can deal with the Nico. So we'll have to see what he ends up going for. Maybe we'll just play kind of a mage. I mean, some mages like Syndra can lane decently against the Nico, but do suffer a lot against the Kai'Sa poke and obviously double up on that AP. Xayah is the lock-in though, and I wonder, what are they going to take with it? I mean, the Renekton is still up and available, the Ahri, which is an interesting pick. It does, you know, synergize well with Maokai, and it's an... Ooh, okay, he swaps away from it, locks in the Cassante, and I think while this is a champ that can somewhat weather the storm from Nico, it's definitely not a counter pick, and I think you're very happy with that as Maple.
Yeah, it can theoretically still go top though, so...
Sure.
Definitely not a foregone conclusion. And in fairness, this Nico could also go jungle or, I guess, support at a stretch. As well as the Rel, another flex pick that is coming through. In fairness, there's... You know, at a stretch, there are 3 flex picks coming in. Although with that Renekton lock-in, won't be 3, it's just the 2. But there you go, Renekton for the top lane. Azir looking extremely strong on this champion, and giving it to him early in the draft does feel pretty good. You're going into 2 bans as well. You can try and ban out those top laners if you do think this is going to be Xiao2's 3rd performance of Cassante.
Definitely. And I'll be really curious as well to see what Duish team end up targeting, because Jinjia has chosen to drop his jungler, but I think Jinjia was actually playing Nico in solo queue, so potentially I guess it could go jungle. And on top of that, I mean, there are a few off-meta junglers still available, right? Like there's stuff like the Wukong that is sort of fringe in the meta now, and obviously there's still the Viego up as well, so it might be too hard to ban out junglers. We'll see what they end up doing. They banned the Rel first. It is a flex pick and a strong support, of course.
And Jinjia has already played a game of Graves as well, this split.
Sure.
Wouldn't even be too bad if you are just going to go AP Kai'Sa, AP Nico, and then have Graves in the jungle, offers you a lot of AD along with that Renekton. Could be an option.
I'd definitely be down for the Graves. I think playing more range versus Xayah is normally a good idea. It is the Jax ban, so I think just in case this Cassante is going mid, ban that away, and makes it pretty easy to take advantage of everything else.
Yeah. I will say Rumble does do fine into Renekton though, so it could be an angle where JP, if he's comfortable on the pick, can look to play that Rumble top.
Would be interesting. And Yona's the last ban. So I think they're respecting this Nico going jungle.
But why?
But it's still...
I'm not going to question it.
It still does feel kind of strange. I mean, maybe they're thinking of blinding Ahri and they don't want to verse Yon or something. But it's hard to know. It could be a scrim thing as well. But yeah, I guess they were thinking it could be Nico Yon coming in. We'll have to see now. As the Viego will get locked in, which does confirm the Nico in the mid lane, so PSG still have yet to pick their support. And now, JP...
Played a lot of Gwen, has looked good.
He has looked pretty good on the Gwen. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing it. I think Arja is definitely a different beast on the Renekton, so might have a bit more trouble. But we'll see how he fares. And
I imagine it will be locked in.
Yeah.
Now, where do you go after this? You're looking for your support. There is the likes of the Nautilus open. Nautilus, Leona.
I'm not sure what they're going to pick. I feel like Leona might be the best. You need something a little bit tankier, I feel.
You might want to just take the Naut away from Kai'Sa, though.
Possibly. I think it's not too big a deal if you have the Xayah, but we'll see what they end up thinking. I have to say, though, I think I'm a much bigger fan of PSG's draft. I feel like Duish team... Ooh, okay, swap back to the Alistar.
And engage tool.
Ooh. Do we like the Janna? I mean,
honestly,
it is actually
it's
good.
woody.
It is good this game.
It is. You can do well at stopping that Alistair from his engages if you are timely with those tornadoes. In fairness, quite a hard timing to hit. The Nautilus does feel like the normal pick here for me.
Yeah.
Just Kai'Sa Nautilus. You can't go wrong with it.
Definitely can't. Will be locked in. It gives them a little bit of engage and another way to get that Xayah ult out of the way. So I think all things considered, I feel like PSG have the stronger end of the draft. Dewey's team, though, they still have some tools for sure. They have a lot of engage. They have some nice scaling that can come out from both the Xayah and the Gwen. I'm a little worried for Dewey's team's mid-jungle. Feels like, you know, Maokai K'Sante, while it is normally pretty strong skirmishing, I question whether or not they're actually going to be able to get to skirmishes, just because it feels like Nico should have a lot of prior and just always in the river allows that Viego to kind of skirmish with impunity. So, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think Dewey's team's comp is decent?
Honestly, I don't. They've got 4 melee champions, and they're going up against the Nico and the Kai'Sa. And while you're not really thinking of the Nico so much for poke, but engaging his 4 melees into Nico with a Pop Blossom does feel really, really rough.
That is the thing as well, right? They have to kind of engage on this Kai'Sa before she can poke them all down.
Yeah.
As long as Nico just kind of sits on her, feels like there's not really going to be an angle. Maybe if they can snowball some of the early game skirmishes, or if they can have some big Gwen flanks or something, there could be ways into this game. But you have to think PSG, the stronger team with the stronger draft, should be feeling pretty happy about the outcome of this one.
Yeah, and I think I want to see how well Maple can do again in this matchup to push and punish Xiao2. Obviously, Xiao2 quite often does fall down in that isolated 1v1. So that'll be something interesting to keep track of, because it does feel, at least, the K'Sante versus Nico. Well, K'Sante often a neutralizer. It just feels like early game, the Nico at the moment is just too strong that you aren't even really able to neutralize.
Definitely. I think you should be able to keep at least decently healthy, but leaving that lane should be an impossibility. It is the first strike Nico, so gone for a little bit more scaling. Still has the Scorch, though. Maybe it's just thinking that it is too hard to push K'Sante out of lane, and actually a lot of damage comes through in a Pepero. I think he can get the base off, though. But maybe this could be a split map? That would allow them to punish bot lane very heavily. I do drop some wards. Potentially leaves their Renekton on an island, though. Not how you often use it, but Renekton is pretty hard to dive, so as long as you can get enough on the other side of the map, WSL will find Arja here.
Looks like it will be a split map, so pressure towards the bot side here in this one.
Definitely interesting. Oh, a pause will come through. I mean, the split map means that there's a lot of potential to punish Xayah before she hits level 6, because it feels like when Xayah hits level 6, she kind of becomes undiveable, and there isn't much you can do to her beyond that point. But pre-6 is definitely very vulnerable, and if they can set up stuff onto the bot side, would be able to find themselves a pretty big lead. And Renekton on the other side, you know, normally a champ that does get played around, of course, because it's so strong at setting up ganks. It's really good at skirmishing early. But if you want to just use him as a tank, and RJ, very self-sufficient player, you can just weak side him. It's very hard to dive, especially, you know, not just like Xayah when he hits level 6, but even the pre-6 Renekton is pretty scary.
Yeah, and you almost feel like while he is weak-sided and has to pay his respects to the fact that Maokai can turn up and sort of gank his lane, he should also be winning his lane as well. It doesn't feel that easy as Gwen to go anywhere near the Renekton, at least until you do have some of that Omni-Vamp coming through.
Yeah, definitely more of a scaling counter pick, you have to think.
Absolutely. I think definitely at like 2 items, 3 items, Gwen will start to win out the matchup, and it's pretty hard for Renekton to really play against that Gwen pick, but at least for the early stage of the game, and this is kind of just how Renekton lanes goes, in fairness. It's in general, he wins out until 1 item, 2 items, and then starts to fall off a little bit. But here, I think pressuring bot lane, getting Wako ahead, or giving him some resources could be just the best way to play it, because I feel like starting bot, getting early and trying to get that dragon, and then putting that pressure towards the Rift Herald at the 8-minute mark could just be a recipe for success.
Yeah, I do like as well that they have kind of played to split the map away from the gank setup, right? Like, I don't think Gwen is, well, she doesn't have any CC, of course, but an Alistar lane definitely does. This kind of leaves the Maokai in a awkward position of the only place you can really gank is maybe that Nico in mid lane, because you're just so far away from bot, and top feels pretty ungankable. Meanwhile, Junjie feels like he kind of gets to gank wherever he wants, right? He's got CC in mid, has plenty of CC in bot as well. So we'll just be able to look for those. And we did get some confirmation that it's a mic issue here with JP. Hopefully we'll be sorted out relatively shortly.
Yeah. Now, Shock, I want to ask you, relative power levels here. So obviously PSG are first.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you if you think they are first, like you just eye test everything. Do you think they are comfortably, maybe not comfortably, but do you think they are just the best team at the moment in the region?
I would say so. I think that PSG have a bit more diversity almost than other teams.
But right? More well-rounded?
Yeah, like I think when you look at a team like Beyond, right, they're very one-track in their play style. They really don't have like a diverse playbook by any means.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, PSG, they've got strong members in pretty much every role, and they have kind of shown success on multiple different styles. So I think I have the most confidence in PSG to end up taking out Best of Vibes. But I will say that sometimes you see the teams that do have that kind of one-track approach end up just being so good at it that there's no real way to stop them. But I think, you know, given with PSG's win over Beyond and the fashion in which they did it by exploiting Beyond's weaknesses, I think I would say they are the strongest.
Okay, there's no way you expect this jungle pathing. Absolutely no way. So WSL could look for something a bit sneaky here.
Yeah, I think you kind of expect this, though, to be honest. Like, he should be starting the red. It's just where does he go after that is perhaps up for debate. I think Arja will know. He can probably just let that wave come towards him in the top lane, which he will. For me, eyes will be on bot side because Kaiser Nautilus can definitely build a wave. They've got some good trades already, and Junjie, he has cleared down. So will he be able to look for anything? Maybe on this third stacked wave. I think they're trying to set it up, but maybe it's going to be the second wave instead. I really want to see Junjie. I think they're going to try dive them at level 1.
Yeah. Junjie should be level 3 as well, picking up the third camp, and it is going off. I want to go into the isolated screen, but Junjie ultimately will pick up that first blood there. Do they look for another one here onto Pepero? At least for now, it looks like they might be. And I want to look at bot. There we go. We are looking at bot. Bordy's going to go down. Pepero finding that kill. Not sure exactly what happened there, but it is going to be just the one-for-one trade. Perhaps the follow-up dive not going as well as PSG would have wanted.
No, I'm not too sure what did happen there. I think all things considered, it's not too bad for Duish Team's bot lane. I think you're actually expecting to lose a bit more there than they did. By the way, Pepero being the one that comes out unscathed, gets the wave, and has a kill is pretty nice. Still, though, there were some sums burned onto him, so might be in trouble a bit later on. We'll see if Junjie can look to regank or anything. So the Maokai did try and look for something mid, but so hard to gank a Nico early. Get a replay of it. So I like the dive. I think it probably needs to start with a flash auto from Woody, though. I don't think that's the way you play this. I think the most important thing when you're diving bot, especially early, is to kill the ADC. And I think that's why they wanted to turn around and try kill Pepero after. But I think it was really misexecuted. I think you just flash auto, Desire, and hook her immediately. Otherwise, there's no real way to guarantee the CC on her. So perhaps a little bit of a misplay.
I also want to point out in the replay, it was bugged. Junjie, after taking the Alistar body, was only going to be level 1. It did show him as level 3, but only being the level 1 Alistar means all he could do was use Pulverize.
Yeah,
Not very strong. I almost wonder if it would have been better to have just remained as the Viego at that
possibly.
point. Like, level 3 Viego definitely stronger than level 1 Alistar.
Well, Pepero doesn't have the sums, but he's got himself some solid items right now. I think they should be pretty fine to kind of clean up this wave here. So the gold lead, though, is well and truly in favor of PSG. Feels like it's a lot just off the CS, kind of across the board. Arja really the only one slightly behind, but to be expected, given that he is on that weak side. Really just needs to make sure he goes even. WSL, he does path out to the bot side, so he wants to be able to protect this dive, but Junjie isn't actually going to be around. And should know now that he can just go back to clearing. First drag pretty soon. I don't think either team will look for it just yet. Definitely think that this could be one that comes more down to the Heralds.
Yeah, I think most of this gold lead is just Viego farm. Obviously, the first blood being picked up with the assists helps, but...
Oh, Woody could be in trouble.
Yeah, Inhao will look, find that headbutt pulverized, looking for the stun now, will be able to find it, but he's going to take so much damage. In fact, Wako, as well as that ignite from Woody, will secure the kills. So it's a 1-for-1 despite the gank, and you have to feel pretty good as PSG.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to trade one back in WSL. He might be walking in a certain death here. There is a flash here for Jinjia. Obviously, WSL has his as well. Pepro is 2-0.
Yeah, it is nice as Desire, of course. Gold where you want it. But overall, gold is in favor of PSG. Especially Jinjia.
Here's a rich man there in the jungle. And Viego is definitely one of those champs that really benefits from the acceleration. Feels like a 2-0 Zaya. You might not feel that until she hits 2 items. Obviously, we'll hit 2 items earlier, but that's kind of when she really comes online. Whereas it feels like a Viego they get to kill early. You're going to feel that pretty much immediately. It's going to be very difficult to skirmish around that. And I will say that JP, while he is strong-sided, he has been doing a decent job for himself. It is more of a scaling counterpick, but has himself a very slight lead. His first dragon started up by PSG. WSL, he might try contest. Maple has a flank, but no mana.
And how only level 3, Woody is going to land that hook there onto WSL, who is really, really low. Maple does arrive. It's going to be a kill for Jinjia, who will get the reset. Now Wako just slowly eating away here at in-house health bar and will secure himself a kill too, thanks to that slow off the Hextech Dragon. But it's going to be JP, who has just walked on down to the Dragon to find himself a shutdown onto Jinjia, but the Pop Blossom comes through, will land there both onto JP and to Pepero, and Ozzy as well, teleporting down, finding a lot of damage as Xiaotu up at the top side does go down, but it's Ozzy now the focus. Pepero trying to do what damage he can with that Ghost and Lethal Tempo. He will not have the damage. Ultimately, it's JP who is found there, and a lot of kills going over to PSG.
I think really questionable by Duish team to try and fight that. I really feel like with the kills and kind of the way you've picked, you want to be waiting for, you know, your Xayah to hit those items, for your Gwen to be able to scale up. I don't think you really have any business fighting an early skirmish against an accelerated Viego, right? It just doesn't really feel like they're playing to their comp's win condition. I really think if they just backed away, at least get to 1 item on your ADC and top before you try and go for this, because there's just so much more power in this skirmish here for Duish team, and you really see that manifesting in not only the damage, but just the sheer amount of CC that comes out of the PSG composition. It feels so strange, because I really think that if you want to fight like this, right, if this is the sort of team you want to be, you should not draft like this. You should not draft these kind of scaling picks. You can go for something stronger early, although...
Back to live, it is going to be WSL found out at his own jungle, and I want you to put your eyes towards this Renekton's build.
I like it, I think.
Yeah.
2 APs on that top side.
Good.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to deal with him now. Getting that so early is going to be really hard to deal with, especially because JP's kind of felt the need to pick up the Tabi early, so going to be just very low on the damage. Pepro does have flash.
It's a lot harder now for Woody to just look for these hooks, but it doesn't really need to, as they do claim themselves the Rift Shield from top side, and looks like there's a fight going on bot. Inhao taking a massive chunk there of his health bar. Now it feels pretty bad for Pepero because he's played, you know, fairly cleanly this game. 2-0-1, but in the meantime, it is Wako benefiting so much from that Dragon skirmish.
Yeah.
That Shiv.
Oh yeah, very early, 9 minutes. Play goal definitely in favor of PSG at this point. Xiaotu only just barely has a bit more gold than Woody, and WSL is almost behind Woody as well. And that's pretty worrying for your kind of front line here to be so far behind, because that Kai'Sa will just melt them if they're not strong enough.
Yeah. JP though again, doing decent for himself.
He is doing what he can, but it really feels like was set back significantly by that Dragon fight. Really would have preferred he was just able to kind of farm up a Storm here the whole time, because he has looked fairly solid on the Gwen. But just too much fighting early does make it difficult. Duish team still not even level 6 on their Alistar at 10 minutes in. I don't think they want to be taking this fight. WSL, here's spotted
Woody
out.
should be able to find it. Will land that dredge line. It's going to be so much TC coming on through as Waku picks himself up a third.
Just not enough respect for that Bot River. Don't really have any reason to be in there.
Jiaotu goes unstoppable. He is going to get stunned up eventually here by Junjie, but do they have the damage? At least it's going to be close, and Heartbreaker will confirm it. Junjie managing to find himself yet another. He's 3-1-3 on the Viego. Topside, though, it's Ozzy getting down so low. Is going to have to recall here and doesn't have the teleport. In fact, he cancels it. But mid tower going over. This is going to be plates shared both between the Viego as well as the Nico. Does it? Oh, yep, definitely gets the tower here.
That's a pretty huge gold swing to PSG.
11 minutes mid tower.
And mid tower dropping so early. That's going to free up Maple to just run around the map. Really feels kind of the state of the game where Jiaotu, you know, that on that tanky Cassante is just dying to ganks from Nico and the Viego just because they're so accelerated already. Really feels like it just shouldn't be happening. And goal difference obviously continues to mount. I want to see where Maple kind of chooses to put his efforts now. Feels like bot lane is kind of the obvious place, especially with the dragon spawning in just 30 more seconds. JP did just use his TP top, so probably will be avoiding this fight completely, which I think is a good choice, but given how much you've already given over, feels like you really just wish you'd made this choice at the last drag as well.
Yeah. While they were in an okay position, obviously slightly behind in gold at the time, but certainly not as behind as they are now, as well as Varco was, I think, 0-0-1 before that fight, and now look at him. So accelerated, very far up in items, and they are going to be able to secure themselves this Chemtech Drake.
Yep, I don't think Duish team have any chance of contesting this. Maybe they can make a pick. Well, they're going to try.
Looking, but it's onto Woody. Definitely not your preferred target. He should be okay to just tank out this Nature's Grasp as the root comes through here from Maple and follow-up. There's just so much CC. It's WSL going down, and Junjie now. Flash Pot Blossom will find two, but the Featherstorm dodges out of it, at least for Peppero. But look how much CC. These guys are just stuck there forever. It is going to be the all-out, though. It's onto Junjie, and the reset is going to be able to come through as Inhao running for his life on bare minimum amounts of HP. Junjie has to be careful not to give over any more gold. Will stay alive, and while the dragon was stopped, it wasn't for naught as Jiaotu yet again finding himself, unfortunately, with a black and white screen.
It does. And I think you really worry now for the side of Duish team. Feels like they have kind of crossed the point of just being maybe too far behind to come back. And you wonder also about the Cassante pick, right? You knew it was into the Nico, which is it's going to be a tough lane pretty much no matter what you pick, but I think Cassante didn't do you any favors really. I do wonder a little bit about what Duish's team was thinking here, because I think even if you kill Nautilus, you're pretty guaranteed to lose the fight after, and I don't even think he has a bounty, so it does feel kind of a weird fixation on just trying to find some sort of pick, but just digs themselves a bigger hole really. And this was really nice by Maple. Gets out the Xyles and brings in that 3-man root straight after. Which kind of sets him up for the Viego. And I really like when you have a heavy CC mid with Viego, because obviously this brings a lot of damage. And if you as a mid can bring that CC, makes his job a lot of easier. And Peppero...
back to live, yeah, Peppero does look like he was CC'd up, and Killer Instinct coming through to secure that one.
I wonder if that was a minion down the lane.
Oh, it might have been.
Yeah.
It feels like it probably was.
I think so. Probably wouldn't be expected either. But yeah, that's Peppero's first death, and honestly a death that you can't really afford at this point. He was kind of the one remaining carry in this game, and now gone down.
You do say that, but he is up against what was a 4-0-4 Kaiser, up almost 30 CS. I think if the game wasn't already done before, it does feel like it is now. Anything from here on does feel a little bit like delaying the inevitable.
Oh yeah. It was the old 4 range creeps in the wave. It is quite hard to notice, I think. And Peppero, he definitely pays for it. And how going down as well. It kind of just shows the strength of the Nico. I mean, it's a very difficult champ to play against. And even when it doesn't get off these cheeses, it's still very strong, right? It's not like it's a character that is one-dimensional by any means. It can be engage or peel. It has a lot of CC, strong lane. Really isn't enough good things to say about this champ. And I'm surprised it took the PCS so long to prioritize it, but it certainly feels like it's paying dividends now. Teams are getting quite a lot better with it.
Yeah, I want to say the best parts of Nico we've seen have been river fights, where you're not even really looking for cheeses. I mean, if you want to call cloning as your support and flash, you know, flashing in with your Pop Blossom cheese, then I guess you can, but I don't think it is.
Duish team, I don't think...
Yeah, you don't want this, I don't feel like.
No.
Woody is not there for now, but with this...
This is a quick 5 for 0.
Yeah, they are committing very, very hard. Maple's in the area, does not have flash. Should have Proto Belt available, those. Coming in as this Nautilus. They should be pretty privy to the fact this isn't actually a Nautilus. Blast Cone available, though. That could change things. Flash forward does go ahead as WSL and the rest of Duish team will lock up Woody. They find themselves one. Ozzy now popping that dominance nice and early as damage is being found here. Zhao2 getting quite low, stunned up. He's going to be flashed on here by Ozzy, who will secure at least that first kill as now Zhao2, his soul has been claimed by Junjia, becoming that Cassante, and now attention towards this Rift Herald.
They did manage to get one, at least. They got Woody, but he is going to be able to walk back, and Maple, he's got himself this really deep flank. WSL might need to be careful here. Oh, is going to be spotted out. And they should be aware that that is actually the Nico, but another Herald picked up and rapidly approaching a 10,000 gold lead at only 16 minutes in. Does feel pretty unlosable at this point.
Pings onto that bot tower.
Now I wonder, maybe they're just going to try kind of break their way through bot. Could also be to just set up a third dragon. Well, recalls will come in, so not going to pressure just yet. But now, 2.5 items on Wako. Feels like he's already reached the point of just being impossible to deal with, really. Has both the sums and so much damage. Starting to get those chunks out, and there really just isn't the items yet from Duish team to stand up to this. Arja will be forced away from the tower. I think he is fine, though.
Doesn't have ults available, but...
needs to dodge out this next one.
Oh, he does.
Nice.
Okay, should be fine. Jaltu going forward. This seems to happen too often.
Yeah. I think it is pretty hard to play the Cassante from this far behind, but it really does make you wonder, right? You saw the mid pick, and I think there were just a lot better choices than this, and maybe it's not even the champion at this point. I have to see 14 seconds on this next drag. If PSG can make a pick, they might try and push to end with the Herald. Obviously, we'll be happy, though, just picking up the third drag if it comes to that. Oh. Lots of damage on the WSL. Junjia, it's pretty far in.
Yeah, Junjia does have some escapes. He has the ultimate if he needs it, but it's going to be Woody who's paying the price for Junjia. But Maple comes in and finds 3 as Ozzy will arrive too. He's going to stay in the middle of that fight and just tank up everything. Wako flashing forward after that killer instinct will be able to secure himself one as Xiaotu is going to leave that full donut scoreline and pick himself up his first kill. But ultimately, it is an ace there for only the 1 or 2 actually found for Duish team.
Yeah, pretty hard at this point, I think. Just so far behind in gold, and on top of that, was such a huge engage found by Maple. It feels just Nico has so many options in the fight, right? A champ that just found a ton of poke there onto WSL, and while it was Junjia that was engaged upon, I think it was Woody that ended up going down first. A lot invested, though, and set themselves up in kind of the perfect position for that Pop Blossom to come through. And yeah, pretty crazy CC chain, of course, and all the AoE can come through. And while Xiaotu did manage to trade back one, it was never close, realistically. Wako's still full HP at the end of this. Could have kept fighting, but just went back to pushing mid. So now it should be 3 drags to 0 for PSG. Gold lead, definitely above 10,000 at this point.
Junji is having a blast.
Yeah,
fall on that man's face. Pepero, 4-2-2 on the Xayah. So if anyone were to have any opportunity in this game for Duish team, it would have to be him. But even though he has maintained a good score and found pretty much what he can in these team fights, you're still just so far behind, being that you aren't even at 2 items when Wako's almost finishing his 3rd. JP, though...
Yeah, I wonder if he should have kept fighting before the Renekton cooldowns came up, but feels like now there's no real chance to go back in. And again, you wonder if this Gwen had just been able to farm and not be pulled to that first dragon fight, would she now be winning those fights? I don't think it's unrealistic, especially because, you know, RJ has that full Maw.
Yeah. Baron started, no teleport on Arza, is teleport available for JP, who is recalling. It should be known that this is happening, especially now that that blue trinket does come out. Rift Shield popped in River. We've actually seen PSG pick up the second Rift Shield a couple of times and pretty much not use it. Arza now is going to be arriving, but is he a little bit too late? Woody going in, just almost sacrificing his life. In fact, Inhale finding a nice engage. Jiaotu in, but it's a two-man Pop Blossom here at the start of the fight, and Wako getting quite low. Pipero doing as much as he can, but it's Junjie who's picking up himself a reset, as well as Wako getting himself a kill, but now Jiaotu in the pit is going to go down. Junjie finds himself a triple.
Oh, they might play
looking for more. Yeah, it does look like with the teleport coming through from Mabel here, and the Rift Herald on the way. I say they've used a couple of useless Rift Heralds, but this one eventually will find its mark as it does take down this mid lane inhib, and the poke still coming through, and just so much of it. Good timing on the Bramble Smash there to knock Arzi away, but with the flash is going to just be able to secure it. And again, look how much CC's coming through. It is an ace. Pepero has respawned, as well as JP Flash. Headbutt is not going to be found as Pepero trying to do the damage as much as he possibly can. There are low health bars, but Wako is free hitting. Junjie is getting himself a reset. Gwen, perhaps not the strongest champion to get the killer instinct though, will secure the kill, at least onto Pepero as well as Jiaotu. This is a fiesta of kills, 11-0-11 Kaiser. It's PSG in 21.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw the pop-up there at the very end, but Wako was the first player in the PCS to reach 1,000 kills.
Wow. There you go. He's not. I don't even think he's had the most amount of games.
Probably just, not. He does get a lot of kills.
He does.
Man.
He does. I mean, 11 in this game alone. And honestly, it's hard to say. Like, Duish team really just not even putting up a fight in a lot of these games.
I don't think they played to their comp whatsoever. I think that they actually played around that early bot dive pretty well, but it feels like, again, they kind of defeated themselves almost. I really think if they just played out the game a little bit slower, might have had a better chance in their game. I still think the draft was PSG favored, but I think there was a chance to win their game, and it really feels like it started to fall apart with the early dragon fight. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? You've got to think about it. Okay, you've got 2 kills on your Xayah, but she's not really hitting her spikes just yet, and your Gwen is definitely not at the point where she's going to be more useful from Renekton, and you've got to wonder, because if they do want to play like that, right? A team like CFO or maybe DCG probably would take those fights, but they draft very differently. They try and make sure that they do have enough strength to take them, and I think Duish team, it's strange. They need to commit to some sort of identity, because right now they do just look kind of lost.
Yeah, definitely. I want to say JP looked fairly okay. He did have an Oblivion Orb in there, which I have to question, because maybe you just thought the game was over and you're playing for that 1v1, but definitely, I don't think Oblivion Orb such a hot item there on the Gwen at least. But yeah, ultimately PSG, it's hard to pick an MVP. I wanna almost just give it to Wako, because 11-0-11 is very impressive. But then you have Maple with such great ults. You had, I mean, Junjie finding so much early game, and in those team fights was crucial. Just how many transforms he got into those enemy champs and made use of it.
I think I agree. I'm honestly not sure who the MVP will go to. I think you're probably right. We'll just go to Wako because he's 11-0, but yeah, it feels really hard, I think, to choose an MVP. Something I will say is that, you know, despite PSG feeling really far ahead, I think Woody didn't have the best game. Like, I think he was finding good picks, but he was also very, very close, I guess, on a lot of those fights to dying. And maybe you could say that he was just like playing his limits really well, but honestly, I don't think he does look as comfortable on those champs, you know, as the likes of Keres or Kaiwing or something.
I do feel like in some of those team fights, though, it was another member of his team being found, and him just kind of copping the death for them, because, like, especially the one, if you remember, around Raptors, it was Junjie who was too far forward, and all these ults came out, the Nature's Grasp came out, and instead of Junjie going down who had the shutdown, Woody just went in with his depth charge and his, you know, Nautilus abilities, got his CC off and died. And, yeah, I don't know. That's just, everything just has CC on that champ. So did just find a lot of CC and then eventually went down, but it meant that Junjie stayed alive and they were able to win the fight off it. So it is hard to say in this game, I feel. I think a lot of the time he was just dying, so someone else didn't.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, we'll have to see whether or not he prioritizes it as highly up against the other teams. It feels like you kind of can't ignore those sorts of champs, but unfortunately, yeah, another loss there for Duish team, and the standings unchanged as a result of that game. So feels like there really just isn't a whole lot more to say. You know, we've kind of talked Duish team to death at this point, and PSG, I mean, they come out, they play pretty much the same style as ever, right? Nothing really changed, although I bet Wyco feels happy about somehow getting Kai'Sa on red side.
Yeah, that does feel criminal, but taking a look at the replay, this was really almost the game-deciding fight, in all honesty.
Just, again, looking back at it, like, something I didn't even notice is just how weak the Alistar is, right? Like, level 3 Alistar when Maple is level 6, right? There's a pretty big XP gap, and while that Gwen does come down, it doesn't really feel like she's at the point where it's going to do stuff, and the K'Sante, I think, was... I'm not even sure if it was a bad pick, if I'm honest. I feel like there are better picks than the Nico for sure, but I think Zhao must have mis-executed quite a bit because was very far behind, and you definitely see that represented in the damage there. JP did pull ahead of some of the PSG members, but I mean, the mid-jungle of Duish team fell miles behind.
Yeah, I want to say also, I think this might be the highest DPM Viego game we've seen. Even compared to Kongyue, I think damage per minute, I think this is the highest.
Yeah, it could be. It was a relatively short game.
Yeah, exactly. And 13k is what we actually saw Kongyue putting up in most of his Viego wins, but I don't think they were 21-minute games. So, and the last split, Junji looked like the best Viego in the region. So to see him be able to pick it up and look so good does make sense. And I didn't realize that Maple had 30 assists.
That is pretty crazy. A 79% KP and a overall 23 kill participation and 30% damage as well as a Nico. I mean, obviously earlier in the game is a much greater percentage of your team's damage, and kind of made sense here since the game ended relatively early, but did find himself some really good engages, and this was the first strike Nico as well. I believe the first time we've seen it. Probably just decided that K'Sante would be too tanky to deal with. But yeah, some really nice engages, and it's so hard to respect this because the engage range is just so long. And not to mention the CC. I mean, it feels like you're just CC'd forever, right? Even if Nico didn't deal the absurd damage that she does, I honestly think she still might get picked just because of how much she can put out. And here's that fight where you said, would he kind of die for Junji's sins? Does have to hook in. But here, the Kai'Sa that's not a Kai'Sa walks in. Did he get 5 or did Alistar not get... oh, I think he did. I think it was another 5-man pop.
It was 5, but Zhao managed to go unstoppable.
Yeah.
Still counts though, you did find the damage on all 5.
Wow. That champ finds a 5-man hole every game, I think.
Maple on that champ.
Not just Maple though.
It was, who was the other one?
1116 maybe?
Yeah, it was on the same day.
Yeah,
but ultimately we've only seen Maple play it twice and he's found 2.
True.
So, I mean, I think this is really good for PSG too because the first round robin until week 3, we never really saw Maple having much of an impact.
That's true.
Yesterday on the Jace, I mean, that teleport flank he found yesterday was incredible. And again, the last 2 Nico games, which I believe was the game before the Jace game. So the last 3 games in a row, Maple has looked so good. And prior to that, was having a quiet split. So I think coming into the second round robin, as you're nearing these playoffs, having such a famed name as well, finally starting to show up, means good things for PSG.
Definitely. It's certainly the right time to be hitting your stride coming into that second round robin. And it's nice as well that they got beyond out of the way. So it feels like it might be smooth sailing. We might even see a more dominant record from PSG than they had split 1, which would be pretty incredible, honestly. Given that all the teams have leveled up.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if they'll do what they did this split as well, where they had secured first, and so they just put Husha in because, like, to be fair, giving your subs some playtime isn't always so bad. But that is game number 1 in the books. It's PSG picking up the win. Coming up next, we'll have J Team versus West Point, so please stick around.
test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, right there pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare. If I was pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down?
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. Hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and cash. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Shit, spin on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there's no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Time and time again, I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire, don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a But let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning.
Hello everyone, and I hope you're excited because we have game number 2 coming up next, which is going to be J-Team and West Point, which means we get to see Dr. Ivor in the top lane.
We do. The Doctor is in, and I'm excited to see what's got cooked up for us today. So up against West Point, I mean, it's a team that I feel like functions more around the mid jungle. So I'm not sure we'll see as much top lane action, or maybe we'll see more because Driver's just left alone
against Rallier.
Yeah, work on his patience. So to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited. Driver, such an exciting player to watch, honestly. And to be fair, Minji has been as well recently, as Tristana looks like probably the best Tristana in the league at the moment. I mean, no one else really doing the champion justice as Minji does. So an exciting game, I think, and it's an important one really for both teams, because if J-Team win, they're going to maintain second spot, definitely, at the end of the night. And on the other side, if West Point win, they are going to be closer to that 6th place, which they really need to get if they want any hope.
Definitely agree. And I think that coming up against J-Team, obviously it's a pretty tall order because I think J-Team, honestly similar to PSG in terms of their well-roundedness. I'd say maybe the AD carry is the position that's most lacking, at least in terms of recency, right? Like I think Bruce has had some good performances in the past, but it hasn't really found his stride lately, so maybe that's a position that they could attack. But you do feel like whenever you're talking about West Point, it will probably come from that mid-jungle, and maybe they can show us something a little bit different. I would expect to see probably the LeBlanc banned out against them. I think Nuli's looked really good on that compared to most other mid laners, so that could be a place that they look at. Otherwise, I'm not too sure what J-Team would do up against West Point.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about it, it's hard to come up with something, right? Because, yes, maybe J-Team's bot lane has looked weaker, but they've also looked strong at times. Like Bruce's Jinx game, I believe it was against CFO, looked like the strongest member of the team in that particular instance. So definitely when he needs to, he can hit his stride and look really strong. But then you've got, on your screen here, J-Team obviously, you've got Driver will be going up against Rallier, and that just seems like such an insanely one-sided matchup that it feels like, look at him.
He's ready.
He knows what's happening. He usually dances after game, now he's just staring into our soul before the game. and honestly, though, it just feels like that matchup is so insanely one-sided, just based on how these two players have performed recently. In fairness, Rallier been playing some tanks recently and has looked stronger on the tanks, but Driver is the type of player to just completely annihilate a tank if they decide to try pick it.
Definitely. I'm sure Driver has kind of looked at these games of Rallier playing the Scion and will have several picks into it, right? Obviously, he can play the Gwen. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up something a little different as well. I mean, there's plenty of more off-meta champs that could be played in this side, and I wonder if we'll see the Rumble prioritized early for either team here, because obviously Driver very comfortable on the AP tops, and especially with Minji's Tristana.
Yeah, he played it yesterday too.
Yeah, I believe he was the first one, right? First Rumble?
No, Rest played before it, but yeah, he was the second one, and in fairness, he looked a lot better at it than Rest did. So
he was a QWE Rumble though, I remember.
Yeah, he's a very, very strong player in that top side, and no, you know, weirdness when he picks these carry champs. And if Rallier does opt to the likes of Sion, you have to feel like, yes, the Gwen is available. He also has played a lot of Nara in the past, which does well into the Sion. And then even things that aren't really so meta. I mean, I wouldn't be so surprised to see Driver just pick up a Fiora, pick up a Camille, just for that 1v1 and to extend his lead across the map. And then, yes, we have Nuli, who has looked fairly strong for West Point, but he's going up against Minji, who, at least in the summer thus far, has looked very, very strong.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I wonder if West Point, you know, especially for Nuli, if they'll ban away Minji's Tristana, because I think that Minji has a lot of champions that he looks very solid on right now. So it's hard to kind of, you know, are you really targeting the champion? Because it feels like it might just be Minji at this point that's really good. But we're taking a look at the junglers instead of the mid laners here. I mean, the Nocturne is in that champion pool there for Lava. And Lava, first in KDA amongst the junglers, it's pretty impressive given that he's not, you know, on that very top team of PSG. I think Lava has been kind of an unsung hero almost of the J-Team lineup. You know, he's not often the one that picks up the MVPs, but he's pretty much always in the right place at the right time. 665 as well, I think has been doing a pretty good job of playing around mid together with Nuli, right? They do work well together, so could be very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of as you said, Lava goes a little unnoticed for the most part because he does tend to play those champs like the Maokai, the Sejuani. yesterday, though, playing that Nocturne in parallel with Enso's Lulu. And instead of buffing the Aphelios, how we had sort of predicted would happen in the game, it was in fact just Nocturne ulting in, getting wild growth, landing knock-ups, and being so disruptive during those team fights. We do already see West Point in this draft phase taking away both Driver's Rumble as well as Minji's Tristana.
I think that makes a lot of sense. For me, the question mark will be, does LeBlanc get... Oh, LeBlanc's already banned, actually, never mind. Nico is banned away from Nuli as well. Interesting bans, though, from the blue side of J-Team. You know, it's not often that you see those three as your blue side bans. Okay, so Rel's the last one. That means Maokai, Sedge available, obviously. Jace as well. And Jace is the lock-in, a champion that can be flexed for sure for J-Team. And while we've only seen, I believe, Jace mid this split so far, I think it was Driver. Actually, no, he played one Jace game. One Jace top game.
He did.
Yeah. And he also played it last split too, so he's clearly very comfortable in the champ. On the other side, though, West Point, what's the next mid in order? It's probably Azir. They're going to take the Sedge.
Could look for the Sedge Renekton.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to... I think they might just pick top on 3. You know, if the enemy team takes Renekton, they take Jax. And then if they don't, then they can just take the Renekton third and ban the Jax away. That does mean dropping your mid laner, which could be difficult for Nuli, so we'll see what they end up going for. Ashe is the hover right now, though. And if you're picking Ashe early, it feels like it's because you really want to have that kind of dominant lane phase. There is a cost, though, of the Sejuani Ashe, and that's giving over the Jace Maokai, which is a very fierce combo.
Yeah, and you can just take the Renekton, I feel, because either you pick the answer to the Renekton, which is generally the Jax, but then you lose a lot of mid laners. Ooh, this could be very good. Okay, I like this lock-in, because now you're pretty much forcing a Lucian ban. Plus, Milio Ashe is so scary to go up against.
Yeah, I think that was the main reason, is to really split up that Ashe Milio. And as well, like, Milio is pretty good against Ashe and Sedge.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very interesting decision. And as long as they can play a variety of ADCs with it, should be fine. Renekton, it's going to come through, and Driver had to be aware of that. We'll see what he ends up picking up later on in the draft. You have to expect, I think, the Jax and the Lucian maybe to be the bans.
Yeah, you do feel like that is the almost obvious choice. Oh, in fairness, though, I don't even think you have to ban the Jax, because at least, maybe, yes, because nameplates are on, but in general, the Renekton does completely fine into the Jax, at least the early stages. Plus the skirmishing you have between those two champs in the jungle top of Sejuani Renekton is so scary. It will be the Jax ban, however. Not sure you needed to, though.
Yeah, well, they've gone for it. J-Team, what are you going to ban away? I think maybe banning Azir or something could be a good idea. Just, you know, it's one of those stronger mid lane picks that's still available. Obviously isn't... Okay, so they banned the Blitz instead. So want to try and make their bot lane matchup a little bit easier. Now, curious, do they ban another top laner, or will it be the Lucian? Because I think Ashe does function fairly well into the Lucian, but Lucian Milio, clearly a very strong combo. And I'm not sure what other top laner it would be banned away, because I feel like Driver, of all tops, probably has the deepest champion pool. Ooh, they ban away the Quinn.
Okay, so they're aware that Driver not afraid to pick carries. One thing I want to point out, by the way, with how early this Milio's come through, very good against all 3 of the picks from West Point thus far, as well as it really does shut down the Rel, the Nautilus, the Leona, all champs like that, Alistair as well. You are able to completely nullify their engage. And that feels so strong. Lucian still being open. You have to feel like Bruce should be picking it up. He might have something else in store, but...
Ooh, Ashe support.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, it could be Varus mid, actually. Because Varus mid might do well into Jace. Okay, we'll have to see where these end up going, but should be the Lucian, and then your kind of choice of top matchup. And I wonder what they're going to go for. I'm very interested to see...
What if it's just going to be Jace top?
Could be.
And then you could counterpick the Varus.
Yeah, but the problem is, if it is Ashe support, right, you don't really know. I mean, they could take away the Azir, and I think that's fine for their comp, maybe heavy on the magic damage, but Ornn would be interesting. I think it makes it very hard to dive. But I don't think it's the best 1v1 matchup, although
maybe not the best
fine.
1v1 matchup, but Ornn against Ashe and Varus when they're the AD carries does feel very scary.
Okay, so... what is going? This is Malphite mid into Jace.
Does do well,
and it's Varus Ashe bot lane. So, yeah, I think it's a pretty solid pick. I feel like It's not the best against the comp, though.
Does well in the isolated lane, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is very good against Jace, at least early.
I think you're supposed to, in this matchup, take the Arcane Comet, Scorch, and whatnot, but then still build armor. I think that is the best way to go here. Obviously, there is a lot of magic damage coming through, but getting an early armor item online against Minji will feel good. You don't want to be AP. That's one thing that is for sure. You have enough AP damage, even though it's low, between the Malphite as well as the Sejuani, and even Varus, even if he goes AD, if he goes that on hit, will still be offering magic damage. I'm interested to see the Ashe build. Is it going to be the... Actually, what will the Ashe go for support now?
I'm assuming they're just going to build pretty much the same items as
But what
before.
mythic? Because Mandate's no longer a mythic, so...
Yeah, I mean, you can just do a mythicless Ashe build, if anything. I mean, yeah, we'll see what they go. I'm more interested to see the Ashe Keystone, because I feel like the two ones are the Halo Blades or the Comet.
Yeah.
I think these days, I don't know, against a range support, maybe the Comet's more valuable? I'm not too sure. Because you definitely see Halo Blades up against melee champs. But very interesting, and I mean, definitely the first Malphite mid we've seen here in the PCS so far.
I think that's the first Malphite.
It might be.
We did see the graphic, but I can't remember exactly what it said. I'm pretty sure it is. I don't remember a Malphite coming through this split. I know a lot came through in the playoffs last split.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to say though, the value you're getting out of Melio this game could be absolutely insane. A lot comes down to being able to use it correctly at the correct time. And in fairness, every single member of this West Point team does have a lot of CC to try and get through. And so you can kind of make it so the Melio ult's used and then you follow up with more CC. But I think... I honestly think one of the most important, if not the most important champion in this game could just be Melio.
Could be. And something I just remembered is it might be the Echoes of Hellier Ashe build?
Okay, yeah, that would make
with
sense.
Font of Life or whatever it was. Okay, so it's not Font of Life. They do have the Halo Blades and a lot of early game damage there. It is obviously the Comet Scorch coming out for that Malphite.
So yeah, this to me, I don't know, it makes sense just with their picks really, but it should be the Poke Varus coming through. It could, in theory, be the AP, yes, but I think then you're really, really stacked full of magic damage.
Yeah, I would be a little surprised to see Poke Varus here, to be honest.
I just think you can't afford to go more magic damage, because Ornn's just going to become unkillable.
Yeah,
Your only
I
AD
feel like
then
he
becomes...
still needs to be like crit here, though, because how else are you going to kill Ornn? There's really no one else that can deal with him.
I just think without lethal tempo, you can't really go on hit.
Well,
I guess we'll see.
See what he ends up
I
doing.
think the longsword also says it should likely be Poke.
I mean, maybe we'll just go the Shiv build, you know, like we were saying,
Yeah.
you know. I mean, he could go hybrid. We'll see anyway. But heavy trades coming out of bot lane already. Feels like it should favor the side with the double Hail of Blades.
Yeah.
Trades definitely going in their favor. And I will say that I feel like West Point are on a pretty big timer this game. Depending on the Varus builder, I think, as well. It does feel like if it goes to just a straight 5v5, no picks or anything, going to be outmatched a little bit. Oh, big damage on the Prage there. It is Bruce who has the PTA. Guess that third
Which auto.
auto.
is unique. We usually see first strike when you're the Lucian paired up with either the Nami or the Melio, because you just get to offload quite a bit of damage without the PTA. Plus, you're looking for these quick trades so often that you really do stack up that gold really, really quickly. Which is often how you find a lead.
How broken is that ability?
Yeah. You compare that to Callista W.
True. Oh, huge trade in the bot lane.
Okay. That's actually one summoner already down here. It is Prage having to pop that heal, and all things considered, health bars fairly even. Melio obviously does have that heal on a very, very long cooldown, but will be available nonetheless as Minji forced off this wave from 665. 665 Arctic Assault will land onto Minji as well as the passive stacking up. Phase Rush, so Minji will stay alive, but is going to force out an extremely early teleport.
That's actually pretty big because I don't think there's any chance that Minji can really buy Magic Resist. No, he can only buy the tier, and I think that against Sejuani Malphite, if you don't have any MR or Merc Treads or anything at level 6, there's a very good chance you die, and there isn't that much I feel like that can be done about it. But we'll see. 2 points in queue already here for Nuli, so the damage is going to be stacking up.
I almost feel like this game, kind of akin to Azer last game, you could just rush a Hex Drinker.
Yeah, I'd be down for either Hex Drinker Rush or Mercs. I'm a little surprised that he went Phase Rush. I mean, it does make sense, I think, against the melees, but I also think that you can just sort of play for scaling against Malphite and not really interact a whole lot in the lane, but I guess he just is worried about falling behind. Lava, though, oh, it is yoinked.
Yeah, nice work from 665. Managing to play around vision, as well as the pressure he already exerted mid to find himself that red buff. As bot lane, big trade coming up. Prage is going to be going down for first blood. It's going to be Enso picking that one up as Char now running for his life. Is going to be able to escape, but I think that is the worst possible outcome here for West Point.
Yeah, that is very, very bad. You cannot afford to be dying as a Varus Ashe lane. You're just too strong. We do get confirmation. It looks like it will be the Shiv build, most likely, from the Varus, but yeah, I mean, starting with a death there is really, really bad. And then they're the ones on a timer, remember. I don't think it's like the hardest timer in the world, but 665.
Oh, okay, 665.
This wave, it's pretty big.
It's massive. Char will be popping that barrier early to just ensure he doesn't die. And with 665 being seen here, it's just looking like J-Team want to try and trade out a kill. Prage actually does get very, very low, but ultimately will pick up that kill for himself as Nuli. Nuli is going to pick up the kill there. Minji so close, but just not quite, and it's West Point picking up an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Another absolute tragedy occurs, but that's really good for Nuli, who still has his TP. And Relia, I mean, Nuli can TP up here if he needs to. Yeah, looks like it will be.
Horn, Call of the Forge God will find that knockup, but importantly, they are able to just disengage, and it does mean that Malphite not able to teleport back to that lane as it slowly pushes back towards Minji.
Nuli grabs himself the Barmies, so it's going to have a lot of damage in those long skirmishes.
Oh, Driver. Why did you get the Bramble?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going to be that impactful. And Prage has already lost his heal, and just look how much damage comes out. You know, so much extra just added from the Milio there. Now, the wave was in a good spot. We'll take a look at this again. And Minji, he was so close. He didn't get the E auto. I'm not sure if the E came in first from Malphite or not. But normally you can E auto on Jason. Minji goes down again. Did not have the flash.
A second death here in that mid lane for Minji.
Yeah, it looks like the Malphite ult just kind of sealed the deal there. Nothing else was used, I don't believe. But that's really good for the bot side. And they can just start at this drag. I'd be pretty surprised. Actually, I mean, J-Team do have bot pro, but I think with Minji off the map, they're probably going to have to give it over. And this is definitely an important pickup. You want to be getting these dragons early, especially with the comp you have. I do kind of like the Varus build here. Although I am worried, about them having too much magic damage. I think it's kind of the only choice they have, almost, to deal with these tanks.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, it is going to be, at least for now, just armor on this Ornn.
Yeah.
Oh, I do have to question Driver's build as we take a look at this replay. I imagine it's just the Malphite walking forward, pressing R.
Yeah, it feels like there really isn't much that can be done for Minji there.
Yeah.
Kind of just a punishment for previous mistakes. And lots of orders on bot side, but definitely traded back.
Constant trades are coming out, and Bruce just finding himself the easiest kill of his life as Ardent Blaze plus the movement speed should mean he's getting another one, but one missed auto. And the flash answer from Enso was so clutch. Nerves of steel holding that heal there, but again, it's just West Point trying to overextend on these trades and Bruce punishing them. 2 kills.
It does feel rough, though. I mean, I think that kind of speaks to the strength of Lucian Milio. I mean, Varus Ashe is one of the strongest bot lanes that you can play, right? You kind of do need to play in the way that Char and Prage are doing so, but they just can't win the trades hard enough. And I mean, I feel like bot lane has been pretty much already outscaled.
Kraken Slayer Lucian already.
Yeah, that is, wow, at only 8 minutes. I was saying maybe Bruce could be a weak point for J-Team, but their bot lane as a whole is just smurfing this game.
Honestly, looking like the strongest members of the team. I mean, given we have an Ornn, but they have just found themselves 3 isolated kills down in that bot lane, whilst it has to be said, 665 has spent a lot of time down there. And
Yeah.
still, it's J-Team that are in favor.
Is this going to be a swap? Okay, it looks like they're just going to play for the Herald. I'm actually not sure this is worth it. I feel like you might end up losing too much on your bot tower because there's no way your AD carry can stand there. And where will this Herald actually end up being used? Because right now, all towers are at 5 plates for J-Team. So I'm a bit surprised that they've committed so much for this Herald. And I think J-Team
They can't go to this tower.
Yeah, no, they definitely can't. I think this is definitely favorable for J-Team.
Bruce should clear the mini wave. There we go.
I would not come here, fellas.
Okay, that is the Herald going down. Is Lalva gonna look? You feel like he probably should. Now, notably, Chain of Corruption available, but so is the Breath of Life from Melio. It looks like they are going to be content, though, with just taking that blue. Now, I do think that was a good timing to look for a dive.
Yeah, there were no TPs up. Maybe just really wanted to prioritize the blue buff, but feels like the dive might have been better. I think there could have been some flashes burned at least. But I'm sure Bruce and Enzo will be able to burn some flashes themselves. Cleanse does come out.
Used.
That is kind of big, though. That's just hit 6.
Still didn't maintain that cooldown of the Melio ult, though, so should be okay. As it's 665 up here, should be looking to just place this Herald. Will stop Driver from crafting any items.
Back to work.
Teleport comes through as well as a couple of items there.
It's just going to ult to clear this wave and get a lot of damage. Actually could go for more.
Relia.
He's taking very low. Driver's out of mana, though. On the
Okay,
other
here
side,
we go. It is dive time. Minion wave hitting perfectly. The Ash ult does not connect, and without anyone taking tower shots, it is just going to be Lalva finding the first kill, prays to the next target, is going to turn one around for himself, but it is 2 men going down. Nuli now looking, does have Unstoppable Force available as well as the Flash.
There is Flash for Bruce, though.
Yeah,
he has to be quick.
Bruce has to have reaction times here.
Maybe he can execute.
He is trying to get away. Oh, Bruce! Bruce Flash! Oh my god! Okay, but he is going to go down the cheese wheel. But Bruce...
What a genius.
That was actually crazy. If Bruce had gotten away there, that was play of the year.
I think even though Nuli gets the kill, I swear Bruce comes out of that ahead. Just in terms of the mental, you know?
Yeah. Nuli was so confident, flashes over that wall, and there's just no Lucian anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Bruce was kind of hoping for was that Nuli would just go for the blind ult.
Yeah.
And
damn.
Yeah.
That was so close. I wonder if... I mean, there's no real need to go over it, but I wonder if Bruce had just stayed there, if Nuli would have ulted in the top, you know, near towards Gromp, because there's no vision.
Yeah.
So he had no way to know.
It's hard to say.
But I mean, insane. Yeah, I'm so excited to see this. This was so well played.
Yeah, I think...
Playing vision perfectly. Flash over.
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
That was so nice.
Even the reaction time on that. He saw Malphite for like less than a second easily.
Yeah. I mean, he was very clearly, you know, finger on the button
yeah,
there.
But still, like, the reaction time needed to press it is still pretty impressive.
Well, Gore Drinker now completed for Relia. I think he did actually get the Bramble heal reduced there. Okay, now.
More attention towards this bot side. Lalva in the area does have Nature's Grasp. Back up. Glacial Prison comes through. But Lalva manages to proc that Aftershock and doesn't really take any damage to speak of as Minji now teleporting in, realizing that Nuli is, yes, in this bot side.
There is no ult for Nuli just yet, but it's very soon.
And it should be their dragon.
Yeah, I think so. I think this Malphite is strong enough, and I would like West Point to continue just stacking these up. I think they're very strong at this point in the game. And I think while they are on a timer, it's not like a hard timer, especially with the Jace kind of set so far behind.
Yeah.
Because it feels like Jace really comes into its own at 3 items, and that's a long way away. You know, that's definitely enough time for West Point to win this game. Well, second drag goes down, and good time as well.
Now what soul are we going to have? It's the Infernal Soul.
Ooh, I think that's pretty nice to have.
Oh, Relia is going to pop that Dominus and look here onto Driver, but Driver doing his best to run away. Relia cancelling a couple of auto attacks. See how impactful that is as Call of the Forge God comes through. Is he going to look for the solo kill? He is! On has just solo killed the Renekton. It's Driver. Even in a losing matchup, he finds a way.
And not what you want to see there out of the Renekton. It was close, but Driver coming out on top. And with that, he can get a lot more gold on top, I think, unless 665 goes up to it. Minji definitely cannot get anything done versus Malphite, just so tanky.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but Driver's already backing off, so he's okay.
Does go wide. Driver would never be caught by that.
Misses out on the plate gold there, but will be eventually going down. It does cost 665, both his flash and his ult, so a lot of pressure lost now for the Sejuani, and honestly, I think that's a fine death there for Driver.
Yeah, I think so as well. Still doesn't really get anything off it, but I mean, right now, the Sedge and the Malphite are really, really strong. And it feels like Bruce is the only one that can deal with them. And he doesn't really have great items for doing so.
Yeah, not yet.
So I would say that, you know, gold is even. J-Team probably do win the very long game. But right now, West Point should undoubtedly win fights.
Yeah, I think you need Bruce to be at 3 items.
Yeah, I think so as well. You really need to play this game slow as J-Team. Get to 3 items on both your carries. And then stuff is looking good. But honestly, I am quite liking West Point's position. I mean, they have 2 drags.
Just realized something. Now, you do get quite a bit of magic damage from the Lucian Milio.
Yeah.
But that is really their only magic damage because it is going to be the tank Maokai coming out this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think they get mixed damage from, you know, like you said, Lucian Milio, the Maokai, and the Ornn. I think it's fine. Interestingly, on the other side, though, a Dirk picked up for Ashe. I'm assuming that's going to be Umbral Glaive. Which obviously gives a bit of CDR and lots of control as well, which is exactly what they need right now because it's really hard to face check into a comp that has Malphite, you know, Sejuani, Varus, Ashe. It's just so hard to face check them. And I really feel like, you know, I don't want to say it's unlosable or anything, but I think West Point's position is so good.
Yeah, gold is even.
Yeah.
But at least for the time being, they certainly are ahead just on how the champions interact. Now, 2 minutes. Is there going to be enough here for J-Team to get strong enough to fight? We do see 2 items coming through for Bruce, which is a massive spike. Obviously, that Navori means not only can you output way more damage, but also you are so much more mobile on the Lucian.
I think a lot of it is just going to kind of come down to execution at this next drag, mainly whether or not Bruce can survive, because there is a lot of threat. And while he does have a Milio, he does have a cleanse, there's still just a lot of threat there, right? Like, it's pretty hard to play up against these sorts of champs. Look at that gold graph.
Yeah.
Up and
all
down.
over the place.
Okay, Herald is dropped mid. J-Team, they might bring members down to defend it. Currently, both their side laners are showing, though.
No, Nature's Grass coming through, and those are very vulnerable AD carries as Pragefax does get hit by this Nature's Grass, but a 665, Call of the Forge God will land and take out that Sejuani as Driver, forcing out Prage's flash after landing a nice little bit of a wall there. It is the jungler going down, but again, there is no dragon for another minute, so we'll be up by then, and you almost feel like they're still strong enough to win.
Yeah, I think they did lose some pretty crucial summoners there, though. No flash on Varus and Ashe, which, you know, they're very vulnerable to both the Ornn and the Maokai. And I think that shutdown was picked up by Driver.
Oh, Minji.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Minji has just
He's a goner.
sacrificed himself.
The flash
I think the flash was, that was a waste. He's trying to run away. Phase rush.
Doesn't matter.
Gets the knockback. The cheese wheel will just confirm it. Doesn't even need it.
That champ is not fair. But, I mean, to be fair, Minji did kind of dash forward. Oh, speaking of dashing forward.
Bruce. He's going to get stunned up. Does have a nice cleanse there as well as the Breath of Lies, and it's going to be 665 actually. All attention towards him as Bruce will get healed by Enso. Manages to get himself out.
That's another big sum burn, though. No cleanse on Bruce ahead of this dragon in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And I think that this might be an unfightable third drag for J-Team. Minji, I want to say having an uncharacteristically bad performance, but I think it's partially just maybe not the correct response up against the Malphite. Like, I feel like the phase rush honestly isn't that useful, and I also think that most Jaces into the Malphite start Corrupting Pot and rush either Mercs or Hex Drinker. At least I'm fairly sure that's what they did in top lane. So now, you know, without that correct response, they're going to try fight this third drag.
Now, I want to see the Ornhorn.
Yeah.
I think that could really seal the deal on this fight.
Oh,
Unstoppable
Nully,
force. No one's realizing where he is. He's finding 2. Is it enough though? Bruce, untouched, is trying to find the damage. He's finding a lot of it in fairness. And 3-man knockup coming through from the Call of the Forge God. That Nature's Grasp will land. Driver picks himself up another one. It's 2 there for Bruce. You found an engage for Nuli, but it wasn't on the Lucian, so it was all for naught.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, Nuli, he saw the angle onto 4 people, so he really wanted to go for it. But really, you have to catch Lucian in there.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, Driver's not going to look, so... He didn't even hit 4 as well. I want to say maybe he misplaced it, plus wasn't looking for Bruce.
Yeah, let's get a replay on it, because I think Minji is pretty useless, honestly. Okay, so he found 2. Minji's the only one that feels relevant. You know, Enzo didn't even go down, and Minji's not even that relevant to begin with. So I think this should have been a really easy fight for West Point, but unfortunately is misexecuted. And now it feels like it might be J-Team that's starting to pull ahead. Obviously, this Jace is still pretty lackluster. If somehow they could find Bruce, I think West Point could win a fight. They do have a lot of damage now on the Varus, but that's definitely a lot of momentum lost. Now a first drag picked up by J-Team, which buys them a lot of time.
I want to say you probably just want to kill the Melio there and not the Jace.
Yeah, probably
the
is better.
Duskblade tier Jace isn't going to be offering all that much damage.
No, not to the people he can hit anyway.
Yeah.
You know, if he could get to that backline would be good, but it should be so difficult. And you've got to start to wonder, I think, about this Ashe. I think Ashe from this point on, aside from ult, is completely useless. I mean, I guess can control vision, but really offers a lot less than the Milio already.
Certainly. Now, Baron on the cards. It is now alive. There's a lot of damage that can come through really from both teams, just in the AP Varus, as well as Sejuani. And then obviously Bruce, as his 2 items, 5-2-3 on the Lucian has looked so clean. Even one of his deaths was probably the cleanest play of the game.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Well, now, times of old, that Enchanted Crystal Arrow landing and not finding anything didn't really matter, but with the nerfs that have come through for Ashe, does mean a lot more as Lalva will be spotted out. It's going to be actually the Melio ult.
Yeah, I think that was used on that chain of corruption there. Quite
I think that's probably good because Maokai probably just gets one shot by it, but it's all for naught as Lalva's going to get caught out again. Does pop that ult, and Nuli does ult, but it's onto the Sedge or the Maokai. And just look at the damage output from Bruce and Driver. Nuli, you're so far ahead, but you're ulting the Maokai.
Yeah, I think that was really, really troll, honestly. I mean, they really want to pick the Maokai, but honestly, I don't think it matters, because if you do have to invest your Malphite ult into killing Maokai, you can't do the Baron, because they'll just walk up and you don't have any threat anymore. So I really feel like if Nuli had just saved ulti for Lucian every fight, no matter what, they could be in a good spot. But now J-Team, I think they're so far ahead. They grab a Baron off that, and we'll see this.
He uses Nature's Grasp. There's no need to ult him.
Yeah, I think you can just back away and you're completely fine. But, in front of the Lucian as well. You know, and now it's, what are you going to do? It's a nice flank from Driver, who just comes in and cleans house pretty much. But so much damage put out by Bruce. I think it was 5k or something ridiculous. But, oh man, you've really...
Driver's happy with himself.
He is. You've really got to wonder. Because Nui had such a good early game. But
oh my... Look at that Renekton. Now that's some value.
Melio did no damage.
Yeah, but that's a deceptive stat because the amount of damage that Bruce did was so amplified because of Melio. And it just doesn't count for the Melio.
Sieging onto top now. And I think now Minji is starting to deal some damage.
Especially against this Ashe. If you land an accelerated shock blast on the Ashe, two of them, she probably has to just recall.
Yeah, feels like that probably should be the target for Minji.
Oh, Lalva going forward. It's turn of events.
And Malphite not used defensively.
Yeah.
Might not even be enough.
Carlin! Oh, Char not blocking enough. In fact, it's going to be the snipe. Minji will find Char in the back line as Driver taking up this tower. He can tank it for 3 years. Uses the Call of the Forge Dog. Knocks up Rallia like 4 times. Bruce in the front lines, and he feels pretty safe. Rage having to flash away. Flash away for Bruce, will follow up and secure the kill. It's a double kill for Minji. It's a kill for Bruce, and it should be the game for J-Team.
Looks like it will be in only 23 minutes, a game that was honestly in West Point's favor up until about 3 or 4 minutes ago. And then suddenly, just like that, J-Team, they find the picks they need and very quickly pick it up after that. And I feel like we see this a lot from those lower tier teams, just making huge errors. Honestly, feels like they're more beating themselves than anything. And I don't know. I think still, it was clear West Point were outclassed, right? Rel here solo killed in top lane. Bot lane also got solo killed many times. It was really just Newly and 665 who were kind of keeping it in for them. And that's not surprising whatsoever. That is the Ornn dance.
It is.
Yeah. Not sure what.
What's he even doing there?
I don't know.
Oh, I love this guy, man. He's my go.
Was that Sejuani? I didn't quite...
Could have been.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
anyway.
Doesn't really matter. He won his lane.
He did.
In a losing lane. But I think to your point, and from my eyes and from what I saw, the two glaring problems that game was bot lane, who received so much jungle attention and
still lost.
Yeah. Quite hard, by the way. And then teamfight execution was pretty appalling. I mean, it did feel like Bruce was the only one who was going to be able to output the damage needed. You have a Malphite that's 3-0-3, and he's ulting the Jace.
Yeah, I feel like it should be pretty hard for Bruce, because the way I kind of see the fights going is, you know, if he ever wants to E forward, he's getting Malphite ulted pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
So he has to save his E. Or if he does commit it, maybe he can bait out the Malphite ult and then flash it. But there's still a fair amount of other CC, right? There's, you know, the Varus ult, the Ashe ult to think about, the Sejuani as well.
Renekton.
So, yeah, it's not super easy to just save your flash for that one ability. But honestly, it doesn't feel... I think Bruce did a really good job of just not being on the screen for most of those engages and then just comes in and kind of cleans up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to say, actually, going forward, I have seen some high-tier players that do in solo queue and whatnot pick the Malphite into the Jace because the lane is actually pretty unplayable.
Yeah.
Like maybe before Malphite gets items, you can somewhat trade evenly, although Malphite obviously will just cheese roll you and walk away. But it is so unplayable. You never ever have the damage to kill him until like 3 items, 4 items. And that means so much. But Malphite, a fantastic champion in team fights.
Yeah.
He usually struggles in the lane. You ban Sylas. If they pick Jace, you pick Malphite. And your team comp is so strong for team fighting there. But it really just felt like such terrible mis-execution that really forced West Point to lose here.
Yeah. And it sucks because I think they had a comp that, at least from their top side, was pretty simple to execute, right? It really shouldn't be that hard. I do think Varus and Ashe requires a bit more execution to it, and unfortunately that execution wasn't found either. I'd be curious to see the Varus damage in the post-game because that's a champ that normally does quite a lot of damage, even when it's not the poke build, right? Just because if you do hit the Chain of Corruption onto a tank, you shred it in pretty much no time at all. But I'm not really sure if he actually found damage this game or not.
I would be surprised if he did. It felt like this whole game, he tried to walk up and an Ornn ult came through. I mean, also I want to say the Ornn pick, fantastic here. They saw the 2 carries early, picked Ornn. But yeah, it felt like you couldn't. Like the only person you could hit was going to be either the Maokai or the Ornn. And even then it's like unreliable because you have to be so well positioned to not get stunned up by the Maokai or hit by that knock up of the Call of the Forge God. And that feels a bit unreasonable.
Yeah. I think one thing as well, just looking at those second phase bans there, I think if you are anticipating, you know, a Quinn to come through, but you're happy to play, you know, Malphite into the Jace, maybe you just leave the Quinn up and ban something instead like the Lucian or the Ornn, right? Because I think that Lucian Milio obviously is much stronger in lane than pretty much Milio and anything else. And then
maybe
also,
Ashe, but you already had the Ashe.
Exactly. So it's... I don't know. I feel like that ban might have been a bit too much respect. I mean, we're pretty worried, I guess, about Rallia's Renekton being, you know, forced too far behind, but it happened anyway.
Yeah. That solo kill was so weird. I mean, I get it. You can cancel some auto attacks sometimes, but there was an instance during that sort of 1v1 where I think he actually cancelled like 3 or 4 straight auto attacks in a row. And I think at least 2 of those hit, he probably gets the solo kill himself, but it was ultimately, he misplayed it and Driver capitalized. And that's things you can't do against Driver because he is looking like the strongest individual top laner so far in the PCS.
I think I'd have to agree. And I believe this was one of those bot fights that went horribly wrong. I mean, just so much damage can come out of Lucian Milieu in pretty much no time at all. I mean, just look at the health bars just completely disappearing. And while I think there was one kill maybe traded back off this.
No, this was...
yeah. Yeah, it was nothing at all. And that was disastrous. I mean, the fact that West Point were in good kind of spots in that game, despite that happening, was pretty insane. And look at Ornn damage. I mean, that is like very, very high. Jace damage, you know, very, very low, of course, was set miles behind. But yeah, I mean, the Ornn was definitely putting in the work. And Bruce, of course, I think, could be your MVP. I think you have to give it to Driver or Bruce, really.
It is definitely going to be one of those two. I almost... Bruce has... I want to give it to Bruce just because of that one bot play.
Yeah.
But also, those team fights, like, yes, Bruce was doing the damage, but the amount of interrupt coming from Driver was also something that has to be talked about, because you really weren't able to play the game if you were Prage in that instance, because you were just constantly having to dodge out of Ornn. And it is Driver who picks it up. He did get a solo kill, was 5-1-7, almost 70% kill participation as a top laner, and 30% damage as the Ornn.
Yeah, and I think also when you are kind of talking about Bruce's performance, you have to factor in Enso into that as well.
Yeah.
Right, it's really just like two people's performance, but all this was done just by Driver, 30% of his team's damage as an Ornn. And if he did 30%, I'd really like to see how high Bruce's was, because he had 25k damage.
It was like 6k higher than Ornn, roughly.
Yeah.
Well,
this is that fight that really kind of, you know, lost West Point the game, honestly. Because if they win this and get the drag, they're in a great spot. But
just look at that.
Bruce is full HP, completely untouched, dashing forwards the entire fight. And you have to feel, if that's happening, something has just gone horribly wrong. And, hey, it certainly did.
Yeah, absolutely. And are we not going to get the solo kill? Surely you see the solo kill. Oh, no, we're not. Okay, this was the last fight.
One.
But he finds, like, look at how hard this is if you are the AD carry to play.
Yeah.
Just every team fight. If you don't have flash, you're getting hit by an Ornn ult, and look, more CC, you still haven't been able to auto attack.
Nope.
Yeah, well played. I mean, even the angle there, the angle to be able to find, going completely behind the whole team and knock up 3 into a 2-man knock up on both the AD carries. Well played by Driver. Well played by all of J-Team. They had a very hard early game to navigate it, and navigated it extremely well. In fact, the lane you expected to get hard stomped won.
Yeah.
And then credit to Nuli, did well in his individual lane.
Yeah, he got a solo kill.
And I think Rallia did okay up until he failed that 1v1 and dying there. That was also a turning point, because then you've just given Ornn so much more of an advantage than he should have.
Yeah. I am at least glad to see one of those more unique picks come out and actually perform, because we have seen, you know, stuff like the Samira not really find its mark, the Xin Zhao mid, of course. But the Malphite did look good, but that's it for us in game number 2. Coming out after this break is DCG taking on Impunity.
I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything I desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you.
F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Welcome back, everyone, here for game number 3 of the PCS Summer, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. And now we have DCG versus Impunity. And Impunity coming off a win in their most recent game, DCG coming off a loss. I think a 3-loss streak even for that team. And so, an important game, of course. Again, I think Impunity feel a bit too far away to now be able to get into the playoffs. In theory, yes, they can, but it's not really in their hands, of course. But on the other side, DCG, they definitely want to get wins, because while you will get playoffs if you're 5th, 6th, you don't want to be in that lower bracket to start off with. And if you're going to want to try and get into that top 4, you have to just start winning pretty much every game. And they're going up against a weaker opponent. It has to happen here.
Yeah, I think DCG do come in the heavy favorite. You know, you mentioned that Impunity probably too far away. I think also they just haven't looked that convincing, right? It's not like this is a team that's really struggled to pick up wins but has looked kind of good in the losses. They've had some pretty shocking losses. DCG, though, I would say is a team that actually generally looks like they're winning most of the time, but then kind of fumbles the bag at that last hurdle. So it's tough. I think DCG probably won't have those same issues up against Impunity. I think Impunity really struggle in the early game, and DCG obviously very strong at that phase of the game. It really just comes about putting on those final touches. Maybe we'll see something out of Smurf. Or not Smurf, Shera, excuse me. No, Shera in the mid lane has had the best performances for Impunity, but coming up against Mission, feels like he's really going to be pushed to the limit.
Yeah, I don't think you get to get away with laning imperfectly if you're going up against Mission. This guy really good at punishing everything, and I mean, he just builds stuff to win his lane.
Sure.
Like no matter what, if he's on a control mage at the moment, it looks like he will just religiously go for Lost Chapter into the immediate Shadow Flame, put on as much early game pressure as possible, be there for any objectives, any skirmishes. Oh, LJW's camera, far darker than everyone else's. That plays in the dark.
Green, you might even say.
Yeah, it is. Now, this is the team on our screen, obviously Failure, again, coming in instead of Smurf for this one. They did pick up a win with him, of course, but it was against Duish team. So while it was a win, probably not the hardest win to acquire. I think a big performance is going to have to come out as we have a look here. Champions played. Second in the league is Shera, only 1 behind that of Xiaotu. But really, it is just Mission dominating these stats.
I think what's interesting there as well is that Mission is 1st in DPM out of mids, but only 5th in terms of damage percentage. So there just must be a lot of other damage coming in from his teammates. And I mean, the big one really to look at is that gold difference at 14. It's a massive difference between these two players. And Shera, in his games that he's won, it's been, you know, coming back from that deficit. But Mission, he's always the one with the lead, and I'm sure he's going to make sure to push it home this game as we do enter the draft phase. LeBlanc, Sejuani probably will be the Maokai coming out as a 3rd ban. Impunity, they've banned the Kaiser Ivern already. And if the Maokai does get banned, both trees will be gone from the Rift.
Yeah, that is true.
I feel like that was important to mention.
You feel like the Maokai probably comes through.
Oh, okay. So they ban away the Nico. I guess they don't want to pick it, which means Maokai, Jace, Tristana. Okay, Tristana now taken away. It comes down to, do you prefer the Jace or the Maokai? I think it's better to go the Jace. But honestly, it feels like personal preference. I think both are very, very strong.
Might even just take away that jungler, realize you do get the trade, but at least for now, it is the Jace hover. It is fairly likely to be locked in. I am surprised, kind of, being that Hana is their jungler, and he pretty much only playing those tank junglers that you haven't prioritized Maokai higher.
Yeah.
Because you know you are just going to get one of the Jace or the Tristana.
I mean, I was just about to say, they might get the Maokai anyway because there is no other AD mid really left available to pair with it. So instead, Impunity, they go for Viral, but I think if you're DCG and you take Maokai Xayah, it feels like you're in just such a good spot. I'm really surprised that they picked Viral and not Xayah.
Oh no. Alright, it's just a hover. It shouldn't be locked in. That's more likely. Now, no one of you got to see it, but live here at the studio, as soon as that Xayah was locked in, there was a bit of a celebration coming from Shock here.
Look,
he was very happy with that.
Look, it was such an obvious pick, and I think Impunity have kind of messed up. I think they've really drafted themselves into a corner here. They've kind of picked, you know, the Ahri Vi is a comp built for killing one single target. And while they can target the Jace is oftentimes just off the screen, right? So your only target left is the Xayah, and that's the hardest AD carry to deal with. They ban away... Ooh, okay, so Samira was banned by DCG. That has been paired with the Rel a few times now, not in the PCS, but we've seen it internationally. Maybe we saw it once in the PCS.
We did. Hal Pigs. Didn't look too good.
Ooh. I mean, I like the Jinx. I think that Jinx is almost guaranteed a reset.
Can get Thresh, can go Lulu. Seems like the logical ones. Can actually go Melio as well with the Jinx. It isn't as strong as the likes of Melio Ashe, Melio Lucian, but you do get long-range, fast auto attacks on the Jinx, so not the worst. Renekton in the hover. It is going to be blind. It does seem like the natural blind pick here. Rumble is open, though, if LJW wants to opt for that.
Will they take away this Melio? I would maybe worry that Melio might just become the target instead. Because Melio obviously is actually pretty valuable and can be killed very easily. Again, if he can position well enough, make sure he's not the one initially engaged on.
Yeah, I don't like the Melio here.
Yeah, I don't think I'm the biggest fan. I think it's okay, but I think there could have been better picks.
Your ult is getting pretty much zero value. The only thing at the moment that you can ult is a charm or flame chompers.
Yeah. And as we saw, I mean, we were talking about the Thresh, but it was that Rel obviously picked up earlier, so it has to be the top laner as the last pick. Unless we're seeing Vi support. No, does not look like we will.
We're going to see Ornn versus Renekton again.
Yeah, it will be interesting, I think, to see how this matchup plays out this time. So obviously there's a very different couple of players here. So overall, I think that I favor DCG, although a lot of it could come down to Cascada's performance, because I think if Cascada does fall behind, it is, you know, pretty easy with the amount of threat Impunity have to just kill whoever happens to be fed, right? It really needs to be DCG getting ahead in their lanes, spreading that lead out to make sure there isn't just a single target that can be kind of killed and reset upon. I will say that Impunity, they've drafted a comp that is relatively easy to execute. I just wish it hadn't been into the Xayah.
Yeah, I think one thing to consider is if you do pop that Vi ult onto the Xayah and she does use Featherstorm, you still have really, really good follow-up with that Rel and with the Ornn ult. So there is ways to play around the Featherstorm this game just because you have so many different ways to get to that Xayah with your engage.
Yep. Now, I want to see if we'll see anything in the level 1, because I think that this is another game that could maybe be split mapped. You know, you've got an Ornn Renekton top lane, which feels like a matchup that is unlikely to really be influenced by either side. But I don't think it's super easy to actually split the map, and maybe DCG, you know, super confident in their laning abilities, of course, might just prefer to keep the standard lanes and try not to trade a side away. Have to pay attention to if anything comes out at that level 1. We might just see 5 people walking onto the bot side and just securing that ward with that double range bot lane.
Yeah, and I think for Impunity here, one thing that could be important and could help them find a win is that while Mission has been extremely dominating in their wins in the mid lane, he has also had times where he's just constantly found out of position and dies really quickly. And when you're against the Vi Ahri at level 6, you certainly can go down very, very quickly if you have not got Flash in particular. But by the way, I want to point out, it's going to be a press the attack Vi.
Oh, okay. Don't see that very often, but I guess he really is just going for burst, I suppose. Really wants to make sure that they get their reset, that first one for Blaze, and have him clean up the fight.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like we're going to see anything level 1, although maybe they want to drop a Raptor ward. Are they going to go for it? Yeah, maybe they want to invade and take away the Raptors.
Yeah, I think at this stage they are, because there's not enough time to go back to your own base. Will be found out here on this ward, but Arashi...
Yeah, I don't think this can be defended.
No, he turned around for a brief moment there.
Yeah, he pings for assistance, but I just don't think Ahri can offer anything.
Is he going to be able to get the smite, though?
Ooh,
Doesn't.
Hana
Okay,
got it.
that can be problematic. Hana, I mean, neither jungler hitting 2 because some of those small Raptors were
That is
gobbled
pretty
up.
important.
Ooh, and Mission losing out on the
Yeah.
mid lane, so this is very costly for your mid laner, as trades still continue to happen up here between the two junglers. Hana's on a ward, he doesn't realize it.
And I think Shera should be able to get 2 and then move to this. He's been in mid lane a lot longer than Mission. I'm surprised he isn't 2 already. It really feels like with all that time, you should have been able to be here. And somehow, Arashi's the one that gets moved away, even though they should have had that mid-pro. So kind of, I'm not sure what Shera was doing at level 1. Feels like he wasn't pushing, but he also wasn't moving. And that does cost Arashi. Hana, he's going to be able to take away that red. I want to see where he passes after that. Is he going to cross to his red to make sure to protect it? Or will we end up being in a split map situation? Arashi looks like he's going to start this blue. Hana could even cross to Arashi's... doesn't have the bot pro for it. Probably won't go for it. But he is going to cross mid and defend his own red. So it should be eventually a 3 buff for Hana, which is a big win, of course. And I think Vi, you know, it is one of the junglers that when it falls behind, not quite as useless as Viego from behind, you know, still can offer CC, but you eventually do just get blown up instantly.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially with the PTA as well.
Enemy, though, looking good up in this top lane. Massive wave, and if LJW is able to get the majority of it, should be somewhat even. Although it isn't the easiest job to last hit under tower is on, especially this early on in the game.
And bot CS is actually in Impunity's favor. Bot has been pretty much pure 2v2, but I guess just a lot of respect paid towards the Rel. Obviously, if that Rel does manage to get some sort of trade-off, it's going to be pretty hard to deal with her. I think both sides pretty happy farming, though, and will be spotted out on a ward there, Arashi. Mission taking a bit of a beating in mid lane. I think a lot of this is just because of the level 1. You also see some Jaces internationally starting the D shield into Ahri, just because she's a bit
Hana's
stronger.
getting another camp.
Oh, wow. Oh, Mission, though. He is going to spot Arashi crossing, of course. I think Hana might be able to just get this and reset. What a heist. He's getting a lot of camps.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arashi's going to find that Scuttle Crab missing. Also going to find his Raptors missing. And I think he's going to be very, very confused by what Hana's path was.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, Arashi doesn't have Vault Breaker because he used it to get over that wall. Hana, though, opting to not continue, although now...
I think he could keep going.
I think so. Vault Breaker again used. Arashi, you are in so much trouble. Your whole jungle has just been completely heisted from this Maokai, as will be able to claim himself up that Krug, but Twisted advance forward as LJW trying to assist how he can. In the meantime, it is going to be a bot lane 2v2 found, and Blaze being the benefactor of that. So while, yes, Arashi very far behind, perhaps the exact person you want the gold on has just found himself first blood.
Definitely, and putting behind that Xayah is very important. Kind of means that more of this game is on Mission's shoulders, and of course he can be targeted out. Get a replay. Feels like it might have just been an overextension by Orca. Oh, that was actually Cruscada that just got flash on him. Yeah,
that was really
chain
nice.
CC is pretty disgusting. Oh, so they actually tried to, rather than just disengaging, they try and trade back. And does not go the way they imagined.
That was a really quick and decisive engage there from Failure. And coming in, that is his second game of the PCS, the split. You like that. It shows that he has confidence. A lot of bot laners wouldn't opt to look that hard, especially that close to the tower. But still, they're not out of the woods yet. It is going to be Hanabi picking himself up a very sizable lead in the top lane, as well as Hana on the Maokai. Although Orca
has flash.
Yeah, nice soccer kick. Will be able to disengage.
Does get out. One thing I do want to real quickly bring up is you mentioned Hanabi having the lead in top side. Blaze does not have cleanse. And we've sometimes seen this as a mistake, I think, from AD carries of, yeah, there isn't really anything else to cleanse. Maybe the Maokai W. But the problem is if you do get stunned by Renekton, you're pretty much dead no matter what.
Yeah, and it happens once a game because there's at least one time in the game where you do not have flash and he does. And so at least once a game, you're pretty much just dead. This is the unfortunate tale of playing against Renekton in the current meta. Level 6 now for both of these mid laners as Arashi's going to come through, locate this pink ward, but he does have to be careful. Because
he's here.
Yeah, and Blaze and Failure are awfully far up.
Now, it doesn't look like much will happen. It depends how long he stays. The wave is pushing towards him, so he might be able to find something. There is flash on Blaze, but nothing on Felia. Ooh. I wonder how close he is to 6, because he did steal away a lot of camps. Doesn't look like he's going to stay there. We'll reset, probably path out towards that top side. Have to think that the Rift Herald with the Renekton will be the next objective. And man, the top CS is starting to get a bit out of control. Hanabi obviously a stronger player, I think, than LJW. And one, of course, it's more of a scaling counterpick, but we saw Driver keep it even all last game.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. I mean, how much do you think this is Hanabi is better than LJW, or do you think it's that Driver is just that much better at the game that even in these losing matchups, he's just always able to find himself stable?
Well, I think that both Driver and Hanabi are kind of against the weaker top laners, right? LJW and Rel here, respectively, so kind of, if this matchup is meant to be maybe 10 CS to Renekton, I think it's fair that Driver can make it even and that Hanabi can extend that lead further. So I think really I'm just seeing those two tops showing their dominance, I guess, in the 1v1. It is now Tia and the Dirk picked up by the J, so we'll be very strong. And I think this will be the Dragon traded away. This could mean problems for the DCG bot lane. They need to quite quickly get their Xayah to level 6 to make sure that there is no trade that can come out. Because after this drag, should be red buff and then bot lane looked at for Arashi. And if Cruscada's not 6 for that time, could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, and if Shira can get push in mid too, could easily rotate this Ahri down. You do know that Hana's on the Rift Herald, so bot lane is just going to be 2 members.
Yeah, bot lane I think is in trouble here.
Yeah.
Shira has the priority.
So they're going to give away probably a plate mid.
Okay, Cruscada hit 6 just now.
Do they even look for Cruscada? You can just go Orca. Now, you do see Shira, you see Arashi. In comes the Magnet Storm, finds 2. It's going to be the engage here, is onto Orca. And so low goes Felia. He is going to be taken down, but it's 2 kills here for Impunity. Very decisive and smart timing on that bot lane roam.
It's very nice from Impunity. They are going to lose a lot back mid, but this might be a game where Mission's the only one that's really strong. Defensive TP from Shira.
I don't know if it's necessary, but
probably not.
It's probably good to just not give over anything.
A little bit of damage traded back. Mission, he should have a lot of gold in the bank now. Just needs to get a reset off. There was a lot of cooldowns used bot for Impunity, but you have to say it's super worth. And there was even sums here, but it's just so hard to survive. I mean, this is a 4v2, and I think was pretty much all they could have done there, really. Didn't have any TPs available, so couldn't really protect it. Probably should have just left the tower, honestly. Just tried to stay alive, but it is difficult. I don't think they had any wards in the bot jungle, so it was kind of hard to tell what was happening. But you had to know that Vi was on that side of the map, especially with Shara having the mid-prio as well.
One thing we didn't bring up in Champion Select, and it could be an interesting way for Impunity to look to play the game, is that Orca can be the target of the Vi, because traditionally when we've seen Vi in meta, it has been sort of these tank supports being played. As we do see a fight breakout, Cascada will not have that ult available, but importantly does have the flash to ensure his safety, picks up 1 kill here onto Ophelia, as a teleport will come through here for Mission. Shira trying to find some damage in return, isn't going to be able to land anything, at least for now. And Blaze, so much health lost, does have flash available for safety, but definitely a good trade here for DCG.
And then, can they get anything else off of it? Obviously, Blaze in a bit of trouble. If he takes one more,
oh, okay,
is dodged out.
Yeah, good fight for DCG. But as I was saying, I think as Impunity, you can look to use the Vi ult here onto the Melio, because taking out the Melio can be important. Obviously, the ult doesn't have that much value this game, but the additional damage certainly will.
Can be. Cascada picking up 2 kills, though, is very big.
Yeah.
Is going to be a credible threat once again. I think for Impunity, though, just the fact that they're keeping it somewhat competitive against DCG early game is no mean feat. Top lane, though, starting to get out of control.
Yeah, I think the 1k gold lead is pretty much just this Renekton versus Ornn.
Yeah, I think a little bit mid too, just the first strike probably adding up a bit. Could Mission be looked at? He has the flash. It's probably safe as long as he plays back.
I think Shira should be ahead, right? 1 kill and assist.
Yeah, it might be close. There was a lot of plates picked up on the mid
true.
tower.
I forgot about the Rift Herald. You're right.
And the first strike makes a lot of gold for Jace too, because he can swap to melee.
Oh,
Hanabi.
Hanabi, as soon as that breath, the unstoppable, whatever it's called, comes out of LJW, it immediately jumps on and finds a good trade. Something we perhaps didn't see last game, although we didn't pan top a whole lot. Hana, though, again, just in this jungle constantly. Shira trying to help his jungler, but massive accelerated shock blast will find a big chunk onto both the mid and jungle of Impunity. And Hana being an absolute pest here, pretty much the entire game in Arashi's jungle. You can see he is relatively even on CS, but his entire jungle is up at the moment. So should be able to extend his lead at least slightly.
Has the most gold in the game, actually. Yeah. He's printing. 3 DCG carries, definitely a good spot. And Hana not too far behind. He's also got a very efficient build on the Maokai. Doesn't need a lot of gold. But second dragon is spawning soon. This could be DCG's first. Looks like they are kind of posturing around it, at least for now. Arashi, he's going to try find something bot lane. Hana is very close by, though.
Oh, we'll spot out Arashi, and they don't know that Hana's there yet. He will find out now as Nature's Grass comes through. Vault Breaker will get him at least a little bit of distance away. Failure, though, jumps away as Blaze will be rooted up there. Does get out, though, so very, very important that they live. But again, it's just more tempo given to DCG, and with Arashi's health bar, should be able to pick up the first dragon for themselves.
Yep, looks like they will just start this one up. Now going back towards mid is Mission. Hasn't been pressured at all. Ooh, ult will come through, but I mean, there's other than that bot 4-man, there has really been no setup between the Ahri and Vi. Oftentimes you see the Vi just spam ganking mid, and feels like it wouldn't even be too bad an idea, but Mission, he's played around the windows well. Hasn't gone down to a Vi gank, at least just yet.
Arashi's got bodyguards now to ensure he can get some of his jungle. He's doing his red buff. LJW walks down from top. Shira walks up from mid.
Yeah, it's costing them, though, definitely in the top lane. And Hanabi has 158 CS at 14 minutes. It's pretty high for a Renekton.
Definitely.
Hasn't had to move away from his lane at all.
And now bot lane will be coming mid, at least for the side of DCG. And 40 seconds on this Rift Herald. You feel like it has to be answered, and it will. Teleports are all up across the map, so this Rift Herald could be a fight that both teams are interested in. You do feel like you don't want to give it over if you're Impunity, because losing this mid tower could be disastrous, but are you really capable of fighting against this? Jay says, 2-man Vault Breaker's actually found it. Cascada's under this tower. It's so much damage, though. It's coming out for DCG as Untargetable goes to Jace. It's going to be LJW missing the Ornhorn, but Shearer, he's cleaning up everything he can. He should get one more reset. In fact, he will. Is he going to be able to get up? The Nature's Grasp will stun him up, and it's Blaze. Blaze trying to find the damage. He really needs this reset on Tahana, but he's walked too far forward, and now Hanabi is just freely hitting away at the Jinx. It's Hanabi so strong, but is not able to find the kill as Blaze. Staying out of range, he finds himself the shutdown, and after all is said and done, it's just a 2 for 2, but important gold going over to Impunity.
Absolute crazy fight there, Blaze. MVP performance, I think, in that fight did 4,500 damage, and it's not even that late in the game, so an 80 character deal that much so early.
This vault break is crazy.
Yeah, this was a really nice play this
Both
time.
carries.
Wow. Yeah, gets them both. And it was also a nice Magnet Storm that comes in after. You know, manages to CC them all up. It's kind of a shame that the Ornn ended up missing. Yeah, because if he could have taken out Cruscata, yeah, it didn't quite get him. I think it was initially quite well played by Sherritt. Kills those two, but I think after he couldn't find that kill on Orca, he just ended up CC'd for so long. Wasn't a lot used though, and that allowed Blaze to kind of just DPS for free. Hanabi, I think he might have E'd into a trap as well. Yeah, he does. I think if he'd saved that E, this wouldn't have happened. I think he would have been able to clear them both up. But once that was used, Blaze, he took full advantage of it. Does just take him out. And there was a shutdown picked up as well. Even more gold on this Jinx.
Man, if Impunity just dealt slightly more damage there, both Hana would go down, Cruscata would have gone down, and that would have been so much more gold. But look at that damage.
Yeah, the 80 carry difference in that fight was pretty absurd. I mean, Cruscata, he was CC'd up. You do feel for him. But still.
Okay, Arashi's in the area, but it's 3 members of DCG looking.
Oh, Sherritt, no flash.
Yeah,
he has
okay,
ult.
Arashi, and importantly, Felia is here as well. There is no ult though, stunned up for so long. He's got the ult. The ult's come up. He's trying to get away as Cruscata flashes forward. Arashi following along. Is going to be a massive team fight breaking out at so low health bars. Cruscata will come out, but he is still found. And Blaze has got excited. He's found himself another one. Shutdowns across the board, and it's a 4 for 1 in favor of Impunity.
Huge play there, I think, from Sherritt. He managed to get out. And just so much was used onto him. Cruscata even flashed after him, but they couldn't quite kill him. And Blaze picks up even more. And I feel like I'm feeling the same way about this game as I did about JT and West Point. It's in Impunity's control, I think, with how fed they are, but can they actually get it over the line? Sherritt, he was CC'd up. Hanabi, he didn't get the empowered W here, just got the regular one. So the stun doesn't last as long. And the Vault Breaker, it stops the Maokai. They couldn't quite get Sherritt. And they had already committed so much, all stacked up. Just reset City for Blaze, who comes in and just last hits them all. Dream fight scenario there for Blaze, you have to think.
Yeah. I think good foresight to realize it was coming, though. All members of Impunity were already headed in that bot lane direction in preparation for it. I don't know what really gave it away. There is the one pink ward, but it shouldn't be able to see them.
I think probably just knew there was no other play happening on the map at the time and was respecting. But I am starting to get pretty worried for DCG. They are still ahead. And I think they still have a very solid comp, of course. But I do think a Jinx this fed is not that easy to deal with. Now, she doesn't have cleanse, which means Hanabi, he'll have flash for the next fight. It won't be up for this dragon.
Okay, we will see. Is there going to be a fight breakout? It feels like there will, with LJW being already in the bot lane. Shearer does have teleport and is going to be answering this minion wave top. And I think this is good because you want your Ornn to be there at the start of the fight. It feels pretty bad teleporting in as Ornn unless you're teleporting for a flank. And then again, you want that before the fight. But it seems to me, if a good engage comes out, then Impunity are favored. But if Mission's able to just sit here and land these shock blasts...
And the Maokai poke as well is starting to add up. Hana, he's got a Demonic and a Mandate.
Yeah, and who can tank it up? It feels like LJW has to, but he doesn't have all that much MR as of yet. Now, Teleport Ward, it isn't going to be used for a flank, but Arashi's getting so low. Uses the smite there on Scuttle, gets himself back a little bit of health. Here comes the Ornhorn. Nature's Grass is a response. It's going to land onto 3. But now attention going back towards Hanabi, and I think this is good. It's going to be a lot of CC. Hanabi's going to get nothing in Blaze. He gets himself a reset. Shearer finds the route onto Chris Gardner. It's going to be that breath of light out of Orca to ensure his safety, at least for now. Now the smite, it should go the way of Arashi. In fact, it does. Shearer is going to have to ult away. He's so low, but ultimately will survive. Mission, though, is hunting. LJW standing in front of these 4 members as this mid lane tower goes down. This will be Blaze getting excited. The Magnetic Storm comes out of Blaze. He's so excited, but he is so dead. And the overcommitment for the tower results in an immediate 4 kills here for the side of DCG and Baron. It's live, and it's likely theirs.
Yeah, I think there's no way it can be stopped here by Shearer. It doesn't even have the TP. And once again, it feels like just a colossal throw from the team that was in control. I mean, that Jinx was so fed. They just picked up that second drag. I think they go for the tower thinking that the reset will be enough, but Blaze just too far up. And oh my god, heartbroken there for Impunity. We'll get a replay of it. I mean, they're very committed to this. I think they need to kite up through the jungle, if anything, but they try and turn the engage around. Take a look at Blaze, though. He's just flash W'd on. Remember, he does not have the cleanse. So even though he has... Oh, his flash was, I think, 10 seconds away as well. And really feels like they just didn't need to overreach there. And punished extremely heavily. Rapidly approaching 3 items on the DCG mid-jungle, or mid-AD, excuse me. And with that Baron as well, they're set up for a big power play. They are marching down mid, though, as Impunity. They might try and find something early before DCG does get set up.
Now, what will be next? It looks like Siege towards the mid lane could be the choice here. You still do have to be careful because while, yes, you are ahead as DCG, you still won't be as strong in a 5v5 team fight if Impunity can play it as well as they possibly can.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of the gold here for Impunity is onto Blaze. So while other members are behind, Blaze certainly will have the damage. Definitely not as one-sided as the gold graph may lead you to believe.
No, I think there is still potential, and Hanabi, he's been looked at.
Hanabi, he's being looked at again. Ooh. He does go golden, but he should be able to get stunned up. He's locked, he's flame jumped, but he's definitely dead. They are going to lose a bot lane inner, but you do like that. This is Baron, and one of the most important members for having it, the guy that can sit in the side lane.
Yeah, DCG, I think they need to be a little careful here. They have the cooldown advantage. Oh, okay, the poke is landing.
That was so much damage. Nature's Grass comes out. It's going to be LJW going forward, but sorry, bud. You are not tanky enough. It's Arashi, though. He's gone on to Hana. Charm lands here into Orca. A bit of a chunk, but you don't have the damage. Arashi now trying to get out. Will flash away. And with that, is able to run with his life. I think Impunity realize it's a 4v5, but then forget the fact they've used every single one of their ultimates.
Yeah, I think even without the ults, there might have been a way in, but it feels like if you just go through the jungle rather than kind of wrapping around, it does just give the easiest poke for the Maokai and the Jace.
Okay.
They're going to try again. Oh, Mission is charmed.
Mission did get charmed. It's going to be that Breath of Light coming out as Felia is still sitting on this flank. There is teleport available here for the Ornn, who can engage from a very, very long distance away. They are chasing down the lane. They are still chasing down the lane, but with that acceleration gate, it looks like DCG should be fine to just run away. They do claim themselves an inhibitor bot.
Ends up a pretty solid power play there for them. And some big items coming through now. The Serelda's picked up on Mission, and that's such a huge spike. He's now a full item over his opponent. And Shearer hasn't been having a bad game by any means. Oh, Hanabi yoinks away some of them. Well, another minute on the next dragon. There is no dragon win condition, at least just yet, for that soul. But I think both teams will probably still try and fight it. I mean, maybe Impunity could use the time to farm one more item on Jinx, but I'm not sure if it would make a huge difference at that point. Feels like it's more trying to survive in a fight up against, you know, the flash that can come out from both Hanabi and Hana. Maybe now regretting not having the cleanse or the ghost or something.
Yeah, definitely. I think Ghost, an insanely strong summoner on Jinx.
Well, DCG, they're moving up their control. They're trying to siege down this tower. They don't have a Baron.
Yeah, Shearer trying to deal with these minions, but he's not the man for it. Blaze does get hit out. He does have a Vamp Scepter, though, so you can see him. He's healing fairly well off this minion wave. Arashi is not known. His position isn't seen here. Hanabi, in fact, walking right past him without noticing. This could be really dangerous. Obviously, Cascada, not really the guy you want to find. And Hanabi, Arashi is still not seen. He's going to find another engage here. Hanabi, this is going to be another time he's found before the fight. But Shearer, it's a 1-for-1 trade, at least for now. And Hana getting so low. The Ornhorn will come out and secure at least one more kill. Will it? Then Auto, it crits! It finds himself another Orca now. He's the one in the front. He's trying to run away, and it looks like he will be able to. And now Dragon, there is still a lot of poke. Jace and Mission might be able to poke them away from it, but it's most likely the Dragon going to Impunity, and that's their third.
Dragon will go to Impunity, but their base is being sieged by the Super Creeps, and DCG, they're going to take away at least one, perhaps two towers here as well. Yeah, that base tower falls too, so all things considered, that might actually be better, at least in the short term for DCG. Now there is the threat of a fourth Dragon for Impunity, but DCG, they walk away with a lot of gold after that. 7-1 now on Blaze. He has a BT and both sums for the next fight, which is going to be extremely critical. And I think one thing that happened in this fight that was so big as well is that after Hanabi died, the trade was a flash W onto Shearer. But that means there's no threat left onto Blaze, who can just hit for free. And obviously already had that reset. Gets another one on this very last auto. But yeah, I think the fact that Blaze managed to get kills there without using either of his sums is pretty important.
And I think it's really, really important that Impunity are just constantly finding this Renekton.
Yeah.
Hanabi has been entirely invisible, other than when we see him getting annihilated on our screen. Baron now up, and with Baron being up, as well as this Jace poke starting to mean less and less, there is a Radiant Virtue available for LJW to heal up the squad, and Bloodthirster on Blaze. Means picking this Renekton truly can just mean the Baron. Guardian Angel now, 4-item Jace.
Yeah, I think the Guardian Angel is a big pickup because that basically means that neither of these carries can be altered. Although, Arashi, I mean, he's been finding resets on other people anyway. You know, even altering the Renekton, not something you'd normally see, but just allowing Blaze to pick up that first one and then continue the fight from there. That is a stopwatch picked up from Blaze, which I think is pretty important. It's really just the Renekton he has to worry about, but if he can use the stopwatch, maybe even preemptively, could save him. DCG, though, they are up a lot of gold.
Oh, Blaze has taken so much damage. Actually has to use the heal there. And it's Cascada running forward, extended auto attack range thanks to Milio. Does find a pretty decent sized chunk there onto Felia. Blaze back at full health, though. But it's Mission. If he's able to land this poke, it can be so detrimental for Impunity's chances, as looks like Baron will be getting started here. The Jinx ult to let them know it's happening.
Yeah.
Mission, though, finds a bit of a chunk. Blaze, if he has time to heal off this minion wave, should be okay, and it looks like he might, but the Baron is so low already. It's going to be a fight afterwards. It's definitely the Baron going over to DCG. Ornhorn will find both the carries, but it's not exactly what you want at this stage of the fight. It's going to be Shearer trying to find the damage here alongside Blaze onto Hanabi, but it's the flash forward Featherstorm that lands. It's going to kill Blaze. The 8-1 Jinx is dead. And with that, you feel like likely the chances for Impunity have gone. It's likely to be DCG finishing up the game here.
Yeah, I think they just go down mid, and there shouldn't be much Shearer can do. No ult. Obviously has a little bit of wave clear, but it won't stand up to the Baron. So I think with that, honestly, it was a pretty good performance, I think, for Impunity. But it wasn't enough to take it home, as Shearer, not long for this world. Taken out. So yeah, 29 minutes. It is DCG, kind of the expected winner, but I have to say, Impunity, they looked a lot better in that game than I thought they would. I thought that was going to be pretty much a 20-minute FF, but hey, I think Blaze especially put up a pretty good shot. I think also the Vi, what's his name, Arashi, had a very good vault breaker. You know, that play in mid,
that was
put
crazy.
things in
And
good spot.
If anyone else was there at the time, if the Ornn was there, that is probably just a clean team fight wipe, which probably changes how this game looks. But yeah, it was ultimately DCG who take the win here. Now, I think this could be a pretty hard question to answer. I mean, maybe not. I think we both say the same person, but MVP for you.
Oh, I think I would give it to Mission.
Yeah, I think I would too.
I would have given it to Hanabi if the game had ended at like 15 minutes, I think. Because he was up 50 CS, you know, finding like a lot of leads for himself. But I think unfortunately he was just caught out too many times. But yeah, I'd probably give it to Mission for keeping it consistent and was dealing a lot of, you know, very crucial poke before those fights started. I would love to see the damage. I think it honestly might have been Mission over Blaze.
I think so.
He was so fit.
I think it's not even close. I think Mission definitely did the most. You saw how much that poke was doing, even when they were sieging that bot inhib. And he lands the accelerated shock blast onto Shera, and it just took like half his HP. I was like, well, that looks fun to play into.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Well played. I think what I wonder, though, is how much of this was Impunity playing better or DCG just not being as good as the teams above them?
I was thinking that a little bit too, because I do think it is sort of worrying signs, I guess, for DCG, more in that they continue to kind of just give over too much, right? Like, I think that if you're one of those top 4 teams currently, that is likely to be a much more, I don't want to say dominant, just more cleaner game, right? Because I think that oftentimes DCG are more dominant. Like, they get very far ahead. Obviously, this game was a bit different, but they get very far ahead and then they kind of, you know, struggle to clean it out. Whereas I think the other teams, while they might not, you know, build up as big, you know, leads in the early game, they always make sure to kind of just slowly grind you down. And I don't think they would have let Blaze get that fed on Jinx.
Yeah. And I think the most worrying thing too is that one particular team fight, the one with the Vault Breaker that started it, if there was like one more auto attack that came in on 2 of those members, then Blaze would have had 4 kills in that team fight and probably would have at that stage been just so far ahead that they couldn't really lose. And so that's really worrying, because it truly felt there that DCG were starting to look like they were buckling and that Impunity almost had a chance. I think actually at many stages they looked like they should have won.
Yeah, I think I agree with that as well. And I wonder how much of this stems from Mission's pick, because I think Mission, you know, played very well in the Jace, but Jace is not the kind of lane bully that some of his other picks are, right? Like when he picks his Orianna with his Shadow Flame Rush, he is just destroying the enemy mid laner. Like it's not the enemy mid laner can't leave his tower sort of thing. But in this game, you saw Shera diving bot, right? And that's not really Mission's fault. It's just kind of a limitation of the Jace. Of course, very strong pick, and you'll see this is when Impunity perhaps should have won after this fight. You know, Shera, he managed to get out, and Cascada, he flashes forward, but was chased by the Vi. And then after so much had been used, all locked in a corner here is DCG, just perfect for Blaze. I think he might have missed one of these kills. Yeah, I think he missed one of them, but still came out very strong.
Cascada was claimed there by Arashi, but I mean, ultimately, just so strong, finding so many kills, and it really was this point of the game where you felt like they should have won, and this is probably the point of the game where they lost.
Yeah, I think this was definitely the turning point. I mean, Blaze, it is quite difficult to play this out. You know, you get flashed on and then immediately taken out, but honestly, if he'd had the cleanse there, could cleanse that, I don't know if he had the Gale Force at this point, but if he could get out of that before the Jace damage came through, probably would have been a winnable fight if we get the damage there. And no surprise, really. It was Mission at the top. I think the Maokai damage was, I don't want to say surprisingly high, because you could see a lot of the time it was dealing a lot of damage.
Mid-game especially, it was really hitting.
Yeah, still being that high, I think, is pretty impressive.
And it wasn't a 30% damage on this game.
No, and I wonder, actually, I think Hana could be a sleeper pick for the MVP.
Yeah,
you know,
I think so too. That's why I was wondering. It's either between those two. I think Hana found a lot, but perhaps wasn't as meaningful maybe as Mission. And Mission will pick it up. Have a look at his 31% damage, 83.3% KP, up almost 5k gold there.
Yeah. I mean, it was a game that was put on Mission's back. I still wonder, you know, maybe, and we'll talk about it, I guess, after, but huge poke.
And this was the game-deciding fight here.
Yeah, and he got more poke onto Arashi again here. You know, if your engage is just so low that they can't really find anything, it feels so weird. I mean, even just the kind of indecision that can come out of, oh, I'm not sure if I should go in anymore because you've taken so much chunk. And eventually, the Vi went in onto a Jace that had GA anyway and didn't even manage to get there. And Blaze, unfortunately, was taken out by Hanabi really on the backside. Cascada, I think, picked up that killing blow. But yeah, I think you do have to wonder a little bit about DCG, because I don't know. It was Mission. He's not bad at Jace. In fact, he's very good at Jace. But the problem is, when it feels like when DCG don't just have the extremely dominant mid lane, that they don't have the same level of power in the early game. And if they don't have that same level of power in the early game, I don't think they stack up to the other teams when it goes to those mid to late game team fights. So I think DCG, honestly, they're in a bit of trouble coming up to playoffs.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of that is, because like in this game, we saw Hana just in Arashi's jungle 100% of the time. And Mission wasn't able to be there, but if he is on a stronger laning champion, then perhaps they can get even more. Arashi was so low so much of that time where if the mid laner was able to join with priority, perhaps you could start finding kills, and at that stage you're just snowballing out of control. And moreover than that too, the objective control. We saw that game that Impunity was ahead in the Dragons, which means they were getting some of those early Dragons, obviously. And perhaps if Mission was like sort of Orianna or Azir, then perhaps that wouldn't have happened, and then a bit of a more dominating game from DCG could have been seen. Ultimately though, DCG did manage to pick up the win. Coming up next, we have CFO vs Frank, probably the match of the night and a very important one, so we'll see you there.
When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Can't stop, nah, won't stop. It's been online, you don't believe it, just watch.
shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for Mama Dukes. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face. Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted, I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you, I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give so close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try to find, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try to find, never find another me.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Game number 4 coming up. We're really speed running through the games tonight, and very one-sided affairs for the most part. I guess last game wasn't so much, and a bit of an exciting one actually. So if you didn't catch it, you probably do want to catch that one, because DCG and Impunity, while you may have thought it would be one-sided, it certainly wasn't.
Yeah.
But more importantly, coming up next, game of the night, CFO versus Frank.
I think it has to be, right? I think CFO versus Frank, it's a really weird game, because I think if you look at last split, I think you go into it saying, okay, this is going to be a super hype matchup. Frank might even be the favorite, right?
Yeah.
But I think going into tonight, it feels like, at least the way this season has gone, CFO should just annihilate Frank. But
yeah.
I don't think it's going to play out like that. I liked what I saw from Frank yesterday. Not so much, you know, not a huge difference in play, I feel like, but more the champs that they're prioritizing, I think, looked good, right? Like, I think Pretender on a champ that can actually be active early makes a big difference. And I think Kenny Chan also looked very good on the carry Viego. Whether that was because they were against a weaker team, we're not too sure. But CFO could be kind of Frank's chance to really turn things around. And on the other hand, I mean, if you are CFO and you want to stay up there with those top dogs, you need to put Frank in their place.
Yeah, I think that is a really good way to put it, because, again, if CFO do win this game, they will be tied for second alongside J-Team. And obviously BYG's game coming up after this will mean there's a chance for the 3 of them. But yeah, I think Flying Oyster really do have to win this one to cement themselves in that top 4. Meanwhile, again, if Frank want to prove that they are worthy of being in the playoffs and can contend for that world spot, it has to start here. It has to start against the team that you were able to manhandle in the spring.
It does, and I think a lot of this could just come down to the draft prioritization again. Someone I really want to see activated is Solo Kill. It feels like he's never really found the same heights as he did last split. I think Pretender as well. I mean, we've already kind of talked about him, that he's been relatively lackluster until recently. So it feels like those Frank solo laners really need to kind of turn it around, as they're on your screen there. And I think that up against CFO, it is a good test, right? I feel like Jimmy and Rest are very strong solo laners in their own right, and certainly last split, Frank could compete with them, perhaps even get the better of them. But we'll kind of see if that is the case today or not. Kenny Chan is back in the lineup, was here yesterday. Hollow, he did have quite a few games, but I think now they're maybe back to just using Kenny Chan. Kind of figured possibly the change, or possibly the I guess, worsening of their performance was due to the jungle change, but clearly it was not. Stats comparison, though, between these two junglers. And gold difference at 14 is actually very high for both junglers. I think this is partially a way the teams play, right? Like, they tend to both get ahead early. But forward percentage very high as well, so both very active in terms of getting in there. I will say that Gemini does like the Vi a lot, you know, definitely did last split, and very meta in terms of his picks, right? Whereas it feels like Poppy and Viego more on the fringe meta. Still very meta, though.
Yeah, definitely. And 3 steals already for Gemini.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
I want to say also, Kenny Chan being so high in forward percentage can be a good stat, but a lot of times he does that and actually gets caught out. So maybe you want to see that go down a little bit almost if you are Frank or a Frank supporter. Now heading into this, you sort of touched on it. I think the big matchup, at least for last split, really is Rest versus Solo Kill. But Solo Kill having a quiet one, at least so far, maybe it isn't so important. And you might be just looking towards Eminem versus Kaiwing. Oh, sorry, Eminem and Kaiwing versus Shun and Shalcy. Because Kaiwing and Shalcy love to be the sort of initiators, whether it's through hooks or through going forward as the likes of the Ral. That is definitely the play style that they play around. And Eminem and Shun, fairly even, I have to think, when it comes to their performances on 80k.
I think I agree. Different bans here, though. Both Tristana and Jace banned by blue sides. That means that both the premier AD mids are kind of out of the question. which means we're most likely going to see some sort of matchup like
Viego.
perhaps, yeah. I was thinking in the jungle, but also in mid, something like Azir could very well come through here. Have to see. Renekton is that last
Kai'Sa.
ban.
Surely it has to be Kai'Sa.
Yeah, you'd think so. I guess Kai'Sa value has gone down a little because there aren't AD mids, but it's still very, very strong. And you can go the AD build, of course. Kai'Sa is that last ban. What do you look for now? I mean, Nico is up.
Yeah. Nico seems like it would be a CFO champ as well. They like to dominate the game early. Nico certainly provides that. Yeah, Hovered likely to be locked in. You have to feel. But what is the answer? I think that is the biggest thing to look towards. It feels like Azir is the likely answer.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So going to go to LeBlanc instead. So I think LeBlanc has had mixed results, really, in the PCS. And, I mean, the Tristana band away means that that's kind of your best option into it. Yeah, look at the win rate on LeBlanc, 27.3%.
I expect Annie to be locked in.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too
Pretender looks
surprised.
pretty good at the Annie.
Yeah, and I think it also complements what they want to play in the jungle normally. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Viego come out with it. Annie is a lock-in. It's going to give them that really strong team fight, and it's potentially a place of pain, I guess, for CFO, because they do need to poke with this LeBlanc first. And the Varus comes out very early, so a lot of lane dominance secured already. Now, this does mean that there is no Xayah, so Gemini could just prioritize the Vi, although a Lucian Hovered, I mean, Lucian Milio is on the table. Yeah, I think the Vi is a very good
This is
pick.
going to be locked in.
Yeah, I mean, it's super good with LeBlanc, super good against two immobile carries, especially with that Xayah. You know, not really available unless you're playing Varus support or something. But what is the pick along with that? I mean, do you take your ADC? Or do you just want to secure... Yeah, okay, so maybe they are just going to take their AD. Kind of liking this for CFO. I mean, I like the Annie for Frank, but I think the Varus coming out so early was maybe a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, really, they have to get so much done in this bot lane.
Yeah.
They cannot allow Shun to come out of this lane phase even, or they're just at a disadvantage.
So what is the jungler? I mean, is it just going to be that Viego run back? I think it does work very well with the Annie. I do worry a little bit for Viego up against the likes of LeBlanc Xayah. It feels pretty hard to play. Maybe Frank just really want to get ahead early. Snowball from there. They do have the tools to do it. Okay, second phase bans. From Frank, where do you look to target? I mean, the Rakan is kind of the obvious ban.
Yeah,
And
Rakan
I think
will be banned.
will be banned.
I
yeah.
feel like you ban Rel as well. I don't think you want to play against Rel as the Varus.
Probably, yeah. Unless you want to pick it up. But again, it feels like it loses a lot of its value up against the Xayah. I feel like Xayah is such a problematic pick for so many compositions. Rakan is that first ban. On CFO, where do you look to target? I mean, can obviously look for supports that synergize with the Varus. Alternatively, taking away some of Solo Kill's picks could kind of...
I think you take away tops because you don't want to limit the support pool because there's like Alistair that you'd like to have, there's Leona, there's Rel, there's Nautilus, all do so well into a mobile carries.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking maybe if they look towards something like Karma, you know, just really want to make sure the lane phase is playable. But
Thresh even.
I mean, you have a LeBlanc and a Vi, so I'm sure a Karma would die 20 times. They ban away the Gwen.
Are they going to force out a Sion ban? I mean, Frank could just pick up Sion.
They could, but Rez has lots of picks. I mean, I'm sure you'd be happy with something like a Rumble into Sion. So, yeah, I think Frank don't have easy choices here. Because you kind of want counter pick with the Varus lane to make sure you win, but also it's not going to be easy to blind pick top. Okay, so they ban away the Alistair. Rel is up and available. I wonder if they're going to try take it away because it feels like giving it over would be big trouble. Last ban will reveal a lot. Maybe just ban another Sion counter and say, okay, so they ban the Rel themselves. All right.
Oh, I feel so bad for Eminem here.
Yeah, it's a hard game to be a Varus. What are they going to reveal? Okay, so they're hovering the Nautilus, which means they are going to give Solo Kill that last pick.
I think so much has to come, so much value has to be found.
Yeah, it's tough. He needs to find a pick that just really dominates the comp or dominates the lane, because so far CFO feels like as long as they don't get blown up in the first 10 minutes that they are just going to run this game over.
And it feels like CFO for their top can just pick Ornn, can just pick Sion. And Ornn, I think Ornn's even better than Sion
Or
here.
they can even just go the Rumble, right? There's so many options. Cassante on the table as well.
I think Cassante is actually worse than those other two.
Well, does get locked in. And will it be that Leona that comes through? I think they can pick more engage. I don't think you need a brawl or something here. I mean, there are some melee, so I see it, but it feels like that it's just unplayable, really, for that Varus if you pick more engage. Ooh, Milio? Nah, not really a fan. I'd like to see the Leona.
Yeah. Looks like it will be locked in.
Yeah. Annoying about Leona as well is that it often forces you to take cleanse, which is just one less sum that you have for surviving the Vi going on you. So last pick for Solica, what's it going to be? I think you need, I don't know, something. It's really going to turn this game on its head. Ooh.
Now that
would be something.
Yeah.
Hey, if he picks it, I'm a big fan.
And that actually makes... okay. This is pre-nerf, pre-buff, sorry.
Yeah, okay, Fiora. Okay, I think they've very, very hard committed to playing away from team fights, because it's... I feel like the team fight's unplayable. I'm not sure how good a pick Fiora is when LeBlanc with Shiv exists, because I think all you need to do, match the side lane, and I think LeBlanc should just handle Fiora with no trouble at all. I mean, at the very worst, you could just clear the waves, so I think it's a bit of a weird pick, honestly, but I like the confidence. I'm just not sure how it's going to go.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, if Fiora is able to find things on the side lane, the anti-dive available for Frank is really, really nice. So even if the Vi goes in, you do have, if your flash is up, you can flash and use Chain of Corruption. You also have Nautilus Ult. You have Annie with the amount of zone control she can provide, especially with that Tibbers. And then Viego. So he can get a reset under the tower. It does mean... I think Frank will be playing like 4-1 pretty much the entire game. And just playing to not lose objectives and stay around. They have a bit of wave clear through Varus. You imagine it will be the Shiv build. But it does feel very difficult here for Frank.
Yeah. I'm just curious kind of what they've ended up with. I feel like the Fiora is just a bit of a strange choice in this game. I mean, we used to see Fiora into Cassante in Split 1, and honestly, it didn't seem that great. Like, a lot of the time they would solely kill each other back, which... I feel like normally with a red side 5p Fiora, you're really kind of... You need it to be a 1v9 pick, because your team suffers a lot from you having a top laner with, no CC and not a lot of team fighting ability. I'll be real interested to see what Solikill's summoner is. Would it be the Ghost or maybe even the Ignite for better 1v1, or is it just going to be the normal
I think
Flash?
It'll be Flash.
It is the Ghost.
So that admittedly makes him a bit stronger, both in the side lane and team fight.
Yeah, I do like that. You just have to worry, does it get punished by Gemini on the early clear?
Yeah. Also, it is Grasp.
Yeah.
It is sometimes you do see lethal, not lethal team, Conqueror. But will be Grasp. So a bit tankier. But I am pretty worried here for Frank. It's Eerie on the Annie. I guess that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think he did it yesterday as well.
He did, yeah.
So I think for this game, I mean, a lot of it depends on Frank getting ahead early. If they do get ahead, I mean, they've got a comp that does snowball pretty fantastically, but I feel like it's almost like a tough comp to snowball against too. It's not easy to snowball against champs like LeBlanc or Cassante. And I think the LeBlanc, despite being the first pick in this game, is actually such a smurf pick against Fiora, right? It just feels so difficult. Could this be a map split coming out though? Looks like it might.
And that makes sense. I think you have to have your bot lane win.
Yeah. And I think Fiora also isn't, even though she's not typically a weak side champion, there isn't that much that Vi and Cassante can do to put Fiora behind.
Yeah.
And Fiora is very happy just farming as well. It doesn't really need to be accelerated, really just needs the game itself, to be accelerated. We'd like her team to be ahead. And if she can be a part of that, obviously that's nice, but not required. I want to see how much they can get done with this though. Because I think we've seen Varus historically in the PCS be a pretty useless pick, to be honest. But it's been prioritized in bans at least, quite a lot. So clearly in scrims, it must be working. You know, scrims obviously are much faster paced. Kenny Chan, though, he actually just takes away the red and it's going to cross to top.
Wow.
So it's just going to get everything he wants here. Rest taking a lot of damage in that top lane as well. Solo Kill, he's been doing a great job already. And Rest, he's not going to get help for a long time. And with the cross coming out from Kenny Chan, I wonder if there will be any pressure towards top. I feel like Kazante is still quite hard to dive.
Yeah, I think he probably should just be happy with clearing top, going down bot, and ensuring the safety of the Varus.
Yeah. I think for Frank, the quicker you can make this game on the bot side, the better.
Oh, Vegeta's doing pretty well in his lane. There is no potions left on Jimmy, and as well as that passive down, Jimmy will be face checking into Kaiwing. Will land the chain. Oh,
oof. I think that would have hurt.
Yeah, if that was me on the LeBlanc, it hits me.
I think I wonder as well, how much of the Varus? Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
there's no chain for Jimmy just yet.
Nice work, Pretender, giving that additional move speed to ensure the safety of this Nautilus.
I was going to say,
coming up. This should.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Kaiwing, he's definitely. Oh.
Okay. Nice
Hooker's
buffer.
used, but it was on the wall, so low cooldown. Kenny Chan, I don't think he can enter river. What I was going to say is that I wonder how much of the Varus pick was just to kind of ensure bot priority, because oftentimes with CFO, bot pro is really important. Oh, huge trade coming out topside. Rest could be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, stun lands its first blood. Oh,
that was very nice.
Solo Kill, making red 5-pick. Definitely worth it
Yeah,
here.
that's huge. I mean, look at this wave. There's no one around just yet to break it. Gemini, he is on his way topside, but Fiora getting accelerated is absolutely what this team needs. If it doesn't come from bot lane, it will have to come from top lane. And wow, top item difference now is pretty absurd. Boots and Sheen to only another Doran's item. Now Rest, I think he should be able to crash this one. Does have jungler around. If Solo Kill can keep this here, it would be nice. Has the Ghost available. I think the wave is too big. Although,
they're looking for this does not work.
No, he can't get
just
dived.
finding jungle camps. It's going to start up on the Krugs. But Kenny Chan,
yeah, he will find him.
Hallowed Passage is going to come around. We'll be able to smite that away. In fact, left it on one, but did get it with that Blade of the Ruined King usage. Oh, look at that. Solo Kill getting the first blood without having to use his mobility summoner. And just look at this lane. This lane is so over.
Yeah, it's in a disastrous spot. I feel like Fiora is one of those champs where once you give it its first kill, it really quickly gets out of control.
Yeah.
At least in that 1v1. It's still a pretty long time, I think, before Solo Kill can look to teamfight, but you don't need to teamfight as a Fiora if your team can remain stable enough. I'm still a little worried, when he ends up coming up against Jimmy in the side lane. But at least for now, it's going to have him that winning lane over Rest. Another base forced out from Rest, and he didn't even really get any items. I think he got a refill.
Oh, hook landed. Chelsea taking a reasonable amount of damage there, but ultimately is able to... Actually, it wouldn't have frozen, but...
No, still keeps it in a decent spot, though.
Rest back to lane again, but you can see Solo Kill really having his way in this lane.
I wonder, will he start proxying, or is he just going to try proc the Demolish? Oh, he's taking a lot of damage. I think he needs to be a little careful. He doesn't want to end up losing these. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, if he goes for a base, I guess it's fine. Looks like he will. He has enough time. He got in a little bit of extra play gold there, so Gold League continues to build up in that top side. Jimmian, of course, is going towards the Shiv. He's doing a good job of farming up. Bone plating is proc there, though. Now into the river.
DFO will not be happy if this is taken away from
no,
him.
I mean, this Varus is very strong early. Much stronger than the Zai, at least at this point. So it does kind of take away DFO's win condition of just playing for these dragons. Might have to give up one. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kenny Chan start this. We're going to go for the scuttle first. Maybe want to secure a bit more
losing
prio.
their window.
Yeah, Bear comes out mid. Oh, Flash is traded. But Jimmy's the one who's chunked out. Does have a refill still. Kenny Chan.
Bot lane still staying in their lane.
Oh, can he get here in time? Looks like he can.
Chelsea, no flash. Is channeling. Oh, no. Okay.
Ooh.
Flash will find it is at least the stun there. He does manage to find that route from the passive as Kenny Chan looking to find himself his first kill of the game. In fact, will. So with Chelsea going down like that, looks like red buff first and then likely attention towards the dragon for Frank. And look at top. This is so gross.
Yeah, top is not in a good spot. I wonder if they'll just skip the dragon and go red buff to Herald, because it feels like contesting top with rest state is pretty impossible. And admittedly, Frank are getting what they need. They've got a lead now on their bot side. And of course, the Fiora is doing very well. So if they can keep this up, would be good signs for them.
Oh, Gemini, you cannot do this. I think solo kill 2v1s here if they look.
Yeah, it was only level 5 on the Vice, so really wouldn't have much. There is some honey fruit for rest, but it honestly doesn't fix his abysmal lane state.
Kaiwing's here.
Yeah.
They know where rest is.
He has
rest
flash.
Might have to just use it. Actually, movement will manage to get him at least away from that dredge line. But coming back, looking for the all-out. We'll find it onto Kaiwing here, but is it going to get him out? At least it will for now. Does save the flash, but costs him the Zol. But now this is Rift Herald for Frank. CFO likely to go towards that dragon. It is the CFO's favorite objective.
Yeah, and I think if you're CFO, you are fine with this. Even if you have to give up the drag as well, it would be okay. I mean, you're getting gold, and I think you definitely outscale team fight. Question just comes to how well can you deal with the Fiora, and I think the LeBlanc can. But if that Fiora gets too fed, you know, maybe would be a problem. Some gold trader back there on the bot side. But it is the Herald.
Yeah, no dragon as well, so they did get a bit of gold there onto Shun as we saw a lot of minions going down to tower. Eminem definitely out of range of those. Chelsea, though.
Oh, Pretender no flash.
Pretender does not have flash. He doesn't even have a stun prepped, and he should just be going down. Is going to stun up Gemini, but ultimately it's Jimmy who picks up that kill credit and getting a little bit closer towards that Shiv now.
I think that is very key, especially because he did itemize those Mercs early. Oftentimes when you're going for the Shiv, you do want to pick up Mercs versus Varus Annie, of course, but skip your Mercs early just to get it faster. That kill is going to go a long way. Especially because he is the one that will have to match the Fiora in the side lane. You'd have to think Rest clearly will be unable to. And where will this Herald go? I almost want to see it just put bot. You know, get Varus in a strong position. Another plate should go down here. So he picks up a second one. Gemini is around.
No cease and desist available though. Solo kill does have to be careful. Might have to just pop the ghost soon, you feel. Is going to stun up Rest. Does pop the ghost.
He's out.
Look how quick he is.
Yeah, very fast. Was disengaged from that. On bot side though, Shun lost his ulti. And there is still the Herald available. So wouldn't be surprised if a bot dive ends up coming out eventually. There are no ults for Frank's bot lane. But that Xayah a lot more vulnerable without her ult. And you feel like Gemini might have to just path out bot side and defend. First dragon now goes to Frank as well. I think yesterday in this matchup, by the way, Pretender did go for the Rocket Belt. This time looking for a chapter item. And how good is it to see solo kill succeeding on a carry?
It's very good. I mean, it's really good signs for Frank to give this guy his counter pick and to see him pick up a solo kill, what is it, level 3? Yeah. Onto Rest. So absolutely no slouch when it comes to the top lane.
And still getting good trades. A little bit of damage traded back though. I mean, now that Cassante does have that Sheen, he can do a little more damage, but maybe it's Frank's bot lane. Oh, and Eminem.
Okay, he's playing safely. I think he's aware.
I think yeah, you can clear out the wave. He has the ulti.
Wow. Really nice awareness from Eminem. It's going to be Kaiwing. Yeah, okay. Frank's bot lane, I think that's the most aware we've seen a bot lane so far.
I agree. I think most bot laners do just walk up to the tower and kind of say, well, I'll get this wave and die for it if need be. But the Herald
talking about die for it at tower. Rest does get hit there by the Herald. No one. Okay, he is stunned up. He's gone unstoppable though. And it's going to be Kenny Chan now. All out does come across as Kenny Chan is just going to use that ult to get away. And pretty perfectly played there by Rest to ensure his safety.
Can't quite get the tower just yet, but you feel like it is just a matter of time, really, for the Fiora. And on bot side, Eminem, he's getting a lot of gold for himself as well. Has the Shiv, so now you can just annihilate waves. And I think having the Shiv on the team with the Fiora is also a big deal, just so you can instantly pop those mid waves. Just make it much harder for CFO to really make any progress.
Looks like Leandri's here on the Annie.
Okay, I guess just wants to be able to deal with the Cassante. Does feel like it is more likely Annie versus Cassante in the side lane as well. Solo Kill now completes his Divine. Only one plate left on that top tower. I don't think he'll grab it before plates fall, but honestly might. I mean, the top item gap is pretty large. Frank could be looking on bot, but there are all sums and ults available for CFO. Feel pretty hard to gank. Maybe just hoping that if they walk up, you find something.
T-Chan still sticking around. Still will not be spotted, but you do feel like CFO are just too safe here.
Yep.
Good respect, I think, this game from both bot lanes.
Well, 2 more minutes on the next drag. Definitely a slower game than I would have expected out of these two teams, but I think both teams somewhat want that. Like, there's elements of it, right? CFO, I think, definitely want to kind of just wait until team fights and then speed it up. Whereas on Frank, you know, you want to go... You want the game to go fast, but you don't want the game to go fast around team fights. The more gold you can get for your Fiora on the side lane, the better. And having a dragon is nice as well, just to buy yourself more time for split pushing. It's hard for Fiora to make any headway, at least for now.
I think once plates go down, Solo Kill probably will just commit to taking the tower.
Yeah.
Rest even recalling here. He's not going to teleport back. It is going to be first blood tower to Solo Kill, and it's just more gold over to this Fiora. In fact, Rift Shield also spawning in just 40 seconds, and a lot of pressure coming up towards this top side.
Well, that is the first tower picked up. It's pretty important. And yeah, I think Herald should be picked up probably before the next drag. I could definitely see Frank just playing for every objective right now. Just playing the CFO style. On bot side though, Vi's looking for Pretender. And they see Kenny Chan showing mid, which is very bad for Pretender. I think he is almost guaranteed to die here.
He might just have to Tibbers the wave, but even now it's just too late. Does Tibbers onto Jimmy and finds quite a lot of damage, and the teleport coming through. Is Solo Kill going to be able to get there in time to actually make it matter? In fact, he looks like he will, and the flash from Gemini is too late. Auto attack does come through. Solo Kill finds himself yet another. In fact, actually it was Pretender who claims the credit for that one.
Okay. So it has to feel like it's better for Frank. They even up the trade while also getting themselves a Herald. Still though,
They might even get this tower.
Yeah, I think they will. There is TP from Rest, but I don't think he'll go for it.
Down.
But now comes the kind of point where LeBlanc starts matching Fiora in the side lane, and I'm not sure how much Fiora can do, because it feels like LeBlanc can kind of just one-shot the waves and kite you out forever. So I'm a little worried for Solo Kill now, and I kind of just want to see what he's going to do about this. Frank, can they play for this drag? I'm not sure. They need Solo Kill to reset, I think. He has no mana. He doesn't have TP. So I think CFO could play for this drag. There is no Vial. Oh, Eminem. He's been looked at.
Oh, Xenoblade will connect as well as that solar flare. But the good peeling, coming out of Kai Wing will mean that Chelsea is forced to flash away. Importantly though, Varus no sums.
I think Rest used flash in there somewhere as well. I'm not too sure what happened there. Oh, maybe looking for more.
Going forward, yeah. More attention towards Kai Wing as well as chain landing on Kenny Chan, but Solo Kill importantly did get to recall and is now back with full mana.
Doesn't have Ghost.
Extremely strong though.
I think he's building a... Does he have Tiamat?
He should do.
Yeah, I think he did have it.
Should be the Ravenous Hydra.
Now, CFO, they're the ones with this river control, but the longer they hold it, the more time Solo Kill has to just run down the side lane. So probably want to start this earlier, but Frank, they're okay with that. Oh, engage.
Xenoblade lands onto Pretender. He is stunned up for a long time, but at least for now, there's no follow-up damage. Oh, the cease and desist will be that follow-up damage as Gemini claims himself one, but Kenny Chan finding himself a reset. He's now the Vi. Got a lot of damage onto Rest. All out comes through, but it's onto Kai Wing. That's not the target. It's going to be another kill here. Eminem picking up the kill credit there. 2 kills for Kenny Chan though. This Viego getting himself a nice amount of items. It should be the Dragon 2.
That was a 2-for-1 and a 4v5. Solo kill didn't show up until that fight was already over. He only did, well, he did 0 damage in the fight. The fact that this, this was something that CFO opted into and ended up losing out on it. And I think engaging on a Pretender, I'm not sure how good it is, because he's hard to kill, and he'd already got his combo off, right? Like, after you kill him, he's already done the damage, already got the tippers down, and it feels like it just wasn't really worth it. And for a pure 4v5, I mean, solo kill, no damage done in the fight, against the comp that should out-team fight you. That's a huge win for Frank.
Yeah, I think one thing that I didn't notice during that fight until watching the replay was that initiation came on and everything landed on Pretender. But in between that, Kaiwing landed a hook and a root there onto Shun, who was in range to auto-attack Pretender, but just couldn't because of the CC. And I think that was possibly a massive difference. Stun will land there. You don't think you have the damage, but it is a good chunk. And see how much damage they can get done to this tower. With solo kill and his demolish, it should almost be going down.
Yeah, I think it's gone. And Frank, they might look for some more after.
Oh yeah, hook lands, but unstoppable goes the Cassandre.
This is super good for Frank, though. More gold picked up. Now, it is going to be traded on top side, I think. The TPs aren't quite up yet for Frank. Jimmy, and he's going to be getting to work on that top tower. I think it will end up falling, probably on this wave. And LeBlanc, patiently kind of scaling up, especially with this LeBlanc build. You kind of need that 2, maybe even 3 items before you fully come online, but 2 items already completed for Fiora. Look at the gold. It's those 2 solo laners that are going to be going up against each other in the side lanes that are really accelerated. Rest down 3,000 gold.
I want to ask you something, Shot.
What's that?
Is Frank back?
We are so back.
It looks like at least solo kill's back. But this is so good, I think, for Frank. I mean,
look at the mid CS though.
Yeah,
Shiv is printing.
I think the good thing here is that Pretender is Annie. Cleanse comes through, Chain of Corruption goes wide, but Kenny Chan still getting pretty aggressive. This is going to be the teleport in. Kaiwing should be going down, but Pretender finds a nice stun there onto Chelsea. They're going to be able to get 1 reset. It's a 1-for-1 with both supports going down. But Kenny Chan running forward is going to be using their Heartbreaker. Stun lands onto Jimmy and he's so low. Eminem does not hit the auto, but Pretender will be able to find that.
Can they Baron?
It's up in 4 seconds. Can. There's so much damage that can come through between, I mean, all of these members, yeah.
And if they can get Baron for this Fiora, it would be so big. And Frank, once again, it feels like they actually just out-executed in the team fight, right? I think that could be another team fight for CFO to win, but just didn't play well enough. I think they will have to walk away from this now. I think it took too long to start it up, although
Solo kill wasn't convinced.
Yeah. Well, they walk away from it, but Frank, it's looking like their game. And despite being so far behind in the mid lane, Pretender, he finds a really good engage. I think LeBlanc isn't really being used. She's not matching the Fiora in the side lane, and she's not able to find the poke before the team fight. See here, very forced engage on Eminem. They feel like they have to do this because of the split push coming out. But if no poke is landed by LeBlanc before the fight, she's not really that useful. And again, so much used onto Kaiwing, who even if he dies, it doesn't matter. I really question the CFO team fight execution because it feels... I think they're forcing this upon themselves when they can just have LeBlanc match in the side and just play out a 4v4.
Yeah, and Jimmy being way too aggressive there. Doesn't manage to get the distortion off until after Pretender finds the engage. And we see another fight starting out as a cease and desist, but again, it's on Kaiwing, who will be able to flash away. Solo kill is trying to teleport in. It's already 1 found. Chelsea going down. That's a reset again for Kenny Chan. Does have the Heartbreaker available as well as Flash. Is he going to commit it? Flash Xenoblade Blade does not find Shun, but the hook will force out the Flash. Shun really, really getting so close to death there. But with Chelsea going down, it looks like Frank turning their attention to at least vision control of the upper side river.
I wonder, are they going to start this up? They could force CFO to come to them. Shun did recall for his Navori.
And rest.
But that does mean that he's pretty far away. There's not the Flash either. Pretender and Kaiwing, the 2 engages, they're ready for this.
Yeah, looks like a fight maybe on our hands. Now Gemini 3 steals already, but it's going to be an immediate turnaround onto Rest, who goes down so quickly. And now Solo Kill will be marking this Vi. Can't find her. In fact, Jimmy and playing around Vision so well. Dodges completely out of Solo Kill. And the Baron is so low, it's actually a kill found already for Shun. Is Eminem going to be found by Gemini? It's going to be Pretender who finds the Baron. And in the meantime, Solo Kill finding himself a double. Eminem has somehow survived. In fact, took out Gemini somewhere in that fight. Solo Kill should be finding Jimmy in. Shouldn't have the speed, even though he is Fiora, to find the kill. But Baron secured by Pretender. I don't know how Eminem on such low health found the kill there onto Gemini.
I think Gemini flashed into the pit to try steal it.
Right, okay.
But I think he was slightly too late. Oh, Jimian gives him a little tap on the way out. Should be too hard to catch the LeBlanc, you'd think, but actually pretty fast here as a VA.
Oh, so
very close. But stopping Jimian's recall for that long means I think they just get the third drag as well. Let's take a look. I mean, Rest taken out very early. He's just so squishy because of how far behind he is. Let's take a look on the top though, because I think Gemini must have left Eminem on very low health and then went in a bit too late.
This was really smart by Gemini.
Yeah. I think this was actually looking pretty good for CFO. I think it might have come, yeah, Gemini, he leaves Eminem very low and then, he flashes in just slightly too late, just to his death.
Actually just gets quick scoped.
This is looking so good for Frank now. They have such a monumental lead. Feels like it has to be up to Jimmy and to carry. But to be honest, CFO, they're not really playing around the LeBlanc at all. They're just not really using it. They need to get some poke landed. I mean, there's not much lifesteal other than the Fiora. If you can now look to get poke onto Eminem before a fight starts, it could be good, but I haven't seen it once. Hullbreaker now on Fiora.
Yeah, Solo Kill now. I don't think he's too concerned with anyone's damage when he's alone in that side lane. I think even Jimian is going to struggle to make any meaningful damage.
Yeah. You can probably clear out the waves, but definitely
not with Baron.
Don't think much is going to happen. I mean, even with Baron, I think he might. Shiv's pretty broken. But now, Rest.
Oh, hook lands onto Rest.
It's chunked a bit. I think Pretender could just drop Tibbers and force them off it, honestly.
Arrow Mist might also do the same. It is slowly this cannon minion chipping away at this top lane tower. Meanwhile, the same thing happening mid. Solo Kill will be finding himself that tower. Kenny Chan coming around, might have the angle. Just claiming themselves another tower. Now, do they stay? They are still full, and Eminem fairly happy with his mana situation.
This is the last wave of Baron, though. I don't think they can get much done with it. Maybe if they could find a hook right now. I mean, he's kind of fiending for it.
We'll find the hook. Rest.
Another Chains of Corruption did go wide.
Yeah, and I think with that, it should just be recalls coming through. But as Frank, you're fine. 3 minutes, it will be that Soul. As well as 3 minutes, it will be the next Baron. So you do have pick of the litter as Team Frank here.
Definitely. And it feels like top lane just so strong now. I think it's probably too late for Jimian really to do much in that side lane. I mean, you can just clear out these waves, of course. But I don't think you can make any sort of play onto Fiora anymore. It's just way too strong. Shun has been quietly getting some pretty strong items for himself. Eminem even grabbed himself a Zhonya. I guess while he doesn't have Flash. Just wants a little bit of safety against that Vial.
I think that's really smart.
Yeah, I like this.
I don't think you need the damage that much. It looks like, honestly, Kenny Chan, between Kenny Chan, Pretender, and Eminem, you're not that strapped for damage. And Solo Kill if he's there, obviously.
Jimian does have his Lich Bane now, and Jimian's almost 100 CS up over Pretender. Despite that, I think Pretender's damage is honestly pretty on par, just because LeBlanc needs to poke several times. But another fight starts.
And shall see. Once again, the support's going at it. Solar Flare will go wide, but it's Solo Kill. Look at the chunk. That's one. Is he going to find the second? They will. That's a two. And the channel comes through. It's going to be that dredge line. Should be locking up Gemini, who does go down in Solo Kill now. should be able to just jump over this base and be an absolute menace. Ghost has been popped. Jimmy does do no damage to solo kill. Ooh, the stun almost connecting, but 3 members down here for CFO. There is a lot of wave clear, but there's also a lot of damage, and this will be at least 1 tower going down. It will be the inhib. We see the wave crashing bot as Jimmy has to get there to try and answer with the wave clear, but with how aggressive Frank are positioning, there's no realistic way. In fact, the Shiv proc does not hit those minions, and that's 2 inhibs now for Frank. 1 minute until the potential soul all Baron. You do feel like they can just go for Baron and end.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for the side of CFO to contest. It's now 2 Flame Horizons in this game.
Yeah.
In the mid and top lane, which is crazy.
And which one are you preferring? Because I know which one I'm preferring.
I think solo kill. I have to prefer him right now.
Absolutely. Eminem.
1,000 assists is
one
ADC.
of the greatest supports in the league.
Sure. Surprised to have that for ADCs.
3-1 and 9 scoreline. Actually has more assists than Kaiwing, but that's just because every fight, Xiaoxi and Kaiwing just go down immediately.
True. Okay, now looking mid. Jimmy, can he land some poke before the fight starts?
Yes, is it meaningful? No. Here comes a lot of damage. It's Shun. He's just caught. He does have his ult up, but he's down, and that's the second one found. Jimmy trying to find damage, but Kenny-chan flashing over the wall. Now all they have to do is zone out Jimmy and not let him recall, and this should be the game. There are no inhibs. Gemini is distracting for a long time. Jimmy should be able to get back there. Not sure if he can deal with the minions so much as Gemini kind of getting brazy with it. Should likely go down eventually, but not before wasting so much time. And he might have just bought his team another lifeline. In fact, almost certainly he has.
Yeah. Still though, the Dragon and the Baron are up, and with the Jungler dead, it feels like both of these might end up going over to Frank.
Yeah.
They do give themselves one more team fight though. And are they going to go for both? I think they can.
Definitely feels like they can.
Maybe LeBlanc could steal this though.
Yeah, it does have a better execute range than the Fiora will. Kaiwing trying to guard it though.
It's going to be a little difficult, I think, for Solico to secure that. I think LeBlanc just gets this. She needs to dash back in QE.
Oh, okay. Wow. Messes it up.
Okay.
It is Solico who gets that. Pretender teleports in, but unnecessary. But yeah, Baron and Sol now picked up for Frank. And if you aren't able to close here...
I think this was a couple fights ago.
Yeah.
But an important fight nonetheless. And I think if Jimmy can't land any poke, I mean, look at this Pretender play, right? Like, it feels like despite the LeBlanc being so far ahead, all that's happening is CFO are just running at them, right? And then getting counter-engaged on, which feels just such a waste of the LeBlanc pick. And remember, this is your first pick. So this is saying that, yeah, this champ is really strong and we know how to play around it, but clearly they don't, or at least they're not willing to. And it's cost them a lot in this game. I mean, Jimmy's individual performance is great, but the team as a whole around it, LeBlanc is not a champion, at least with this build, that you can just slot in and always be useful with.
No, absolutely not. And solo kill pushing out this mid wave as the rest of the team barrels down the top lane. Bunch of channeled flashes. It is going to be, first of all, Gemini going in. He's looking to try and find Pretender, but won't be able to. And now that's just your jungler dead. You're corralled in the corner. Pretender almost one-shots the Xayah. In fact, Shun pulling off some heroics to find one back, but does eventually go down. Is going to be picked up there by Eminem, but with 4 members down and only rest left alive. It is Frank really saluting or stabilizing themselves in this 4th week. It's looking really good. Frank, very, very clean game off the back of solo kill.
Definitely, and I'm really glad, I think, that Frank won that game, because I think that's just such a confidence builder, right?
Yeah.
You had that win yesterday, and it looked good, but it was against a weaker team, whereas CFO, I mean, sure, they're not quite the PSG level, but they're very strong, right? And so that feels so good, I think, for Frank, and the fashion in which they did so as well. I mean, Solo Kill has to feel so happy about that game. Just put that game completely on his back from the early game. And wouldn't be surprised at all to see him pick up the MVP. Feels like the only other... I mean, I guess Pretenders engages and Kenny Chan's early game. Maybe
Kenny Chan was like 6-0-11 or something
maybe
too.
there are some other MVPs.
I think it's solo kill though.
Probably.
You've just solo killed your lane at level 3.
Yeah.
You know, and as Red 5, you can't ask for anything more. Insane. And I think with this is the first time a team outside of the top 4 has beaten a team inside of the top 4. First time this split. And it is Frank. In fairness, if there was a team to do it, most likely should have been these guys. In fact, it's kind of surprising that these guys aren't in the top 4. Now, I think importantly, week 4 we're in, there's another 2 weeks after this week, and if you're ever going to find form, it has to be now. Because Frank don't want to start it between the 5th, 6th spot, because then you're automatically in loser's bracket.
Yeah.
You want to be 3rd, 4th, and even better 1st, 2nd. And so picking up this win over CFO means CFO are no longer going to be able to be tied for 2nd. They're going to be 3rd now, at minimum. And Frank, with that win, I believe they are either tied with DCG, maybe they're one win behind DCG.
I think they might be one behind as well.
I think
I'm
they're
not
one win
too sure.
behind DCG, which means they are slowly but surely climbing that ladder.
Yeah, and I mean, passing DCG, I feel like is not too difficult at this point because DCG haven't been looking that great lately either. You know, I think they just ended their 3-loss streak, and definitely good signs for Frank. I was pretty worried about their comp, admittedly, because I think that they did draft for a lot of kind of like early game on the bot side, but then maybe can't play around the Fiora as well. But I think Fiora getting the solo kill meant so much, right? Because that meant that you could focus all your resources bot side and have the winning top side on top of it, right? It feels normally you have to choose one or the other, but getting everything there, accelerating the bot side, getting the dragons, the heralds, your Fiora's stomping top, and then even though Pretender fell 100 CS behind, I almost felt like he was just more impactful than Jimmian. And I mean, we've seen this with LeBlanc a lot, of it just not really being used or played around at all. I think if TFO wants to play like that, they should just pick a team fighting mid.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. Pretender, while falling behind, found so much value. I mean, I'm sure we'll see it here. It is going to be that 2-man found from Pretender after Shun uses his ult. Perfect timing. Just, yeah, flawless.
I also saw a lot of Vi engages onto the Annie, which felt kind of pointless, to be honest, because most of the times Annie had already used the Tibbers, and there just wasn't that much point after that to killing her. And I mean, you can see the damage there. Jimmy, he was putting up the numbers. I don't know. He was, I think, a little let down by his team, but I also think they could have really got more out of it. I can't really fault him.
I think the problem with the damage stat when it comes to LeBlanc is it's actually just so much inconsequential damage. Like, so much of it doesn't matter. You hit it onto Fiora in the side lane, and she's just healing it up. The Viego just heals it up. I don't even know if Eminem got hit by almost any of it.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you can hit the Annie, yes, but all Annie needs to do is drop a Tibbers in the fight, and that's her job done. So LeBlanc did do a lot of damage, but did any of it really matter? I don't really think so.
No, I think it is a champ that when you're winning looks disgusting, you know, because you're just so far ahead in the side lane and you can easily group up, force people off their towers. It's really good, but when you're behind, it's never going to be your way back into the game. And unfortunately, CFO really kind of felt that here. We're still going with solo kill MVP? I think it has to be.
I think so. I think you can make an argument for other members, but just finding that solo kill changed how the game is played so much. And then he never died. He pretty much played the side lanes perfectly, came to team fights exactly when he needed to. Soaked up some pressure too. We did see Gemini also going up top to try and look for things, and he never fell to any of it. And
look at that goal difference.
Yeah, almost 8k.
That is pretty insane. Now that is like a red side last pick.
That's like 2.5 items.
Yeah.
Almost 3. Jeez, that is, yeah. That's a ratio. 506, 50% KP as a split pushing top laner.
Yeah, he did do a fair amount of team fighting. I think if you team fight with Ghost up, you can be useful, but yeah. I like his kind of discipline to stay away from those when he didn't have the Ghost. As we'll see, this was that fight that I think eventually ended up Frank securing the Baron. And solo kill in this fight, he did a good job initially of chasing Gemini away. It was only through some magical axe he managed to sneak his way back through. But I think the problem with so many of these fights is even if you take out the other members, if the Fiora is left alive with how much damage she has, and you don't have the cooldowns left to kill her, she will just come through and clean absolutely everyone up. I mean, just everyone's stuck in the corner here.
Now, I know this is a solo kill highlight, But Pretender there walked up to Shun, auto-attacked, stopped auto-attacking, and Shun used his ult whilst Pretender held the stun the whole time. So as soon as the Xayah ult ended, immediately got stunned. I actually think, looking at the replay, that looked like it could have been a winnable fight for CFO if Gemini was included and if Shun had have been able to ult the anti-stun. But, I don't know, all around I think Pretender fell very far behind, yes. But his impact was far higher than that of Jimmian. So,
definitely.
I think it's fine. And you're Annie, to be honest. You're Annie, you're not really caring how far ahead or not you are. As long as you get a couple of items and you can place down a stun, which is exactly what she did. And in the meantime, you had solo kill just taking every tower. So I think all around, pretty well played from the entirety of Frank.
Definitely. And I hope to see more of that going forward. I mean, maybe we'll see other kind of big team fighting mids come out. You know, something like the Nico. Feels like it could be very good for Frank. But that was it for game number 4. To round out the day, it will be Hellpigs taking on Beyond in our final match. So please stick around.
F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in a secret place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Don't call your name.
Would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare. If I was pulling me down, me down. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm someone that's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Check, spin on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. Hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines ain't catchy. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm someone that's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this.
certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams when you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a time and time again. I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire. Don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear. A cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of the night between Hellpigs and Beyond. And now, Shock, you feeling revitalized after the break?
Look, I am. I'm looking forward to a Hellpigs versus Beyond Gaming match. I think Beyond, they head into this one as a pretty heavy favorite.
On a loss streak.
On a one-loss streak. Yeah, look, after their loss against PSG, I'm sure they're going to want some revenge. Can't get it versus PSG, so I think Beyond, or I think Hellpigs could be the victims.
They very much could be. And now, I guess, if you're trying to give Hellpigs one opportunity to win this game, it has to be top lane.
Yeah, I think Taco, he's looking like a beast. I also think that Hellpigs have a pretty good formula going. Have kind of, top carry, simple, I think point and click jungler if they can get one, and then Adiog's on a control mage. Seems to be working pretty well for them. So maybe they'll try to get that again. Now, I will say, I don't think Taco is getting Renekton ever again. And that's going to make things a bit tougher because Beyond have the red side as well. So if they want to give Lakai that really good matchup, they will be able to get it. So we're going to take a look at some of the lineups. And Hellpigs, I mean, recently, I have to say they're kind of overperforming, if anything.
Yep, they have come off a couple of losses recently, but again, they beat Frank, who just beat CFO. And they are, I believe, at 3 wins at the moment. Maybe it's 2? I think it's 3.
It's 3,
yeah. And so if they win here, I mean, they have to win here because Frank, they're coming into form now. And so if you're Hellpigs, you really have to start winning. Godtone looking like he's having a little bit of a snooze. Bit of a sleep before the game, perhaps. Where's their coach?
I don't know.
Where'd he go? Not to the chicken shop, surely.
No, maybe...
He's just gone. Well,
yeah, he'll be back.
Maybe if he's not there, they'll actually ban all 5 of their champions.
They did win versus Frank, though, when they didn't ban, right? So,
yeah. But they also lost very, very hard last night when they didn't ban. I think I want to see whatever happens in this draft, Taco in a favorable matchup, or just blind pick him Renekton, because it looks like Lakai doesn't really have an answer to the Renekton.
I think it's going to be hard, though. I really think that Beyond will just spend the ban on Renekton and not have to deal anywhere near as much with Taco. Because it feels like, we've seen Taco first pick blue side, the Renekton, before. So it's not like Beyond are going to be unaware of this.
Yeah. But I think ultimately, it really does seem like the only angle for Hellpigs is Taco, whereas the team on your screen here, Beyond, they really can win through pretty much everyone on their roster. I think Lakai may be obviously looking the weakest, but Kongyue, carry performances. 1116, carry performances. Betty, lots of carry performances.
Yeah, 1v9 performances.
Absolutely. And Kyrez has had some of the best engages we've seen in the PCS, at least so far. So this team feels pretty well-rounded, whereas, again, Hellpigs seem a bit one-dimensional. Although they are pretty consistently getting that dimension, which is giving them chances.
That's true.
I feel like, though, Beyond probably aren't going to allow that. And maybe it's the kind of angle where they just leave Renekton open, but leave Kai'Sa open as well.
Yeah, that could be an interesting play, because I think that Hellpigs probably wouldn't be that comfortable with that, right? Like, you can't imagine giving Betty Kai'Sa. It just seems like the most lost condition ever. As we'll take a look at the two top laners here, and goal difference at 14 immediately kind of speaks out to me. It's pretty good for Taco. I mean, second in the league, despite being on, what are they right now? Seventh?
Fifth or sixth?
Yeah.
No, sorry, yes, 7th or 8th.
Yeah, 7th or 8th. And Lakai, you know, down a lot of gold. Admittedly, doesn't really get played towards a whole lot, but still pretty far down. I'm surprised Lakai's 4% is actually so high.
Yeah. I mean, he has had some favorable matchups for himself here and there. It just never really results in much. In fact, oftentimes he has been just solo killed. So, I mean, for him, I think he really needs to start turning that around, because for Beyond to really contend... Oh, it's a new coach, but he's still got the signs.
Diego is the first ban, taking that away from Kongwei. Beyond, they do ban the Kai'Sa. And oftentimes we just see Beyond go for the kind of Sejuani Maokai bans and just kind of open the floor up. Although we have seen Kongwei more on the Maokai recently. Don't miss another ban, don't do it. What is there to say?
Yeah, this has to be intentional at this point, surely.
I don't understand how they can keep missing them. Surely there has to be something that it can be spent on, even if it's just the most wild target ban.
Yeah.
You know, ban Kongwei's Wukong just for the 1% chance.
Yeah.
But now, okay, the Renekton coming through. I do like that from Beyond, and there are definitely going to be OPs up this match.
Well, there has to be. What? I wish I knew what these said.
It says something about missing bans, I'm sure.
It probably does. Honestly, at this point, it is a bit of a joke. But again, yep, Hellpigs will come into this game with only the 2 bans.
Okay, so
the first
Nico,
3.
the last ban. Both that Maokai and the Sedge are up. Tristana as well. It's a lot of power picks. I honestly would kind of like for Beyond, though, just to pick the Azir away from Adiogs. I mean, it might invite the Victor to come through, but I think if you pick, you know, the right champs, it can be really hard, and I don't think you'd want it with the Maokai. So what do you look for here? I mean, you can take away the Tristana if you want. You know, kind of make sure there's no AD mid that can come through with that Maokai. Let's see what they end up doing. I mean, they have a lot of choices, I feel like. And Jax so early. Will it just be Jax
Taco
Edge?
play Gragas?
Even if he can, I don't think he should, just because Adiogs looks so much more comfortable on control mages, and that would mean there's no chance of him playing it. So, do they just take the Sedge now, or do they take the Trist knowing they can take Sedge on 3? And it looks like that's what they're going to do. They're going to take the Trist away from the Maokai. So,
I still think Adiogs should just pick up the Jace. Oh, Jace is bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, I think, to pick an AD mid into Tristana.
Oh, how cursed is this? They've missed it. They could have just had the Tristana banned there.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's really messed up, I think. Okay. So, what... I mean, it's not easy to pick, because you kind of need... Yeah, okay, I like the Azir.
The problem is top.
Yeah,
the problem isn't mid.
Ooh. I honestly still think they should pick Azir. Just because Adiogs looks so good on it. I think it's decent enough versus the champs that have been shown so far. But that does mean that Taco has to try find himself an AD top counter. I mean, maybe it'd be... I don't even know. Maybe just something like a Sion could come through and... please, Azir. I don't want to see LeBlanc. It is a good pick, obviously, but just really hasn't found success in the PCS. And why mess with success? Rap God.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
They
crazy.
like in the Azir.
Okay. So what is going to be the last pick here? It wouldn't surprise me to just see an Alistair, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know, because the Sedge makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't seem like Kongwei's style. But on paper, I think it's the best pick.
You do need some form of magic damage to come through too.
Yeah.
Obviously, Betty can just pick the Varus. Has played the AP Varus previously. Looked really nice on it.
Okay. So I think if you're Beyond, I mean, ADs or AD top laners, I feel like it could be really hard for Taku to actually get a decent enough matchup. I'm not sure what 80 tops to even ban here, because we haven't seen Gnar in a long time. There's obviously the Cassante, but that can be taken away if you want. Or maybe you do just target... Okay, so the Cassante is the first one. Poppy ban, maybe? Because we haven't seen Poppy in a Jax before. I'm not sure if Taku can play it. It works well with the Zia too. I think they should ban it, if they think about it. Yeah, actually, Poppy's really good this game. Okay, Milio is that first ban. I think that's smart as well. Would bring some magic damage in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Poppy. Wow, geniuses, these guys on Beyond. And second ban for Hellpigs. What's it going to be? Maybe it is just the Varus? I mean, maybe you take away one of the Zyra Khan too, because you don't think you want to let that go through. Yeah, surely you ban the Zyra, right? It makes things really difficult for Rel.
I think so. We'll see if they come up with that. No, it's...
What? Okay, so they banned LeBlanc for Tristana Flex, but I think the LeBlanc, it doesn't matter this game. And they give over the freest Zyra. I think they have to take away Rakan, right? Otherwise, you're going to be in big trouble. I really don't think they should have respected the LeBlanc.
You can't take away Rakan. You've already got Rel Maokai.
Oh, true. So...
Unless Maokai goes top.
No, there's no shot. Okay, so...
I mean, yeah, Felios, you pretty much have
Thresh,
to. But... Yeah,
I think Hellpigs kind of handed themselves a draft loss here. No triple AP topside. Please.
If you're going to do it, lock and Singed. If you're going to do
like this.
If there's ever a time.
Yeah, I think that is much more likely, but it doesn't feel great, right? It feels fine, but man, I think Beyond have one of the most disgusting comps I've ever seen.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, if this game does go late, then Hellpigs are probably favored.
Yeah.
However, it is going to be so hard to get to late game.
Yeah, I think if you can get to 3 or 4 items on a Zia Felios, then maybe you have a chance. But man, before that, it is going to be so hard. I mean, good luck winning a skirmish in the river this game. It just feels so difficult. And I think Beyond's drafting was really smart this time around, and I think Hellpigs kind of shot themselves in the foot a couple times. I think LeBlanc ban definitely should have been a Zyra, and that missed ban, you know, even could have been the Tristana, and suddenly you have a much easier draft.
I think the Tristana ban would have made this whole draft so much easier.
Yeah.
Because you're no longer so forced into having this 80 top. And admittedly, Gnar Jax has tended to be a somewhat even matchup. We haven't actually really seen it since, you know, a few item changes and whatnot have come through. And at this point, you do feel like Jax is just far superior to the Gnar. Now, admittedly, in a team fight, Gnar can provide a lot more than Jax, but it's so hard to leave that side lane.
Definitely. And I think, you know, the kind of team fight thing, it comes with the fact that Jax will be paired with Sejuani, right? It's not just a Jax in isolation. It is that 2v2 combo that's just so hard to deal with. So I think it's going to be... Hellpigs really have their work cut out for them this game. They have to try and stall it, and up against a Beyond that so frequently just steamrolls teams weaker than them, it feels tough. And I think if there's one bot lane in the league that you don't want to give Zyra Khan to because you know you're going to die early, which one do you think it would be?
Wako Woody.
Yeah, yeah, Wako Woody. Don't mess with me. You know it's Betty Keras. I mean, that is the kind of bot lane that kills you 2v2 when they're playing like Siva Yumi or something, you know? Even when they're playing scaling, they'll find a way. And here they have a disgusting composition there.
They do.
Adiog's a lethal tempo enjoyer. Love to see it. A man after my own heart, of course.
This I think Adiog's has played, is it 3 games of Azir? Maybe it's 4. But he's had a different keystone in 3 of those games. He had Conqueror before, he had Eerie yesterday, and now he has Lethal Tempo today.
I swear he's played a Lethal Tempo game. Because I remember Mission playing one, and then I think Adiog's played it with Lethal Tempo straight after.
I'm pretty sure he's also had a Conqueror game, though.
Okay,
he
so
might have had
played
4, because he's played, was it 2 games of Victor? What else has he played? He played a couple Tristana games. We don't speak of those.
Sure. No, we certainly don't. Is this
he played a Felios game.
True. Okay, this could be another split map, and I promise you there's no way you can fight back against this level 1. So it will be split, And oh my, I feel bad for Tide. This is not going to be an easy game to be a weak side of Felios.
This is horrendous.
Yeah, this is not a great start. Well, let's see how mid lane goes. W start from 1116, has the fleet, so can just go in and use that move speed. And Tide and ICA, they're pushing. They need to be really careful of Sedge just 3 camping bar.
This feels very cursed.
I'm surprised. I mean, I don't think there's any way you can crash because you're not strong enough up against the Zyra Rakan.
Kongwei's gone mid. Okay,
so he's just going to
cross
cross
the
defend
third time
red.
we've seen this, by the way.
I guess just valuing the 3 quadrant over the lane pressure.
Well, Keres doesn't connect with the knock up there, and so Tide actually getting a favorable trade.
Big trade at mid lane too for 1116. Has the D-Blade as well, so extra sustain. All 3 lanes fairly volatile, and I guess maybe Kongwei just wasn't comfortable having the weak side Jace, or weak side Jax, excuse me.
And in fairness, you probably do just win this 2v2 bot anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you probably win 2v2 anywhere
That's
on the
what
map,
I mean.
right?
So it's better, I think, just to put your Sejuani in tandem with this Jax. Make sure Taco can't carry, because Taco, again, has been the carry of this team.
It's rough for Godzone, though, who has to enter bot side, and the only thing he has here is a Krug camp, which doesn't feel too good, and there's still so many camps available for Kongwei. Is he really going to go for a gank this early?
It is warded, though.
Yeah, they are pushed up. I mean, now that they spot him, super aware of it, of course.
I never knew that Senolution
Yeah, I saw that
icon
too. I was a bit
existed.
confused. Never seen that in my life. But there is no ward up for at least a little bit. And wow, what happened top?
I think Lakai might have leap strike and then entered a defensive stance and could not
evade all incoming attacks.
Yeah, but Taco,
yeah,
actually winning the lane because he's going to get Mega Gnar, which gives him a bunch of health back, and Lakai really, really far.
Yeah, there's no
down.
flash on either of them either, which I think might favor Taco, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, another jump comes out.
Oh, this is a big trade. This is a massive trade.
Big Damaskis.
Okay. Not bad return fire there for Adiogs. I think all things considered, Adiogs playing pretty fine in his lane. Does want to ideally get to... Well, it depends what he's going first.
Yeah.
I think this game isn't the worst Crown game.
Oh, big trade on
okay.
bot.
ICA finding someone here. Betty, Keres, you said they might be looking for the 2v2 kill, but at least for now, it looks like Halpigs were. Betty, sliver of health remaining. Stun should land. Gravitum is also available, but now
yeah, a
the
lot of health
turnaround,
regained, though.
Yeah.
Wow, the 2v2 Kings, though, almost did go down.
That was so close.
Yeah, really
One
was.
auto the difference between Betty living and dying there. As
Don't
Keres
flash.
in forward.
He's
the
dead.
cleanse.
Oh, so close. I think Betty maybe just wasn't expecting it.
Dies to IC8 as well. I think that's
Yeah.
what he's thinking. But the first blood would have been worth it in any case. Ultimately, though, valuing his KDA is
no
first.
ward.
Yeah, got tone.
Well, I think they know, though.
Oh, Betty.
That's
that was,
my go.
That was quick.
Yeah.
I can't
He
even
didn't-
land that ward, despite how quickly he did that.
Okay, Godtone, he's going to come crash it, but
He's just
Conway's on the
walking in.
way.
Yeah, okay, this is dangerous. Tide, no sums. IC8 does have flash.
I think they have to know.
Yeah,
With
okay,
how
good.
beyond the walking up there.
Now back to this top lane. It is Taco, very heavily favored at the moment. I guess just the regen that comes through from Fleet as well as getting these Mega Gnars.
Yeah. And we did see this matchup a lot in Split 1, so I'm sure they're both at least reasonably well versed in the matchup.
They probably even played it against each other.
Probably, yeah. Azir hits level 6, which is definitely a turning point in this lane. You know, once you get level 6, if the Tristana does jump on you, you can throw it into the tower. And that's when Azir kind of starts to go to trade back pretty well. It is going to be first drag going on to Beyond. You have to expect that with 3 lanes of Prio currently.
Goto, though, looking
Can they
to
get out?
disrupt.
Yeah, looks like they will get away.
I don't think that's the worst thing, though. I think you're pretty much expecting
Yeah.
to lose that first dragon.
I think so as well. I mean, just look at ADC items right now. I had the cull there for a moment versus the Noon Quiver, but did just base. And mid-prior for Adiogs. It was because 116 had to walk the long way around, but if he can get a free base here, it would feel good. I think 116 can cancel it. Yeah, he does. So it will not be the chapter coming in just yet.
Okay, and both top laners have used their teleport. It's going to be the Sheen for Lakai on the Jax. Play to steel caps will be Taco's item of choice. As Kira's and IC8 continue to find each other out and battle.
1116 needs to really choose his moments now. Knows if he does go forward at the wrong time, could have him just hand-delivered to Godtone. 1 minute on Herald. I'm not sure. You have to feel like it favors Beyond. But maybe there's a way for Helpix to bring IC8 up first.
Taco's ult as well could perhaps change how the fight goes, especially if you are able to get Rel 6. Rel 6, Emperor's Divide.
Ooh, soldiers were used forward. But not going to be in 116. He has the sweeper, so not going to have a lot of vision for himself. Definitely means he's not that able to jump forward. But is content, I think, just farming up, and you have to favor Trist's chances at the Herald over the Azir, at least for now.
I almost wonder if in the 4v4, Helpigs are favored. Because 2v2, 3v3, definitely not. But if you're able to combo all this AoE this early into the game, may mean that you are favored.
I'm not sure. There's a lot of bursts, so maybe, but Kongre, he might try and set up bot lane first.
Yeah, okay. Helpigs being fairly respectful, realizing they are exceedingly weak at the moment.
Yeah, so I think just trying to get prior and then can maybe let the bot lane come up. Okay, he leaps forward, but it's going to take a lot of damage on the way out.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't use that earlier to evade the hyper proc, but we'll just take the damage as... Again, I think this is one thing that this week at least is a noticeable step up, is 80 carries and supports being more respectful of the fact they are giga weak side.
Yeah. I think also...
I mean, it feels terrible. Honestly, Godtone doing a bit of a disservice to his team with how many minions this bot lane is forced to lose here.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of teams start to prioritize just denying the bot lane more, because even if you get the Herald, it's so hard to then use it back bot lane because your bot lane's losing, so you really have to just hard commit to using it top.
This is not worth it. This Herald has lost way more gold than it's ever going to gain.
Now, it will be gold going on to Taco, though. And we've seen Taco put up some pretty nice performances when he gets some shekels. But that was a lot, another couple plates lost mid as well, so Beyond. I think the gold, while it might be kind of close, so much was lost.
Yeah. That was like so many minion waves. Betty actually stays a little bit too long and is forced to lose his cleanse.
It's fine, he doesn't need it.
That was actually, I think that was like 3 or 4 waves bot that were lost for the Herald.
Yeah.
So 2 plates. I mean, they also got 3 plates as well. That trade was no way near worth it.
No, especially not when you consider where that gold went, right? Because some of that Herald gold is, of course, picked up by the Maokai, who is going tank Maokai as well. It's not like he's going to be a big AP threat, which is fine. You've got that as ear for it, but it's not gold that is particularly valuable. Whereas the gold going on to the likes of the Xayah is pretty big, especially Betty's Xayah as well. Shiv now completed in that mid lane, so going to be a lot of prio coming out for Tristana. Kraken already on Xayah too.
Uh-oh, Kongwei looking for even more value here. The Mega Gnar.
No flash.
Mega Gnar almost available. Glacial Prison will land. Is he going to be able to get it? He does. Gnar will get himself to safety.
That was a pretty crazy angle, to be honest, that Kongwei found. And still good chunk. I mean, they could even re-dive top. I think that's the plan.
But are they able to get this wave in? Taco, though, loses Mega Gnar now as Kongwei cutting him off.
He has to hop over him, right?
Yeah, it looks like he actually might be able to get out. Does get that speed boost.
Oh, no.
Actually fails the jump there, and it's first blood solo for Kongwei. Good that it didn't go to Jax, but terrible that it went away at all.
I think really tough there for Taco to get out because you kind of have to hop in melee range, otherwise the Sedge Q will just cancel you. And if you're standing on top of Sedge, I feel like it's pretty easy for her to Q cancel, so it just isn't that easy for him to get out, and I think he kind of did what he could, but ultimately goes down, and it's not even a trade that comes out from Helpigs. Somewhat to be expected, because they are just a lot weaker on that bot side. Azir far behind in items, and bot lane also not ready to fight. But it always feels bad when you get dived as a top laner, and there is no trade. Keres engaged on.
Keres could be in trouble. Does use that grand entrance to grand exit.
Never heard that one before. Okay, second drag obviously is still available since it didn't get picked up, and Kongwei looks like he will start it. Have a lot of mid-prior now with the Shiv, and Helpix, I think you have to give this one away. I'd be very surprised if they want to fight given the item deficit, and if they do, I don't think it's one they can win.
Yeah, Goldtone choosing not to twist advance there. I feel like that would have been his certain death. But they are just losing so much. Like, yes, it's not a very high kill game, but they are bleeding so much gold just constantly, as well as the objectives. You do have a strong Azir. Azir is farming up well, is going to be going for that crown.
Yeah, Deogs is probably happy with at least how his lane is going, but 2 drags being picked up early means he might be forced to contest the next one, and I'm not sure if he'll be ready for it. Kongwei, he's getting so aggro here.
Oh, Glacial Prison is going to land. It's a nice stun from IC8 to stop this charm from landing on anyone else, as Kyrus is kind of left alone in his own position. Tide coming up, but now with the other members joining, Kyrus is safe. And it's Taco trying to get to work on this top tower. Starting to do a little bit of damage, but feels inconsequential when you look at the other side of the map and you see Betty claiming himself even more gold. Will react to that flash in a very timely fashion.
Yep, and got himself the play in the meantime. So very nice there. And while the game, it looks slow, it's like you said, there's just a lot of bleeding. Maybe they're looking again. Not going to find anything. A 4-man now coming down. Tide has both sums, but I think it's too late. I think they're gone. TP.
TP, they do not manage to land that Gravitum stun. It's going to be Adiogs teleporting down, but too little too late. And I have to say, how this game is going after what happened in draft, it really does feel like that good old saying, if it isn't the consequences for my actions, because
yeah, I mean,
they're just bleeding everywhere.
They really have. I mean, they drafted a lot of scaling and not great ways of fighting early. And I think against a team like Beyond that is willing to really push their leads, it is maybe a little greedy. And I feel like this could have been solved as well.
Okay. This could be good. Taco in the area. There is going to be a Magnet Storm come out. Godtone managing to land a 2-man knockback with that Bramble Smash as Lakai trying to run away. There is a speed buff though coming in through that Scuttle Crab as Kyrus and 1116 do join. IC8 trying to disrupt, and Tide's here too. It's 4 people. It is going to be the Gravitum landing, but is it going to be allowing Nature's Grasp? It is not. But they're still going forward. Taco almost with Meganar. So much speed, he should be able to find Kyrus. In fact, he will. It's at least 1 kill found for Hellpigs. And 1116, he's getting so low. Gravitum stun comes through. Adiogs will find the kill. Betty, though, in the bot side, claiming himself a tower. Ultimately, though, good finds for Hellpigs.
Yeah, I think Adiogs getting a kill is absolutely critical. But it is traded back by Betty on that bot tower. So both those carries are going to be extremely strong. And there's going to be, once again, eyes on Adiogs. Really has to find a way to carry this game. He is getting the gold he needs.
Shock.
Yeah.
Did we see Godtone at all gank Lakai?
No.
All right, and we saw Kongwei solo kill Taco.
Yeah.
Nara's still up 20 CS.
Yeah, he's a range champ.
Yeah, but Lakai dodges all incoming attacks.
Okay, we'll see. Engage came out, and Beyond, they were out, but they chose the re-engage. And actually, I think it's re-engage they could have won. I feel like 1116 using the bomb on Rel is probably a bad choice, because now he has no damage left. Oh, hold on. Got another fight.
Nature's Grasp not up at the moment. That could be like the most important skill here. And Taco is going to have the Gnar bar, but uses it to just throw a boulder.
I think Godtone got that Herald.
Oh,
yeah,
he did. Okay, nice smite there by Godtone. For a second there, I actually thought BYG got it, but Godtone getting it means they are able to just disengage. And that wasn't a fight they should win, being that Maokai ult was on cooldown.
Yeah, I think Beyond probably just didn't know it was down still, but no real CDR than those boots. And also, I think picking up the Herald keeps this game slow for them, right? They can use it to get a bit more gold, and obviously it stops Beyond from using it. And the slower the game is, I think the better for your Aphelios Azir combo. But I am a bit worried. Betty rapidly approaching 2 items. And from that point on, I feel like the game is in his hands.
All
30
right.
seconds on next drag. So I think you have to contest this as Hellpigs.
I've got a challenge for you. Try and give me 2 reasons, minimum, why Godtone has a Bramble vest right now.
Oh. Maybe Betty has bloodline.
Let's try 1 reason.
Surely, Tristana Fleet. I think there's not a good reason.
Yeah, look, top laners buying it is one thing when they shouldn't. But a jungler buying it is a whole new can of worms.
Oh. Are they going to give this 3rd dragon over?
I don't think they should.
I think they might have to.
They might. They are very late to it. Taco building up
Okay,
Narvar.
TP.
Coming
Double
in, it's
TP.
only half. It's only half. Adiox is coming in too, though, as you pointed out. Emperor's Divide will come through. Will it? Yes, and it's going to land. It's going to be 116 getting taken out so quick as Taco is peeling for ICA. It won't be enough, but they will be able to take down a second. Adiox getting all the gold in the world and the dragon. Wow, Halpig's standing a chance against Beyond.
That was, honestly, just teamfight execution difference. I mean, the Tristana is just caught miles out of position by that double TP. And this, again, is a fight that Beyond should win. But if they lose these fights, Adiox is going to scale insanely hard. And so while I think Beyond, they're probably still in an okay spot for now, it's starting to become, okay, we're going to need Betty to carry this game because look at this, double TP and 116, I don't know if he's not aware. He must have seen it, but it's just caught so far out of position. I think he only dealt 300 damage in this fight compared to Adiox, almost 3,000.
Oh, look at Tide.
Yeah,
oh.
Tide, no fear whatsoever. And this was a man that was, hard, weak-sided.
Yeah.
ICA's happy with that one.
And as he should be. As he should be. And Halpigs, while, yes, obviously Beyond still are in this game, they're the ones on a timer. And Halpigs are remaining even.
Definitely agree. I think this is pretty much now just Betty versus Halpigs.
Yeah.
And, I still like Betty's odds.
I'm sad to say I agree. Void Staff coming in next. What do you think of that? I mean, it's ahead of the curve.
Yeah, it is ahead of the curve in the map state. I mean, there are 3 Mercs, right? I think it's good, especially because more MR probably will come through since you have that Maokai as well. But it does feel bad, I think, to go as a second item. Obviously slows down stuff like a Nash's or even a Zhonya's to kind of help you engage more. But I think it makes sense.
Yeah. He is 3-0. Farming up fairly decently for himself, but he doesn't get the big Raptor there. Big Chicken will survive. Kyrres doesn't have anyone to jump to, does have the grand entrance, will be using it as he's trying to run to Kongyue. Taco, though, on the bottom side there, finds so much damage. Look at the Nard damage. Glacial Prison committed, and Kyrres having to flash. Those are some major cooldowns coming off. No Sejuani and no flash for your Rakan.
Yeah, Rakan flash, I feel like, is a huge cooldown, especially because it really is kind of a single or maybe 2 important carries right now, both of which a Rakan Flash would do very well against. But gold remains very, very even. Maybe it's not even Betty versus Halpigs, it's just Betty versus Adiox and Tide.
Oh, I think you have to mention Taco.
Okay, you know what? I know you're a Taco fan. We can keep him in here. Void Staff now completed. And I mean, level 11 on the Maokai as well. Godtone can put in a lot of work in these fights now. How big would it be if Halpig somehow managed to win this?
Doesn't have flash.
Oh.
Playing with fire.
Okay.
Why did that Rift Herald go down mid? We haven't talked about it yet, but Godtone was just putting down the Rift Herald mid and then Lakai just got to take it. Didn't get a single charge off or anything.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate I didn't find anything, but I also feel like denying the Herald was the main win for them.
Okay, Betty has to be careful.
Yeah,
he does not win
he
this.
has no flash.
Taco, okay, nice Feather Storm, but that's a massive cooldown. The ult on Gnar, not as important. Adiox does have teleport if need be. Is going to commit it, and 116 will get a reset, but is it going to be enough? Adiox rooted up in time. Oh my god, this is chaotic. He's going to find it. Lakai flashes forward. That Emperor's Divide, though, still blocking the way as ICA arrives. Is going to have some CC. The Magnet Storm isn't going to be enough. Adiox is taken down, and it's Lakai who will find it.
Wow. That was very, very close. I like how Kyrres was sprinting down there with the ult at the end. But wow, I mean, our 4th kill picked up for Azir, but did go down. The shutdown, I believe? I'm not sure if he had a shutdown.
It was a shutdown
okay.
onto Jax, yeah.
Yeah, so he picks it up, and that's a lot of much-needed gold. And now 2 items on Betty. I'm very much looking forward to this next Dragon fight. We get replay. And there's just not enough damage, I feel like, from 1116 when he comes down here. Very nice reaction there. I mean,
the feathers on this teleport too.
Yeah,
so
true.
clutch.
I think 116 actually did play this fairly well. You know, it gets a lot of distance, but I mean, just look at how much distance can be covered by Azir. And Lakai, it looked close here. I mean, there was a lot of CC coming out, but he just finally bonked his head at the end. I mean, he was like, he was about to die. He really was. Godtone cheering on the boys.
Yeah, he's been pretty invisible. Haven't really seen him a whole lot this game.
No, but all he really needs to do is press R in team fights, and his job is done.
And not build Bramble, but we failed one of those already.
Now pushing up mid is Hellpigs. They've got Dragon spawning in 5 more seconds. And beyond, they could be okay to trade this for Baron or even for, you know, towers or something, because they don't really need more Drags. And right now they don't have the setup.
This matchup is becoming a little bit more problematic with all the gold coming through. Ooh, Kongyue. A rare mistake. IC8 trying to survive.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Very rare mistake there. You don't often see Kongyue just whiff dry Sejuani ults like that, but now with that Glacial Prison down as well as the Azir Soldier.
Oh, Kerez.
Oh, Kerez.
On the super flank.
Yeah, he's on the super flank, but unfortunately, my friend, I think you might just go down. Is going to actually get away, but it does cost him both his ult as well as that flash.
Did he? Oh, he did flash?
He did.
Okay, Godtone flashed as well, though. So, all things considered, is fairly even, but maybe with that chunk, Hellpigs can just get this drag for free.
Oh, they might be giving over more than they want, though. The sapling could be huge.
Yeah.
The wards also sees them.
I don't think Beyond can do this in time, but they're going to try.
Yeah, okay, we do have both Tide and IC8. Teleports coming through. This is going down so quick. There's no quickness or flash on the Rakan, and with that, there's so much of your teamfight utility gone. It is just going to be that Dragon traded for a teleport from Taco. But
and Hellpigs, they have the angle on mid now.
Yeah, Shirelles does come through to try and close that gap a little bit, but this should be the inner going down, and Hellpigs putting up a damn good fight against Beyond.
Yeah. Now they just need to get out. With that inside track on mid, we're able to get that tier 2.
Okay, now don't overstay.
Oh, yeah.
Do not overstay. Adiogs, you are in problem, perhaps.
They do need to be careful here. Mainly because they have to reset, and that's an angle for Beyond to look back at that Baron, because Beyond have already reset before.
Adiogs is the main person who needs it, though.
I wouldn't be surprised if Beyond just try and do this right now. They know resets came through.
Okay, Adiogs has to teleport.
There's no TP on
They're off it.
Okay.
They might have just seen Taco's ult, mega form and
probably
decided not to.
But yeah, I mean, this is a very even game, and I think on paper, it favors Hellpigs more and more. It really just comes down to, can Betty put in enough of a performance to stop that? Looks like Adiogs is working on probably a Rabadon's here. And if it is, I'm a big fan of his build. Shojin, second item on the Jax.
Yep, definitely trying to do a bit more damage. It is annoying to play against too, just the uptime of that Counter-Strike is infuriating.
Yep. A lot of armor pens starting to come through as well. Looks like both the Beyond carries are working on the LDR.
Well, you have to. Malachi has a Thorn Mail.
Yeah, he does. He's a bit tanky, that guy.
Wonder what Mythic he's going to go for. Jack Show?
He might just do Mythicless Malachi.
Yeah, perhaps. I wouldn't like that, but
no, I'm not sure he'll have the gold.
I think it should just be
one.
Radiant Virtue, but
yeah.
Radiant Virtue, very, very cheap Mythic. Godtone.
Oh. Okay, it's not looked at. I mean, it does take so long to kill him, so kind of makes sense.
Adiogs is the one matching this Jack, so I don't know.
I think Azir should win that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, TP flank.
Okay, Adiogs no longer matching the Jacks. In fact, trying to find something here.
And they are running out of there.
Yeah, okay, now you don't have a teleport to match Jacks anymore.
Yeah, okay, that's a big deal, because no teleports up at all
you can't,
on Hellpigs.
They're going to try force it.
I think they have to. You have to pull Jax away from the side lane. But Lakai, he does have a TP flank on the top wave. There aren't any other really good wards, though. I guess it's a mid lane TP ward. Okay, Kyrus can place one. Give him a TP ward. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, yes, he has found a good ward. Not even going to use that one. But this Baron is going to go down. Hellpigs do find it, but now can they escape? Meganar is available. Kyrus has been one shot. It's a 1-for-1 so far as Taco jumps forward, forces out that rocket jump, but so low are the members of Hellpigs. It should be a cleanup. Adiox is doing what he can. Tide will be found by Lakai as Taco running for his life. He's finding a lot of damage actually as Lakai will make sure the presence of Taco is known. Rocket jump could be available here soon for 116, but it's constant speed ups. It's going to be... Oh no. Oh, Taco! Can he find the damage? He's found the speed up. It's going to be the ace. There are no Barons alive. And a team fight so well played from Beyond.
Wow. Feels like we never really get to catch our breath now that they've got to the team fighting stage. Let's get a replay because I feel like, okay, initial engage from Beyond was pretty crazy. They managed to group a lot of members up, but there's so much AoE that immediately comes out. You know, the Ophelia assault comes through. Look at that damage. I think then, though, maybe the front line is just too weak at this point, and Lakai just jumps in with their Shojin. So much damage, and a flash is used just everywhere. I mean, that was a really crazy fight. Really hard to keep track of what was going on, and we didn't even play in that fight. 5,000 damage comes out of Betty. And maybe Adiox, he's got the death cap now, just in time for this next dragon, and that is a huge spike. He has to be looked at.
Oh, Glacial Prison comes out, but it's onto ICA. Maybe not the target you want, as he's going to go in. Magnustorm comes through. Lakai jumps over. There's no reset available for ICA, but he can't play anymore. Although, in saying that, Lakai does go down to Adiox, who's going forward. He's so strong. Taco looking to try and fight this Tristana. Will get that rocket jump out as teammates come to join. Taco, when will he have this jump available? Does still have access to the Gnar ult. Will go in. Lakai, sorry, Taco is going to find the kill here onto 1116. It's 2 for 0. Dragon live. It should be picked up, you'd think, here by Hellpigs.
I think so, and I will say, I think this game is getting harder and harder for Betty because the Azir range is getting so ridiculous. It does so much damage now with his death cap. And if he can fully stack up that lethal tempo as well, that gives you a little bit of extra range. And Xayah normally does struggle up against the Azir once he kind of reaches his point. Obviously, if it's the Azir that needs to shuffle in, then it's fine. But, I mean, this is just a straight front-to-back Adiox Azir, and we've seen him do it time and time again.
I've got to say it, though. You do wish your Xayah was not playing support this game.
No, his 8 assists is pretty sad. Didn't manage to pick up any in that big Baron fight before. A 3-stack Magi's is picked up by Adiox. That is some confidence.
This guy's build is... I mean, the Crown's not that confident. But other than that...
Yeah, other than that, I love it.
I think the Crown kind of makes sense, though, in fairness. I think if you're not bursted, you're not dying.
It's pretty true. Well, might not see much action for another 2.5 minutes. Feels like it will just be that Baron where things will happen once again.
Yeah, 3 items available now for Tide on this Aphelios too. So this is really where Aphelios starts to put out more damage than the Xayah. As long as you do have the correct gun rotations, of course.
Well, I feel like there really just isn't that much that's going to happen. I wonder how the side lane's going for Lakai. He's down a level.
Godtone is actually playing Mythicless Maokai. He's building a Randuin's.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it makes sense.
Yeah,
pretty much all the...
probably
Lakai doesn't want to be hitting the Maokai. And then Tristana and Xayah are the only damage after that. But still, I feel like a Radiant Virtue might do well for your Aphelios or
yeah, it would
Azir.
be nice.
See how this battle goes now as Lakai jumps forward, but the trade back from Gnar.
Yeah, wow, it takes a lot of damage on the way out. Kyrus is looking here, though. He's spotted out.
Taco is aware. There is a nice ward there. We'll spot out this Rakan as Adiox as well. Pretty brave with his soldier usage. Taco should Well, doesn't land the stun. Is actually going to commit that Narol as Kyrgios is looking for him. Does manage to find the quickness. It should be Taco going down. So much damage coming out. It will be him found as Tide. Moonlight Vigil will not be able to do anything, and Taco being a little bit greedy there, staying in that bush.
He will be up for Baron, and I think because he's pretty high level, he will be able to charge his Nightbar pretty quickly. But you feel like you might just have to instantly TP to Baron if Beyond try and force it straight away.
It's so hard to push against either of these teams.
Yeah.
You have Azir with Aphelios, and then the other team has Xayah with Tristana with a Static Shiv.
Yeah. It's pretty difficult. A stopwatch here for Adiog. This guy is literally unkillable. I think it just comes down to, does his frontline get killed before he just kills everyone, to be honest?
Does Lakai get a tower before Taco spawns?
Ooh.
Oh, doesn't opt to try.
I'm surprised he doesn't keep going. I feel like making this 4v4 might be better. Well, anyway, maybe just feels like he can't get enough done.
Now this will melt, by the way.
Yeah, it will. I think the Helpix, they're in a good spot here. The TP...
They are starting it. It is going to force out the TP early. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Just back off, go back to clearing waves. You now have teleport advantage on your top laner. You also have teleport for the Azir, so you can match Lakai up in this top side or the bot side, wherever he goes.
Maybe now we're starting to look towards the potential...
that is so dangerous.
Yeah, that was very... I'm not sure if it was brave or dumb. But
Okay,
maybe Beyond, they see the ward. I mean, they see the reset.
Teleport.
TP flank.
This is Taco. I don't see... He picked up a Triforce. It's a Triforce icon. Get rid of it. Okay, he has no Naba. The Baron, though, so low, Glacial Prism will come out, but Godtone's finding his way to the pit. He finds the Baron. The Magnet Storm is phenomenal, as it's looking like Beyond will be going down. Lakai running for his life. Taco going to be chasing alongside Adiogs as the channel comes through, and that team fight win with the clean Baron for Hellpigs. Unreal.
Yeah, what a smite from Godtone as well. I think with that, how much can they get off this? There are still 2 dead members for 30 seconds. Maybe it's a 1 inhib and then dragon angle. Ooh, okay, just gonna reset. So just really want to play for that 4th dragon. I'm surprised Beyond kind of went for this, because I feel like trapping yourselves in the corner is a recipe for disaster against all this AoE. I mean, look at this. They're all just stuck. There's no way to go. And they're all just CC'd up by this Magnet Storm. And all this time, Azir is not threatened at all. So I think Beyond are really misplaying by starting up the Baron. I don't think they want to fight in the corner. So now, the Dragon Soul picked up, and Hellpigs, they're in such a commanding position. Azir really can't get much stronger. I guess he can more items, but he's level 18, has everything he needs.
And with the Hextech Soul too. One item that I don't know about these days, but we used to see Azir picking up and it was really strong, was the Rylai's.
Yeah.
Hextech Soul just gives you that.
It does. He has a Zhonya as well now. So Zhonya and Crown. He's just unkillable, and he does the most damage in the game, and I don't think it's that close. Maybe Aphelios can hold a candle to him.
Well, that's the bomb down. It's on Godtone. And like the bomb going down, the tower will as well. And Sundisk goes up behind them, so their flank is protected.
Yep.
There's no teleports to come through anyway, as Taco will be taking out his tower. Looks like the bot lane inhib tower not too far off going down also.
Okay.
Kongyue will land the ult there, but it's on to IC8 yet again as Nature's Grass comes through. Taco, though, in the mid lane, manages to pick himself up a tower, and Meganar now procs, so if you were to try and look for a fight, it would have to be now, but unfortunately, Glacial Prison being down means it's pretty hard to find an angle.
Yeah, I think Hellpigs can just keep going. They have 30 more seconds, and that should break the base open, and if they lose another inhib, Beyond are going to be in really big trouble.
ICA just walking forward alongside Godtone. They do force that out. Graviton Gun comes through. It's going to force out the Featherstorm from Betty, and in goes the soldiers. They're just forcing back for now, but it's actually going to be Tide. Tide's damage, pulling out some heroics, and 1116 getting so chunked by that Infernum Gun. Betty having to flash away now. Only the cleanse left. The flash engage from the quickness of Rakan, but it's Emperor's Divide onto Lakai. It denies absolutely everything. Importantly, 116 finds himself something. He is also going to go down too. Unfortunately, Adiog's at half health and Taco at full. Does have that Napa. He's going to land it onto Betty, who will immediately cleanse, but Guardian Angel now procced, and it's the game. Hell Pigs have upset Beyond Gaming.
What a game, and good God. Okay, one thing I will say, after that, you know, Taco's Renekton. It gets banned away every game. I think we're about to add Adiog's Azir to that because, man, he can't just keep getting the champ. And, wow, with a win over Beyond, now Beyond on a 2-loss streak. I mean, going down to PSG, you know, okay, understandable, but this is now the second time that Hell Pigs have beat one of those, you know, former very strong teams. They beat Frank. Now they take down Beyond, and hey, they're coming for that 6th place playoff spot.
They are. They absolutely are. I believe with that, it'll be their 4th win. They're only 1 now behind Frank, who is 1 behind DCG. So there's also, I mean, 2 wins is all that's in it, and you have to feel like Frank and DCG aren't going to beat Beyond or PSG.
No, you wouldn't think so.
And Hellpigs have now beaten Beyond, who beat PSG in, you know, prior. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe Hellpigs are going for that run for the top 4 spot like Godtone wanted. And it all starts with not banning.
No, I mean, they've got, what, 2 wins and 1 loss with the no ban. So maybe that's something other teams will have to try. I'm not sure. I guess when we are looking at Beyond in that game, I feel like they honestly just didn't execute the team fights very well. I think they had basically everything they needed. They had winning lanes, they had a solid team composition, but fights like when that Tristana is just taken out instantly, it's, I don't know, it's honestly just not really good enough from a team of Beyond's caliber. You've got to be having cleaner team fights than that, because otherwise you are going to let these teams that do just draft for scaling pick up the kills, pick up the time, more importantly, that they need to get to those items, and then once they hit them, they have a much easier time playing.
Absolutely, and I got to say one thing, and I'm sure you'll agree with me on this, but Kongyue on a carry champ and Kongyue on a tank champ are 2 entirely different players, because Kongyue, while he found 2 early kills, after that he looked pretty useless.
Yeah.
I think every single Glacial Prison I witnessed from about the 20-minute mark onwards, at least, maybe even earlier than that, only hit either IC8 or Godtone. That was it. I don't see it land on anyone else, and given it's hard, but even onto Taco, I think you have a better chance. Onto those tanks, it meant nothing, and that huge engage tool, which was really their only engage tool, because Rakan can engage, but he's better at follow-up than engage, and losing the Sejuani ult meant that all those team fights were so much harder for them to play, and Hellpigs, to their credit, phenomenal game.
Yeah, I think Beyond, especially around that 3rd Dragon fight, if they'd been managed to win that and kind of keep stacking up those drags, and it would have been hard, I think, for Hellpigs to really reach those spikes. But once that game started turning around and once Adiog started getting the items that he needed, you know, it looked really good. And I think, you know, teams keep doing this against Hellpigs, right? You give a couple kills to Adiog and he's playing just some turbo scaling champ, and then, you know, if they don't end the game by 30 minutes, suddenly it's just in such a good spot.
Yep, and obviously, looking back, Adiog's build, what do you think about it? Because obviously it's a very unique build. No one really goes Void second, at least in the pro level. We haven't seen it so far.
Void second, not on Azir, obviously very common, but I think it is a pretty common response to seeing lots of Merc trades. I think normally you don't do it on the Azir because you're kind of looking for things like the Nashes, but that's something that Lethal Tempo allows you to do, is you can just skip the Nashes and allows you some more flexibility in your build. And I've been a pretty big advocate of the Lethal Tempo Azir. I do think it's better than the Conqueror, so I'm glad that it's getting picked up more, and I really do like Adiog's build. I think the Crown is... It potentially could have been a problem if those early game fights were really important, but they managed to, you know, get through that early game, and then once it becomes unkillable
and
later
from
on,
here, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is just 116 taken out, and I think Beyond did this a lot, where they would start the objective first and all be kind of stuck in the corner, where it feels like you might be better off almost forcing Hellpigs into the corner and then kind of collapsing on them, because that allows you to get better angles with stuff like the Rakan, like the Sejuani ult. Taco damage was pretty high. Admittedly, it's hitting the Jax in the side lane a lot. But
that is insanely high, though. That's higher than the Azir that was... I don't even remember a score now.
Remember this discussion we had around fake damage on LeBlanc? I think there was a lot of fake damage on that.
There would have been definitely a lot of fake damage, but I also think you saw a lot of times where he was chasing down people and killing them, so... Yeah. Definitely some of it's fake. You're not going to argue against that, but I think a lot of it... Oh,
is this the MVP? All right, it is the MVP. It does go over to Godzone. He did have some pretty big ults, but I have to say, I'm a little surprised.
This is criminal. No way. Like, he died once, but...
Surely,
this is criminal.
Adiox or Taco.
Yeah. What? No way.
Okay, let's see the MVP play. Okay, this was good, to be fair.
Yeah, this was a good setup. I mean, he didn't play badly, but he was so invisible for a lot of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he did his job, though. He's a tank Maokai. This was a pretty nice Nature's Grasp, I believe, that came out at the end of this fight. I think this one as well. 1-1-6, he ended up dying at the very end, but if you see here, he probably should have died at the start. See how like they kind of left him rooted on the side? But I think if they'd gone on him earlier, there would have been literally no chance he made it out. Obviously, did end up going down to this Shurima shuffle here, but maybe a little bit of misexecution. And look at that lethal tempo auto attacks. I love it.
Does eventually go down. Lived for a very long time.
Oh, this was the steal. Okay.
Yeah.
I can kind of see.
Oh, that's actually
I did
true.
forget about the steal.
I forgot about this. Yeah, okay. Then he probably deserves it.
Yeah, okay. The steal was very important, to be fair. I completely forgot about the steal.
Me too, okay.
There was a lot going on in that game.
Granted, he got the steal. My bad. I think after that, he probably does deserve it. Because if they don't steal that, they probably just lose.
Yeah.
They have a lot of wave clear, but the game becomes so much harder. They don't get the soul. They don't probably win the team fight even. Well, maybe they still win the team fight. But...
I'm not sure they would.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they probably still win the team fight. But you're right. It's a big gold swing. Yeah, even just the Baron gold is 1.5k. And I think their Baron power play, I mean, obviously they won the fight during it, but it ended up being something like a 5k swing. And when you're a team that outscales that hard, I mean, a 5k gold swing is basically just GG, right?
And it was also the Hextech Soul. So there's a lot that was gained from that. So I did completely forget about that, honestly. There were so many team fights and so many skirmishes, almost around nothingness, that it's hard to remember everything. But today's results, I think 2 big upsets. I think you can't not mention the last 2 games. Frank against CFO. Frank looking really weak the split, you have to say, and they pick up the win. Hellpigs, though, beating Beyond.
Yeah. I mean, I thought Frank versus CFO was undoubtedly going to be the biggest upset of the day. And then Hellpigs, you know, right after that, steal their thunder and just... I mean, they really took it to Beyond. And I do think Hellpigs have to worry about becoming predictable. But hey, they've found what works for them. And if they just keep grinding it, it looks like it's going good. Take a look at the standings. I mean, that top side is starting to kind of
Type H
filter out.
A-Team. The sole beholders of second.
Yeah, that's crazy. And look, as we go down, we've got a nice 6-5-4-3-2-0.
Yeah, wow. Dewish team, still struggling.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a chance that they can pick it up, find themselves at least 1 win. Obviously today going against PSG, pretty tough ask, but at some stage, surely they will find themselves a win. But ultimately, it is really just PSG looking so much stronger than everyone else, but it is Beyond losing to Hellpigs as well as CFO losing to Frank means that these standings now finally have some separation.
Yeah, and I think J-Team do look at least like the most consistent second. I think I'd still have to give it to PSG over them, but I think J-Team, one of the teams least likely to drop a random game.
Yeah.
Right? Like they might lose to another top team, but I think J-Team, the way they play is very just standard and solid. They don't really rely on anything. They just kind of win. Upcoming matches, though, for tomorrow. And I think, honestly...
Game 4.
Yeah, game 3, game 4.
True. Oh, true. I didn't even
Game
look at
3,
game
I mean,
3.
you know, again, earlier the split, okay, PSG annihilate them, but hey, Frank, they're on the come-up.
Yeah, to be fair, last split, though, PSG did just annihilate them anyway.
True.
But still, if Frank can play like they did today, I think there's a chance. Because PSG are not infallible. We've seen them get absolutely annihilated. And especially if Solo Kill can play like he did, we'll be able to go man-to-man up against Aze in that top lane, which at the moment almost seems like the rock in the top, you know, like a lot of things can go wrong for PSG, but Aze is staying consistent. Kind of similar to Hellpigs, really. I mean, even today, for Hellpigs' win, a lot of things started to go right for them, but the whole game, Taco was playing fine.
Yeah, he was. He was doing a lot on the Nara, and we haven't seen the Nara versus the Jax in a long time, mainly because other picks, you know, end up coming through. But it's nice, I think, to have an AD pick into the Nara or into the Jax, because it means you can kind of build your comp better, right? You didn't have... They were hovering the Singe there. I'm very glad they didn't go for that, and the Nara obviously was very good.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a phenomenal day of games. Two of the biggest upsets we've seen in the summer split, even probably compared to the spring split in all honesty, but that will do us for today. You saw tomorrow's matches. You're not going to want to miss them, so I'll see you there.
What happened?